new assault rifle, some balance adjustments to old favorites, and a few terrain changes to Destin. All this and more as we dive into the Update 22.2 patch report. First up, a popular new French assault rifle is hitting the Battlegrounds. The FAMAS is a 5.56 AR capable of single fire, burst, and full auto. You won't find this new weapon among normal loot, however, so check care packages and other special areas where powerful weapons spawn. We're also giving a couple tried and true ARs some balance adjustments, with the AUG, M416, M16, and the Mutant all receiving a few changes. Check out the patch notes for full details on these. Also, with the introduction of the FAMAS, the AUG will now spawn among normal Battlegrounds loot. Destin is also getting a few changes, with the addition of several hills between Barcliff and Tarita to aid players making the long and perilous trek. There's also a new dirt track south of San Carno to break up sightlines a bit and add some more interesting flavor to that area. And since the PUBG 6th anniversary is fast approaching, we're also putting up some festive decorations around Erangel, Miramar, and Sinnock. We've also updated the Hall of Fame on Erangel with special items to commemorate the PGC 2022 winners, so check it out on your next drop. That's it for this quick update. But as always, you can find all the details on these changes and more in the official patch notes. Update 22.2 is here, so find yourself a new FAMAS and get ready to celebrate the glorious 6th anniversary of PUBG. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
You'll have to get used to it, 'cause I do not lose, this what I do, and I am not new to it. I'm on a roll now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down, yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good, you looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. There is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer, I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, bring it on, I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy, I'm as great as ever. Bring it on, bring it on, this is my time and my legacy. When they talk about legends, I bet you they mention me. So you better bow down.
Welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championship. It is time to jump into our lower bracket. Over the last 2 days, you've seen our upper bracket battle it out, and we already have 8 teams in the grand finals. Today, we start the journey to find out which 8 teams will join them. My name is Tech Girl. I'm going to be your host, and joining me on the desk with all that big brain PUBG knowledge, we have Avenger and Saga, ready to share everything they know. Saga, hyped about today. We get a chance to see a whole bunch of new teams battling it out.
Yeah, and there's a few big name teams that just barely missed out when it came to the round of 16 as well. So it's not like we're just bringing in teams to get smashed by those that just missed out. In yesterday's final game in particular, there's a couple that were extremely close, but there's some real contenders that are coming in, joining the lobby today that we'll have to keep an eye on.
Avenger, obviously yesterday it was very close between all the teams. Are you expecting the same through the lower bracket?
For it to come down to the last day, no, I hope we're going to have some explosive stuff from the very get-go, honestly. It's pretty exciting. We're going to have these 8 teams that have already played like some really crazy matches here the day before yesterday and yesterday, and now they're coming in kind of fired up and hot and ready to go, and they're coming in against 8 teams that might not be as ready. They obviously have played their ranks, they have played together, they've played some scrims, they've played some other tournaments, but they've not played in as of a competitive environment as the other guys have. So I'm really interesting to this. It's going to be really interesting to see if the 8 teams from upper bracket or the 8 teams from lower bracket is going to kind of take out head first. There's obviously a lot of faith in the upper bracket teams is going to take a lot of the 8 spots, but yeah, I'm really excited to see whom of our new 8 teams are going to be able to perform here from the get-go.
On your screen right now, of course, is what you can expect today. 6 games of PUBG, another 6 tomorrow before we determine who will be joining those 8 teams in the grand finals. Just before that, you got a chance to see how PEC Spring will work. And now we get to see those teams in the lower bracket. And the one that I want to talk about right off the bat, Avenger, is Polish Power, because of course Fuzzface is back in the roster. And for any PUBG fan, that's got to be exciting, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be super exciting. But I played rank with him today, and it was not looking good. He was solo pushing with shotgun, dying in 1v1s and Pachinki, and I didn't have a lot of faith in him. No, I'm just joking. Obviously, Foss has a lot of experience. He was kind of cheap on the fantasy picks. He actually said he was expecting to be even cheaper. He was like 13, 14K. He was expecting to be like 10. So I think a lot of faith is in him from both from the scene, but also from the other teams that they're playing against today here. So let's see what they're capable of. Obviously, a big change for Polish Power coming in here, speaking English instead of speaking Polish. One roster change from their PGC performance roster last year. Losing Kapi was obviously huge, but Foss has a lot of experience. Might not be as young and mechanically godlike like Kapi is sometimes, but he definitely has a lot of experience and good insights to add to this roster here of Polish Power. And the other guys, obviously, they're coming in strong and know each other super well. But the English change could be a little bit of a shake-up for the Marslik. And Norkis obviously speak a lot of English, no problem. But when it comes to competitive, when you've been used to speaking English versus Polish, like it's gonna be interesting to see how well they're able to push this through.
Saga, you watched the qualifiers. What did Polish Power look like?
To be honest, I heard Martin's description of playing ranked, and I thought he's just describing the Polish Power playstyle, just solo pushing with shotguns. It sounds about normal, but we did actually, if we think back to PCS 7 towards the end of last year, Polish Power had a massive step up in performance, and some of the calls that they were making really getting into solid positions, and now they've got a little bit more of the experience coming through. It's definitely a shift that we might expect to see in playstyle. I still expect them to be the aggressive team that we know from previous performances, but maybe not quite so much when it comes down to the individual 1v1 battles with swapping out Kapi for Fuzzface. It is a bit of a switch up in the roster, but like you say, communication is key, and sometimes we struggle to speak English, so it's definitely something that is worth keeping an eye on for Polish Power as the situation progresses.
If you take a look at your screens right now, of course, it is all competing for the PGC points as the year of competitive PUBG goes down. And that is what these teams want, because they want to secure their spots at the global finals at the end of the year. Saga, any other teams? I mean, we're talking about Polish Power. There's 7 other teams we get to see for the first time today. Which one are you keeping your eye on?
Ooh, just one? I've got a couple. So the big ones really is Exalt and Howl Esports for me. The MEA team that came in once again at the latter end of 2022, had a very, very solid showing and caught the attention of quite a few. And actually, once again, just not to rub it in, but I was the PCS 7 fantasy champion. Ruin did a lot of heavy lifting as well, and he was actually popping off when Howl picked up the runner-up position in Protality as well. So we're expecting big things from Howl, and of course Exalt, another team that did very, very well when it came to PCS 7. Very much a consistent team that picked up a whole lot of placement points and leaned a little bit less into fragging. But as we've seen with teams like Ascend so far, that can definitely work out for you, although it might take a bit of an explosive push right at the very end.
We got a chance there to see how teams can get points on the board, because of course those points will mean that they can get into the top 8, and then they are one step closer to the grand finals where they can get their hands on that sweet, sweet cash money, which is up for grabs. Avenger, same question really. Which teams are you going to be keeping an eye out on today?
There's obviously multiple. We're keeping multiple eyes on the upper bracket teams because there's a lot of expectation for them to come in and perform. But I especially have my eye on Tropic. They had a really rough upper bracket run. I think, as we saw also from the After All denial, there's a lot of teams that had high expectations to them. Maybe even a day 2 comeback, but it just didn't happen. And Naylup had 0 kills in the first 6 games in day 1, which is mind-blowing to me. Like, this is one of the mechanical gods. And he did pick up 7 on day 2, or was it 8 or 9? But yeah, I think they have to come in and really frag out. Also, of course, excited to see Exalt and Howl Ruin. He had 30 kills in 15 games in Brutality. Like, he's absolutely insane. It's really one of the guys I have my eyes on because he's such a mechanically gifted player, and really excited to see him. And also Fairest from Exalt.
Some of the highlights from our upper bracket. We saw some of these teams pop off. It was so close. The top 8 was consistently changing, and it came down to the 12th game to determine that final spot in the top 8. One of the teams that really did well for the most part, they were staying up on the top side of the leaderboard, and unfortunately just not enough Saga to get them through, was MTB Esports. Do you think they'll be able to keep the momentum going now in the lower bracket and potentially qualify for the grand finals?
I think momentum is a tough word to use, unfortunately, for MTB. They had a really strong start, but slowed down dramatically when it came to day number 2. And it's a very rough situation because teams like Twisted Minds, they always have the capability of having a rough day 1 and just switching back on and just dumpstering the lobby in day 2. That's kind of exactly what they did. And MTB was one of the many teams that faltered a little bit when it came down to the points that were just being absorbed by that absolute giant of a team. So MTB, hopefully with the likes of Twisted Minds, I mean, you see him picking up a win in the highlights right there. Hopefully with teams like that already out of the equation, they can go back to their day 1 form and might just sneak in the qualifying positions at the end.
A roster that we spoke about a lot during the upper bracket was, of course, the new one from BBL Esports. So much firing power, Avenger, but not enough firing power to get them into the top 8. Does that change today?
Yeah, for sure. I think if you look at especially fantasy picks and stuff like that, there is not a single team out there, unless you're trolling, that doesn't have a BBL player on their fantasy roster. There's a lot of expectations both in the community and the scene, and also amongst other teams that they're playing against. This is one of the best squads coming in here today. And yeah, after having warmed up, clipped, he said, "Oh, warm up ready, more practice we go." Into lower bracket, and now they're going to be even more ready for the grand final. So I would say, like, it's a miracle against basically BBL that has to happen for them not to qualify here. They're super experienced, insane firepower, and just of what we saw a little bit from them in terms of the upper bracket, really expecting them to come in here swinging for sure. Gonna see 2 or 3 of these guys in the top 5 of kills for sure.
I'm going to play devil's advocate for a moment, Avenger. I mean, we've hyped up the BBL lineup, and like you said, there's a lot of expectation on them, but
yeah,
they couldn't do enough to get into the top 8. So why was that the case?
They started out on their 3 Wrangle games on day 1 just not good enough. Like, they didn't get enough points from that. That was just not acceptable to get 7 points in the 3 first games. You're expecting to see them like 6 points per game average at least. From a roster like that, and then they kind of got the ball rolling a little bit, some good placements, some wins, and then stagnated a little bit. And then of course they had the last game where we were looking at 5 teams that could potentially take the last spot, right? Which is super exciting, or two last spots. And of course, in the case where they could just have won that game, they could just have done that, and then it doesn't come down to the last game. It comes down to the lack of performance in the other games. If you're able to add just one more kill in the rest of the games, they have qualified over Ascent in that case, right? So it's that's really the case, and that's really what I'm looking for from BBL today. I'm looking for that kind of more aggressive playstyle where, sure, if they don't care about the placements, then I want to see them frag out more, like we see Foot did. They were hyper-focused on the kills. They were making sure that they got their points per game locked down because, yeah, they didn't have that many high placement games, but they had some consistent top 8 placements with insane amount of kills added to on top of that, right? So that's really what I'm expecting to see from BBL today. And when they kind of get a potential win served on a silver platter for them, they're going to close it out. They're going to play a little bit more slow because they're clever enough and have enough experience to see when they get that gifted one game, like we saw in Miramar. They're gonna kind of slow it down. We were talking about it as well, Saga and I, during the game. We were like, okay, they know that there's a team that pushed out of that compound. They could have backfilled it. They could have got the kills from that, but they didn't want to risk losing 1 or 2 players.
Yeah.
And that is super obvious in a case like that. They want to make sure they get the 10 points from the win and maybe, add 2-3 more extra kills. So they managed to do that in the Miramar. And that's what we're going to see. The safe games, they're going to continue to play like that. But in the other games, we're going to have to see them frag out more.
Anything to add to that, Saga? I'm fan focusing in right on the BBL because I just know that the community has a lot of expectations for them.
Yeah, I think what we're going to likely see throughout the lower bracket is there will be a bit more of a separation of playstyle. Because if you look towards the top end of the upper bracket, it's teams that not only were picking up kills, but were consistently picking up placements. I would expect when it comes to a lobby like this, you're going to have teams that are consistently placing high, but having less kills, because there's also going to be teams that are consistently just chasing kills on the edge of the zone. And there is one prime suspect for this. If you look at the round of 16 in the open qualifiers, Senya's team, Ding, 36 kills, 0 placement points across the best of 8.
That was crazy.
Not a single one. They were just chasing kills on the edge constantly. And a team like that does just have that random capability of, a team like After All likes to make mad rotations very wide. If it just so happens that Ding is on the same side of zone that After All is looking to enter from, well, Ding might just chase them down and kill them off early, and suddenly it becomes a much more difficult situation for a team like After All to be more consistent. And even, After All, they did try to switch up their playstyle a little bit towards the end. They tried to play more centrally. It didn't quite work out. So you'd expect them to go back more towards what worked for them, but it might not be quite as successful in this lobby due to some of the other teams that are joining in today.
We're going to talk a little bit more about this lower bracket and what you can expect. But first, one of the teams that did make it into the top 8 was Ascend. And just before they started competing, we decided to figure out if their trivia was as good as their in-game play. So we pulled them into the game show, and this is what happened. What's up, gamers? Welcome to We Really Need a Name for the Game Show. I'm the host, Tickle, and today 4 team members are going to face off in a massive fight. Round number 1. Ascend is in the mix. The players are ready to go. For round number 1, it's all about points farming. I'm going to ask you a question. You have 10 seconds to get your answer down. And if you get the answer correct, you have a point. Gents, let's begin. The first question: which team won the PUBG Europe League Phase 1 in 2019? Your timer starts now. We're going to go through the answers right now. Kilya, Genji, I think you might have the wrong region, but it's cool. No points for you. Okay, well, this is a great start. It's 0 all around. The correct answer was Team Liquid. A new question. Which player holds the record for the most kills in a single game of PUBG Esports competition? Your time starts now. And time. Well, this is going really well. So going really well. Break said kickstarts. Chris said Kimber. Kilya said Uber. Mika said Uber. The correct answer is in fact Timber. He had 28 kills in a game during the PEL 2020. Let's move on to the next question. How much damage did the pan used to do in the pre-alpha alpha? And time. Break said 100, and that is in fact technically the correct answer. It's over 100, but you know what? I'm the host, so I get to decide. Breaks, you get a point. Well done.
Nice.
Next question. What is the name of the player character in PUBG? And time. Chris said that the correct answer is Gustav. That is not correct. I actually gave you the answer in the question because I'm trying really hard to help you get some points. The player character in PUBG is simply referred to as the player or the survivor. Next question. This is not an easy one. I'm so sorry. What is the name of the map that was temporarily added to PUBG on PC in April 2018 and featured a smaller playable area with faster gameplay? Your time is up and everyone is wrong. So it's not Sandhawk. Correct answer was Savage. So this is going well. This is going very well. Final question in round one, and I think we're on a whole 1 point. One of you has to get this right. What is the top speed for a buggy? And that's time. The correct answer is 100 kilometers per hour.
I was closest, my point.
We're so bad.
I mean, I don't know about being close because the idea is to get the answer correct. But here we go. We're now waiting. Let's figure out what the points are standing at after round number one. This is fun. This was a ton of fun. I enjoyed this. Right. We have the list after round number one. I can confirm that a whole 1 point was earned. Breaks currently has 1 point. Everyone else is on 0. Maybe Ascend will be a bit better in round number 2. If you're watching and you're confused, Ansvar was the quizmaster. He prepared all the questions and answers. So
right.
I just do what I'm told, and Ansvar should take all the blame.
Brexco was right.
It's fine, but also it's more fun just to make them feel, you sometimes you gotta put like pro players in their place and just make them come down to earth and be humble. That's
fine. That's fine. I feel bad for Brexco though. He was right because he was there. He was getting slaughtered by them. Team Liquid won the kickoff cup and ends one phase 1.
I think what's important though is that by humbling them and making them think that they knew nothing about PUBG, they trained and look, they were in the top 8. So in a way, I helped Ascend and I should get a percentage of their coaching fees. Anyway, moving on.
We should write to Kovo for that.
Yeah, definitely. Hit him up.
I mean, I'm just getting all the L's today, so we might as well pull up the Twire leaderboard from the upper bracket yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
What a fun time. It started off really well. Look how exciting. One, Kylaris and Avenger colluded and cheated and put the same team up.
That's not true.
Saga just once again is on. Saga, have you ever lost it?
He also picked multiple players. He chose Global Army.
Whoa.
Not yet.
That is
Avenger. We're getting there. I will call this. I'm fair like that. But Saga, have you ever lost a fantasy?
So, define lost, because there was one time where we did this whole talent leaderboard where I came 6th overall in APEC, but Paper Thin got 4th. The little bald man absolutely snuck in there, and that broke me. That's not even his region, so it felt like a loss, but I still did get like G coins as a reward. So
okay, so you have
overall,
lost
it's a dub.
before.
So.
He is not a god. He can be defeated. It is time, though, of course, none of this matters. We're going right back to 0. That's what's happening. And there's going to be some issues because I have had a sneaky peek at some of the selections here, and we've had a conversation about this before. Double dipping, if you play Fantasy League, double dipping is just not cool. No one likes it. Everyone thinks it's unfair. And what I mean by double dipping is when you choose 2 players from the same team. Avenger, we are in agreement. People need to be removed from the competition if they're double dipping.
No, not removed, just, unethically not counted in. No, I think it's fine. It was a change that actually came from last year. Now that they added a sub player, right? So now you're able to put in but it should only be, you should only be allowed to pick 2 if one of the players is a sub player. And this is something that Kovo also suggested himself, but he also double dipped and picked 2 main lineup players from BBL, like the little dirty cheater he is.
You're not allowed to sub them in?
No, you can blame the game, right, and not the player, and that's completely fine. We will just outplay you by not picking 2 from the same team. But a lot have picked 2 players from BBL, Sam, of course.
Of course, I mean, Saga did it, and Toby, who we've called out before for double dipping, has picked 2 players from BBL. If you're watching and you did that, it's not cool. Try and mix up the rosters, be different. We're simply going to ignore Saga and Toby's scores as we move through, so there's actually a chance I might not come last. How exciting.
Nice.
And hopefully Kylaris and Avenger have not colluded. I know no one cares about our fantasy teams though, so let's move on, chatting specifically about what we're about to see. Is it going to be a relatively slow-paced game to start, Avenger, everyone finding their feet?
No, I don't think so. I think we're going to definitely see, 6-7 teams that's going to be coming out super aggressive from the get-go, especially the teams from the upper bracket and some of the casually aggressive teams from our lower bracket that's just coming in now. As we were talking about before, excited to see how Senya and the boys, they play. Senya is very known for kind of inventing this super slow play style, hard holding on to the edge as long as definitely possible. Since 2018, 2019, had high amounts of success when the center meta was really heavy. But it's not working as well now, and that's probably why we're seeing them in lower bracket. But they're definitely going to be sweeping a lot of the edges, and we're going to see a lot of fights with them on the edge. So if you want to avoid him and Sale and the boys, they are really mechanically good at the game still. So they should be worried if you run into them, because you're going to see the full force swinging there from Ding. Or ding, if you want to say it that way.
There we go. We know how Avenge is going to be calling out that team for the rest of the broadcast. We also, of course, want to hear from you. So we'd love it if you could tell us who your favorite team is in the competition. And we've got so many prizes up for grabs. So if you want to win something rad, head on over to Twitter. Make sure you tell us who your favorite team is at PUBG Esports and use the hashtag PEC Spring. You can, of course, mention any team that you've seen over the course of the last 2 days, or one of the teams that you're going to see today. That would be fun if you add it to the mix. And while you're on Twitter, why don't you engage with the PUBG Esports Twitter account, because Eliza is there. She's taken over the Twitter accounts, and of course, if you watch PUBG on Twitch, you've seen her before. You can chat to her. She's got some insight. She's got some cool interviews with players. So get involved in the breaks. It's tons of fun, and it's a really great way to learn a little bit more about the players you're watching. And now, Saga, I know how much you love these questions, so I think I'm going to end the pre-show with this one. Is this going to be a situation where the teams that came from the upper brackets simply dominate this lobby and go through to the grand finals, or do you think there's a potential space for some of those other teams to find themselves a spot?
I would say certain teams from the upper bracket we definitely expect to dominate. If Entropic show up, and remember that they're actually a pretty good team, if BBL show up in the form that we know they're capable of, then yes, we would very much expect that. I would like to, once again, I've got Global Army in my fantasy team, okay? But I would like to see Sarvum continue some of the form that we saw throughout the upper bracket, where they were taking the fight cleanly against Na'Vi. But there is one major issue that may come up, and that is the fact that one of the open qualifier teams, the team whose name was just a bunch of numbers, is also looking to encroach on the drop spots in the center of the map. Pachinki Picado may well be contested, so that's something that we have to keep an eye out for. Not 100% sure whether that will be happening, but there has been some rumors flying about, so we might actually get some action earlier than we anticipate.
It's time to jump into the first game, and of course I think it's important before we head over to the casters. Toby is quite upset about me changing the rules for Fantasy League. So Kylaris, I mean, are you in agreement with Avenger and I? Double dipping is a no-no?
Absolutely, I am. Toby, I'll give you a chance to rebuttal, but you've got a hard time defending this one, mate.
I don't need to defend it. They changed the rules. I'm playing by the rules.
They did, but they're wrong.
Simple. It's that simple. It's that simple.
Okay, we have got ourselves the bloodbath that's about to begin here between these 16 teams to try and qualify for that top 8. It is 2 days of gameplay. It is 6 games a day. And actually, to that point that Saga was mentioning about good old jumble of numbers, there is potential that they're going to be going elsewhere from that middle spot. So we'll see if that does come to fruition. But, you know, I also wouldn't mind, Toby, if we had Pachinki Mayhem.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that would just add to the chaos. I feel like the circle added the majority of the chaos to our upper bracket matches, but even with that, we usually say that the more established a lobby is, the less of this kind of Wild West carnage we tend to see. Even with some of the established team we had in upper bracket, there was still plenty of chaos going on. So if any of that kind of transfers over to lower bracket, I'm in for we are, I should say, in for a very joyous, chaotic set of 2 days in.
And a few teams, especially after that last game yesterday, BBL, MTB, they are going to be ruining the day. Just slight things go differently in that game. Of course, Ascend, I mean, regardless of what would have happened elsewhere, Ascend won the game, which was miraculous and amazing. But yeah, they were just a few points shy after what would have been an adrenaline-filled moment, or few moments in that last game.
It's so entertaining, and I came to think about it after we were done with yesterday's games. Very few, I mean, I do obviously have a kind of special passion for PUBG, but very few other games or any sorts of entertainment can get me so excited about a 8th place finish that technically doesn't really, I mean, it does matter because you want to go through the grand finals, but doesn't really eliminate anyone. Like, that's how important it was, but in terms of the game, in terms of the excitement of the situation, it was like, it might as well have been a global championship grand finals, because it was just that close.
Yeah, I felt anxious for the last, 15 minutes when you're
exactly.
You're kind of on the edge of your seat, knowing that at any point, either of these teams that really needs quite a lot of points, would go out just from a grenade going awry, just from a slight peak and being knocked in some of those windows. But yeah, for them, they are going to be coming in today quite hot, quite feisty, I can only imagine, especially as the talk is BBL. You look at that roster, you see how talented they are. In a lobby like this, they should be putting up big numbers, Toby.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like one of the things that I don't want to say held BBL back in the upper bracket, because they still played fairly decent in the good games that they had, but the good games were also the ones where they didn't run into FUT Esports. How many times? I don't know if it's the social media managers that are from FUT and BBL that just agreed, let's have them meet a lot so we can get some social media presence, because they were very active in doing so. BBL and FUT were fighting, or at least rotating side by side every single game. That kind of weight is now off the shoulders of BBL, and I think that means that they're going to feel more maybe entitled to certain areas of the map where before they were playing it a bit more cautious.
All right, let's do it. It's game number 1 of the lower bracket here. First of 12 between all of these teams to find out who is finally going to move on to that final round. And we have a playing path here that's not going to allow everybody to go exactly where they want straight away. So we'll keep an eye on this, see how things are going to evolve from here.
Simple playing path to kick things off, unless if you're a hard-committed Saki looting team, which, if that's what you're doing, you got a whole other set of trouble. 2 teams down towards the Sosnovka military island. Polish Power alongside BBL. Seems to me like with the direction they're going, and BBL will be the ones to claim the military base itself. Polish Power opting to stick out to the west. And Matt, after all, call your friend, get him back from the bathroom, whatever he's doing. He needs to get to Lipovka. I don't know what this strat is, but your toilet break is over, mate.
That is quite far away, you know?
Yep.
And what also is quite far away is kind of what we were alluding to when we came to this segment. Ooh, that looks very familiar from yesterday. We have numbers going over towards that kind of Milta Power area. Aces have gone to their backup kind of drop, as they would normally kind of be residing up near Rozhok and that big split that they would be normally going for. So as much as Numbers has had to kind of vacate what is Pachinki right now, they don't have too easy a time with Aces lurking around, looking for some fresh meat.
Yeah, it's always kind of interesting right off the get-go here when you have a lobby of teams who might not have played in this constellation, but also who might not have played each other at all in the in the past, or at least some of the players on here. Because, of course, the lower bracket is a mix of both MEA and EU West qualifying teams. So
Yeah.
a bit of a mix-up of maybe playstyles as well. And then it just makes it even more fun for us when they're landing that close to one another.
Where did Man Nugative go?
He
flew away. Yeah. So he'll come
was
back.
removed from the map. So either we see him drown or he gets back in.
We'll see. Another team that I'm keeping my eyes on, it has to be Polish Power. You know, I've spoken to Marcelek before coming into this. They had a great end to... Oh, yeah, sorry, mate. They had a great end to 2022 overall as a whole. I mean, yes, the PGC didn't quite go the way that they wanted it to, but overall, they qualified for PGC 2022. So that is kind of enough to solidify yourself as a bit of a household name. Yes, there's been changes. And in the qualification process, Marcelek was, and the boys, definitely not happy with their performance. So I can only imagine they've been working quite hard between now and then to be able to rein that back in and get themselves back on the board into that top 8.
For sure. There was a period of time where I would say that, at least in terms of EMEA, talk that Polish Power were kind of the team lingering in the shadow of Entropic, because Polish Power started doing well right when Entropic did as well, but Entropic just started doing that much better. Like they won a PCS event. They were in the top. We talked about it yesterday as well, how they were in parts of 2022 on the cusp of potentially being the ones to take down the giant in NLT at that time. And Polish Power, while they did better than they had, like the climb was steady, they just never put up the same numbers. Whereas to now that Entropic has started, so I don't want to say fallen off, but just they're not on the same high anymore. Polish Power has slowly started, if not overtaking Entropic's kind of spot as a potential top contender. They definitely have gotten things going for themselves, and I'm very curious to see which Polish Power we are going to see here in 23 with us on the roster as well. How is the play style of the team going to change?
And for teams coming across, when you look at this circle, when you look at the playing path, how it went, let's talk bigger picture in this game for a moment. You've got to be careful as the teams coming to Military Island, because there is more likelihood with a plane like that teams like Polish Power did go to their backup drop spots, which they of course have, and therefore bridges, roads going through military, etc., might be a little bit more scary and sketchy. So for all of these teams making their way now to Military Island, yes, they have to get there, and yes, they'll probably get there as swiftly as possible, but there's just that little extra caution because of the playing path that you need to consider.
Exactly. Well, MTB trying to set up for their potential rotation. No face clan here, don't worry. Ain't no one to bridge camp you. It's going to be all right. You can get going.
You'll be doing it right. It was such a shame, really, for them really kind of missing out just by a fraction. Again, if you have to think of any team that was really on the edge of their seats in that last game, it was MTB. They were in that house for so long, trying to defend it against so many people, and really doing such a good job of it up until the very last moment. So a bit of a heartbreaker for them, but it shows that they're able to kind of hang with extremely powerful lobbies and just be on the cusp of that qualification.
And again, I mean, it's a team that's been in the kind of in the PUBG space for a long time, kind of the contender space for a long time, but have never really put up the numbers that some of these top teams, even in the open qualifier space, has. So to see them, as you said, go out and be able to play with quote unquote the big boys, it's great to see more contenders starting to make their way up the leaderboards.
Well, speaking of contenders, that was Exalt that we just bought C. I'm hoping that they're able to do something. I've got a little bit of a soft spot for Exalt. Guys like Fairest, really impressive skills that they have on their side. Full tilt here. Tuppy going to go for a few shots as MTB has transitioned onto the Military Island, but they're just going to be shooed away. Just a little bit of a scout from Metabay and then fall on back.
Yeah, the island pretty quickly getting rather inhabited. Southern side still not taken by anyone just yet, of course. I mean, with there still being this much of the main island in, I mean, it even goes north of Pochinki, right? There is still a very, I don't want to say big chance, but a decent enough chance that you have to keep it in mind that this will swing back north.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were memeing yesterday in terms of there's an 80% chance we go to military on one of those circles where it was like very likely going to be going to military. But this one is that slight bit more north compared to that, right? So definitely an opportunity for this to swing on back for full tilt. And they're going to have to lay their cards on the table for the moment as Killstill gets himself a pickup to start things off. alongside Vixen.
Great start for GD to get things going. Again, it's the smallest thing. It's just one kill kind of being fed to you like that. But again, when you've had a tough set of games in the upper bracket, then coming down here knowing that, we probably could have made it, should have played better, then getting a little kill to begin things here is a good way to, just slowly starting getting the ball rolling in your favor.
And slowly is going to epitomize exactly where we're at for M-Force right now, although they do start taking the fight. MK12 is able to start things off for Rafa. Ribbons will signify everything that's going on there, be able to pick that up. And I think that being this far on the edge, I guess it doesn't matter a whole lot if you're on the north, and then it does swing up to the north because so many teams are going to commit to Military Island. So you still have a lot of room to work with. But if it does go melee, oh boy, you're going to have a rough time.
Yeah, there is still, as much as I said, pretty much everyone's made their way down there. There is still quite a few teams, despite being down in and around Millie Island, that hasn't managed to cross yet. You're seeing Howl doing it now. After all, still looking to find their approach out from the east. And then we have a cluster of 4 teams, Aces, Exalt, Sarvim, and Entropic out towards the west, trying to figure out how they want to do it. Not to mention M-Force up by Pachinki and Kitchen and Ding actually all the way up by, Ruins. So they have got a journey ahead of them too.
I'd like to see good old Kitchen do something too. It's good old Squeaky, One of the names that's proliferated through EMEA, PUBG Esports since the dawn of time. And now it's very weird seeing him without an ENTS tag. But that's the world we live in. And here with the Kitchen squad, they managed to get through quite, I would say, quietly through the qualifiers. I'm hoping to see them maybe get even quietly into the top 8. I think it will be a stretch, though. It's definitely a very, very new roster. Kind of like unrefined roster, I want to say, at the moment.
Well, there's a place to make a name for yourself, regardless of whether you're Squeaky, who's kind of already done that, or the 3 other players in the team. As a unit, this is the way you want to do it. Show the world that you can make top 8 here, and who knows, maybe get a good performance in the grand finals, too.
Won't be too bad. Here's Howl. A lot of hopes for them, considering that they have got some big players. Guys like Ruin, for example, whenever we've watched Howl in the past, me and Martin have spoken to each other multiple times on this. I believe Ruin's a guy that could easily be picked up by one of the bigger names and fit in really, really well. But still sticking with Howl, showing a lot of loyalty there, and taking this team with him. There's still a lot of skill aside from Ruin on that team, of course. Just for me, really is the standout.
Exactly. And from one OG in Squeaky to another in Senya from Ding. Scouting forward, trying to see what's available down below. Sat all the way still up on Everest, trying to make sure that his team can rotate further towards the south. In the meantime, Circle, down towards the island we go. There's still around 7.5% chance that this circle could still go north.
Specific.
Very, very specific, correct numbers. But no, this is pretty much guaranteed south side, and I think the teams are going to play off of that expectation as well.
Yeah, I'm going to go with lower than 7.5.
Probably more like 2.3.
Oh, yes. The 0.3 really makes it. Quad 2 here, actually find themselves in a position that I feel like they wanted to go yesterday in a similar circle, but just couldn't quite make proper landfall. But now they've got a lot of room for them to work with. They technically will be able to transition in from that west side. And after Alt now looking to cross on over if they can. But when they do make the cross, there's still threats that lie, even just, never mind, on both sides of the channel, really.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to me. Seeing it now, 7 teams have still yet to cross on over. No one is even looking towards the East Bridge. There's a massive cluster of teams out towards that west side, and honestly, if they don't start moving soon, because after all, now going back towards the east, if they don't start making their way soon, this is going to be a death booth for all of them.
I mean, if you look at the map at the moment, I feel like Kitchen is in sauna break or something like that. They're not moving over by Quarry. So I think they probably need to get a boot on. Okay, they've got their cars.
They have Squeaky on their team. They eat blue for breakfast. They don't
I guess.
Hurry.
Yeah, I suppose. But then there's going to be like 3 barrier teams in your way. So
yeah, true.
They'll be eating bullets, never mind blue.
Exactly. Well, Sail might be one to eat bullets now. Squeaky, speaking of the man, spotting one ahead of him. But of course now shots being fired from Get Drugs down behind as well. So Kitchen, do you want to play rodeo in the fields here? Do you want to get out of it? Because it seems like it's attracting a lot of attention from the rest of the Ding players.
Not too bad shots. So it's trying to go for the chase. This is actually like proper Mad Max stuff here. Sale actually also turning around on this, getting moused quite quickly. Squeaky and Lito, though, picking up 2. Senya takes out Squeaky. Will they be able to finish this off? This is just such a mad dash of a fight. Maybe both teams have kind of resided to themselves as, okay, it's going to be difficult to get to military. Let's just go for kills.
Well, that's what they're doing right now. It seems like both teams are committing at least as much as they can, and the victors will be Ding.
Oh,
Kitchen
dear.
out early here of game number 1.
I guess we have to pronounce it Kitchen, because it does have a question mark at the end, so... But I'm not going to do that the whole day. That sounds awful.
It's the question mark academy team.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
They make the food for the other question mark players.
I like it. I like it a lot. They don't.
I would not assume so. After all, well, they have gone to the East Bridge. Not only that, they've also opted to take a boat to cross. Can't be too safe on the transition here. So the worst thing for them right now would be if this next circle shifts west, because obviously one of the issues with crossing on boat is that you're going to have to try and see if you can find a car coming on the other side. And seeing how many people went early towards the East Bridge, I don't think there's going to be any vehicles around there available.
No, this is going to be rough. Very rough indeed. And now we're eliminating even more terrain that these teams can play with that. So this is basically a 50-50 split. 50% non-playable very soon, if you include the land up towards the top as well, because that's not going to get you a win. And then 50% to the bottom that is playable. Aces, though, has made landfall. They have got in. And not much cover to work with. So if they do get spotted out, this isn't going to be too pretty, but there's a little bit of room. They've come in at just the right position, I feel, between GDE and Polish Power.
Yeah,
for the moment.
Might just be able to make their way further forward here. Again, have to get off the beach as fast as they can, though, because you do not want to get caught in the middle. That's the worst thing you ever see, when they start running up and someone just starts shooting from the beach. You go, what are you doing? They hadn't seen you. Just keep running, even though there's a free kill in the open, because you will be the next to fall. Speak of next to fall, Howl, Matt dash through the middle, be able to get to the other side, but now 4 in and around 1 shack. Not optimal positioning yet.
Amdar with the opener. Metabay actually taking out some of the members from numbers over the other side of this. Exalt made a mad dash on through here. You can just see it in the distance from quad 2 there wasn't much hold off from them. Norkis on quad 2 though, from that compound that they have. They have full control of that compound. It's a large one and it will afford them some liberties. But looks like Zelpui will be able to get him up.
Yeah, try and see if you can buy some time for your teammates as to get that resin up. Issue is, Entropic is coming in from the south, so while Quad 2 might not know yet, they will soon find out that the time they're spending up on that hillside could be too dead for them.
Definitely so. As I'm looking at the map as well, there is a world whilst we watch some of these fights go down where M-Force could get the spring on some of the teams that are not necessarily looking straight towards the beach right now, because they're starting, the conflict is beginning in the middle of this circle. And that actually might afford some of these teams still trying to come in on the beach a little bit of respite. As we look there on the right-hand side, them slowly coming in. But that said, Iceboy does see, I think, Ribbons way in the distance. So they're still keeping slight tabs on them.
Yeah, trying to make their way on over in the meantime is M-Force. And here's that Ribbons trying to... I think, the best idea for him is to sit up on the hill there to just make sure that he can, to some extent, give them a direction to go in. In the meantime, now Quad 2 down towards the south, trying to hold out Entropic. They have the circle in their favor, and it's really up to Entropic here to determine, do we want to take this fight running into them in compounds, or do we try and back out and go east? And now, worse to where, after all, is actually coming in behind all of this.
Yeah, would love to see maybe a bailout from Entropic here and go around the right-hand side. But here we have Voldemort going up against Ding, and unfortunately falls for his troubles. They're on the bridge. I feel like that's never the best place to be in. Yeah. You got to get across somehow, some way, and then find yourself a spot there. Getting caught in the middle of this is a disaster zone.
Really is. Speaking of disaster zone, could be the case of Himmen if he doesn't spot Medibay out. Circle shifts away from water. To be expected. Himmen trying to get healed on up. Doesn't happen. Numbers fall in 15.
Rough. That was not a dog noise. That was just me saying rough twice, Toby. Just so you...
Okay, I mean, you never know with you. You'll sneak in a moo every now and again.
No, that was you yesterday. I'm sure of it. It was me with the apparent meow. But anyway, we'll keep going.
Yeah.
GDE is going to need some kind of saving because right now M-Force has managed to make the move up. I do feel like it's kind of what I was talking about before in terms of the fighting going on and that kind of being a multi-distraction for GDE. For GDE, the ideal scenario was M-Force coming up much earlier than this, but M-Force came up at just the right time as that fighting began and now has found themselves room.
Exactly, and as you're saying this after all, I mean, not only do they have one player DC right off the get-go, but coming in late, now trying to backfill Quad 2 and Entropic's fight, but Entropic backed off, and Quad 2 are just there, ready and waiting. So after all, down to just one player. While they have made their way into the circle, not the way that they would want to start off the day here after a day yesterday.
Ding slowly coming across the bridge as well. It's going to be ding dong bye soon if they get caught out by Saab. I'm still at the other side of that bridge, but Michael puts the boot in against Entropic. They are down. Not the best start from them. And honestly, we need a good start from Entropic. They need to put the pedal to the metal in a lobby like this where you're considering them one of the best teams in EMEA of 2022. You can't be letting these teams run over you here in the lower bracket.
Exactly. A rather confrontation-free early part of the game too, for them as well. They came in from the west side, a little slow, sure, but they came in from the west side, kind of usual timing for them. Take a boat across, get some vehicles, trying to make the run on up in the end there as well, but just couldn't really, as if, I mean, that's what scares me the most. We talked about it yesterday, the more passive Entropic when we saw them drive past the potential compound crash on Miramar. The Entropic that I know and remember is the one that will just pull up on you and take a fight and dominate you. Here we now see them kind of back off from fights 3 times and then a bit just fall apart.
Yeah, it's like they've lost a bit of their identity to a degree so far. But I mean, there's still many games. We can see how that continues on Global Army, though. Not lost any of his identity. 600 men come across the fields and are able to take out just little lonely Syndax there for the moment. So Quad 2, got to move away.
His Smurf account is called the Riders of Rohan.
What a gamer. What a gamer.
What a gamer. Mort, in the meantime, trying to play a bit of a spoiler down below. Hopefully, if he plays his hand right, the Saban players will try and make a wrap down in his direction, and then he can peek up from behind the tree, find 1, maybe 2, and then allow for his team to do the rest. But he peeks out from behind, doesn't spot it. Baron doesn't see anything, but now, too little too late. Mort pulled the trigger too early, and the Global Army swings again.
Can't peek against the Baron of Peaks, mate. Here he is. He's ready to go. CC Inex, though, goes down to Crunio. Crunio and the boys are coming across the hill from the north. This could sandwich Sarvam quite aggressively here. They now have to take out Quad 2 and then get moving round, kind of move away from where Polish Power is, find some cover, and maybe then try and take that engagement again.
Yep. Polish Power, they've been kind of holding their fire for a while now, Fuss. Seeing the flush come through. I was going to say, what are they opting to do off of this? Now they know one fight is done. Are they here fast enough to try and collapse on Quad 2, or do they play the inside of the circle instead? It seems like with the way they're positioned right now, that they're wanting to wrap around, but Marsalek, well, he ain't going to sit around and wait. Double tap in the air, filter down, and that should be a flush to follow. Indeed it is. Just one left alive for Quad 2.
I promise you, Marsalek is a mad Marsalek coming into this one. They did not like how they performed in the qualification up to this, so they're going to be looking for blood. That's 1 for Marsalek. Start things off for Polish Power. It's been pretty quiet for them for the moment, but after coming out from that compound, they knew the direction that they wanted to come into this circle specifically, and that was using these hills, seizing it away from their opponents, and it's going to give them a nice purchase on anybody else moving forwards as they take the fight with Exalt.
Yep. That 8 could have been a team elimination had it not been cooked for as long as it was. UMP ain't gonna do you many favors, Ferris. That distance, Marsalek. Tap, 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 tap away, finds a double. 3rd kill for Polish Power as they continue wrapping their way around the east side here.
All right, just a little fallback there for the moment for Fuzz, get himself healed back up, and then you just got to really deal with some of maybe the solos that are lurking around you. Michael still looking towards Quad 2. Zelpui here, not destined for this wall for too much longer, I would imagine, as Michael is definitely on the hunt here and spots him out.
Yep. Easy peasy for BBL. Finding kills again. Here as well, Michael. 3rd one already. Fuzz face on the hillside. Does not go for the shot. Instantly, and wise decision in that because MTB holding up BBL from the other side.
BBL, though, I think they're really on the warpath. Clib for 2. Will he get more? because this is, we said it at the beginning, the Death said it too, this is BBL's lobby to dominate. Now, how much can they put in against the rest of these teams? These players, we've seen them at the very heights of PUBG. So this is a great opportunity for them to be able to flex, get some confidence back on board. Fate, though, takes out Polka Turkin.
Yeah, few points coming your way from the start of the day. Ain't gonna be the worst thing in the world, even if it's a game that hasn't gone the way you wanted it to for Exalt, with one player left alive to at least get a few kills here, and maybe as we find our way into 9 teams alive, get some placement points too.
There's teams in the center. Still feel like M-Force is my wild card, though. I liked how they approached the beach just the right time. They were able to seize that away for the most part from GDE, but there's still a lot of work to do. Getting onto that circle and then being able to negate some of the shots that are going to be coming at you from the high ground will be difficult. Aces is... I felt like they all bounced their guns up and down at the same time then. Are they performing some kind of ritual? Hopefully it's not an after-alt ritual.
Getting ready to... please,
no! No!
You're inside the circle, you have 4 alive, and then you go, oh, wait. Oh, no, they only have 3. They only have 3, so it's a whole other story.
Okay.
Aimel, in the meantime, healing on up. Again, placement points has been found, so we'll see if he can grab some more, trying to stay put for as long as he can. The issue is, as you can see as well, all of Polish Power is waiting him to run further forward, and right now, he can't go anywhere.
How many meds did Aimlol have during all of this? He's been out there for a while, but anyway, as you can see, that line of sight is exactly what I was referring to before. M-Force is going to be in a lot of... Oh, okay, never mind, you don't have any more meds, mate. Aimlol is down, but actually surviving to the 8th place, not that bad for Ding, considering they were scrambling.
Yeah, Urban's taken out as well. As M-Force are in trouble. A little bit of help coming along the way, though, as Samuelson falls down to Escaption?
Escapation. No, I don't.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
That's your version of it. I'll give you that. In the meantime, I mean, for Polish Power, they came up on this hill kind of late. I mean, intentionally a little late, opting to go for the third party. They never really had to take that third party. Then they force everyone further east, and now they can kind of just sit back and watch all those teams they've sheep-herded east fight one another. So perfect positioning. Polish Power to now spread out and start third partying once more.
Yeah, definitely. For BBL and Polish Power, they are looking at this game as a top 2 for both of them, and then they'll have a 4v4. That's how both of these teams are looking at it right now. There's not too much incentive for both of those teams to really shoot at one another at the moment. You clean up everything in the north, and then you have that mega brawl at the end to find out who's going to assert dominance.
Exactly. Aces still sat at 0 kills inside a shack. With all the players having been dealt with on the shoreline, I'm surprised they haven't sent at least just one out to try and play behind the shack to get some more in for PPL. I mean, we talked about them wanting to come up to a good start. 10 kills, 0 deaths on their side so far. They are here to show the world that they shouldn't have been in the first place.
Definitely. It's got to be a showstopper from them here against across the next 2 days, and so far so good. The opening act looking really, really clean, but still, Polish Power does have exactly what it says in their name. Quite a few poles and a lot of power going into these last few circles. But Aces is maybe the ace up the sleeve, I suppose. I don't think they'll get much done from the shack, but they could shoot at something when they come out and then die.
Good. Never forget about the snakes here too, Rafa. Trying to deal with Rusterman. Not going to happen. It will come through. That's a rip to my fantasy team. But happens nonetheless. Rafa able to claim 1 more point before he goes down.
I have Rustamar as well, I must admit. But yes, with him going down, it's such a shame, because, I mean, just if they had found the angle on the M-Force player just a little bit earlier, been able to potentially get Rustamar up, it could have been a whole different story. But that right now puts the onus on Polish Power to have the numbers advantage going up against a very strong BBL still.
This is actually kind of interesting, because Aces are still inside the circle. You can see them trying to put themselves off now, but BBL can't play. I mean, if in a perfect world, BBL and Polish Power just sat back and waited for Aces to have to move next circle. BBL will be so close to Polish Power by the end of the circle that they can't wait around. If Aces play their hand fight, they just sit back. If they hold on to those pocket rockets, they sit back and they wait for these two teams to fight.
Yeah, there's definitely still a little bit of room here for them since the circles worked out nicely. Safo?
That's also an option.
They could do that, yeah. I mean, the thing is that when BBL and Polish Power are moving around to try and jostle for position against one another, that sometimes will then open up the angle for Aces to be like, oh, look, a headshot. Oh, a little bit of a body shot there, as you're going a little bit too far left, a little bit too far right, depending on the perspective that you're looking at this fight on. So they're going to be very careful. Aces not down and out just yet, despite being clustered.
They are the mosquito flying around in the bottom ring while they're fighting. They sat there, tapping away while they're trying to make a move. And that mosquito sure can sting, because one falls, two falls. As Hamda finds the second. They ain't letting these teams take it to their own hands. The issue is, if they deal with Polish Power completely before having made a move, there's no way, or at least should be no way, that BBL allows for Aces to leave that shack. So maybe you're gonna leave some alive for Polish Power to fight.
Yeah, this is the most deadly shack play I've seen in a long time, but the reverse of. Normally it's just them getting naded and pinned in and destroyed, but they've really bided their time thanks to the fact that it's just barely still in the circle. Only 11 shots on his MK12 though. So use them wisely.
Oh, circle. Oh, are they in still? No, just exactly not. Out by a meter or two, meaning they have to make a move. They do have smoke still, so they could try and make a run across, but smart play by PBL to back off. But once again, if Aces, because they will be the last team to have to move here because they're just that much closer to the circle, so it will move slower on their side. BBL will be the first ones to have to go forward, and they will become, you can see they're looking for the shack now. They want to go down and play. The issue is they haven't had a chance to clear it yet. They don't know if there's a snake set inside.
Yeah.
So Polish Power will get the angle eventually. Aces, again, should just sit back and wait.
And I will say, for Polish Power and BBL, this is a very frustrating scenario to be in, because those two teams probably feel like they've played this game excellently, controlling high ground, sweeping, being able to take out teams here, there, and everywhere. They are being stumbled right now by a team that's sat in a shack for a while. Admittedly, a lot of people can shoot in this game, and Aces is certainly very capable of doing that, clearly. But now that they've had to remove, they've come out of the shack, this is the opportunity for the other teams. But here come the nades, moving forward. That was a wave of nades. Smash, though, is going to be able to shut down Bad Boy. And that's some of these bigger teams saying, nuh-uh, you ain't taking this, Aces.
Exactly. But while saying so, also kind of backing off, I think PBL is starting to understand that, you know what? This is a perfect third-party opportunity for us. Clip with the nade up down. Actually able to find one below. Should have eyes on Norkis as well. Yes, he will. Thank you, Aces, doing the damage we didn't really want to have to do. But having said that, Aces turn on BBL as well. They are fighting everything. They will fall in the end of it, but oh my lord, what a valiant effort of trying to claim as many points as possible here.
It's up to the wily veteran Fuzzface to try and shut this down, as BBL is in a pretty strong position against them. 2v1 at the moment. Fuzzface looking for an opportunity. Can't find it. Michael has to dip on back, get himself healed up. Smashes as well. This will give Fuzzface a moment of reprieve. He's healed up too, but still 2v1, and they know where he is.
Exactly. Set down below. Clip falls to the demise of a lot of people's fantasy teams, I would assume. Because he's not going to give you those extra points for winning the game.
That is true. Still, the peaks are coming in, trying to shut down Norkis as well. But Fuzzface, low on health, being peppered here or there. Smash finishes Norkis. It's all on Fuzz. It's all on the Ginger Beard himself.
Michael, almost 800 damage this game. Again, just a testament to the fact that BBL came out swinging right from the start.
There it is.
Fuzzface ain't going to let that point go over. They know it's going to be a team they're going to be trying to deal with further down the line, so no reason to give any freebies away in a situation like that. 14 kills, James, for BBL here.
Yeah, they came out exactly as we'd hoped, getting a boatload of kills, controlling a boatload of space, and being able to shut down a boatload of teams. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. Here, BBL takes the first win here in the lower bracket.
A new assault rifle, some balance adjustments to old favorites, and a few terrain changes to Destined. All this and more as we dive into the Update 22.2 patch report. First up, a popular new French assault rifle is hitting the Battlegrounds. The FAMAS is a 5.56 AR capable of single fire, burst, and full auto. You won't find this new weapon among normal loot, however. So check care packages and other special areas where powerful weapons spawn. We're also giving a couple tried and true ARs some balance adjustments, with the AUG, M416, M16, and the Mutant all receiving a few changes. Check out the patch notes for full details on these. Also, with the introduction of the FAMAS, the AUG will now spawn among normal Battlegrounds loot. Destin is also getting a few changes, with the addition of several hills between Barcliff and Tarita, to aid players making the long and perilous trek. There's also a new dirt track south of San Carlo, to break up sightlines a bit and add some more interesting flavor to that area. And since the PUBG 6th anniversary is fast approaching, we're also putting up some festive decorations around Erangel, Miramar, and Sanaa. We've also updated the Hall of Fame on Erangel with special items to commemorate the PGC 2022 winners, so check it out on your next drop. That's it for this quick update. But as always, you can find all the details of these changes and more in the official patch notes. Update 22.2 is here, so find yourself a new FAMAS and get ready to celebrate the glorious 6th anniversary of PUBG. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The first game of our lower bracket here at PEC Spring is complete. And what did you think of that game, Avenger?
I obviously love the game. I love to see when we are hyping up BBL, we're coming into a case where it's looking like they're going to dominate and they just show up. Also, loving what I'm seeing from Polish Power here. They had some kind of strong pushes in a situation, and you can see Marslake is on fire. He comes on, he just basically sprays the mini and takes a lot of fights against teams that he just doesn't want to show any respect to, like Exalt here. So it's good to see. A lot of kills for him and Norkis. Fortunately, my captain on BBL, Clip, died and threw away a lot of points for me. I didn't like that, though.
We can talk about Fantasy League. I took Marslick out of my team 5 minutes before we started and put first base in. So, yeah, I mean, I'm regretting life right now. But, Saga, you had a chance to see a lot of these teams. Did this pan out the way you were expecting it in this first game?
I think it's very fair to say that in terms of the teams that came out more or less on top points-wise, definitely what we were expecting to see. BBL taking a really solid 2-2 split on phase 1, enjoying seeing a P2 shift that had a good position at the top of the North Sosnovka hilltop, and Polish Power as well in the compound just to the eastern side of the bridge. And as soon as it started to condense down into that area, it seemed like there was a bit of a housing crisis on Northwest Sosnovka, where the demand far outweighed the supply. You had people sharing condos in like little shacks, all 3 people. There's not even a bathroom in there. That's crazy. But Aces, I mean, you know, they slugged it out for a very long time, got up to the very late stages of the game and looked as though they were going to have a pretty solid impact on the way that the end game fight between BBL and Polish Power was going to go. They did pick up and knock a couple of kill points in the end, a single kill point rather, but really they weren't able to have all that much impact when it came down to BBL taking the win in the end.
This is going to be a bit of a sassy one, but I am going to call them out because, I mean, it is only the first game, but I'm just really concerned about Entropic Avenger. This is a team that for most of last year we hyped up. We've seen them perform. They struggled in the upper bracket and now obviously coming in, not a great first game. Is there something going on there that we don't know about, or are they just having that unlucky circles, a couple of unlucky plays? Do you think that they'll be able to find their rhythm?
If you think you're going to be hard on them, imagine me having Naileb as one of my fantasy picks. No, away from that, I want to say this, though. They're in a situation where they're coming in from the southern side. They're taking on Q2, a team that they should take on quite easily and win, in most cases, quite easily. They didn't have too much stress. They had a high ground position. They had all the advantage. But they're taking 1v1s. They shouldn't be. They're not taking advantage of being multiple players. They're not taking 2 versus 1s. They're not taking kind of smart plays and kind of leaping ahead of them inside the circle. So yeah, again, it is just game number 1. So let's see what they take away from this one here and go into the next couple of months. It's a military game. It's kind of a special one. We're expecting 1 or 2 of those to happen here throughout the next day and tomorrow as well. So yeah, let's see what they're able to kind of jump onto the horse and and jump into this, because if Entropic doesn't make top 8 in lower bracket, there's something seriously wrong.
I mean, you brought it up there. We did have, Saga, some quirky circles to start the day. So do you think, obviously, as things settle, and I mean, you never know with PUBG, it could be quirky every single game, but maybe as things settle, we'll possibly see some changes on the leaderboard as we go along?
Yeah, I think there was a lot that played into the drop spots coming in. The teams that were early onto the military island will benefit, as they so often do on a zone like that. Not the first time we've started off with an island circle, but still a significantly bigger one than we had in the round of 16. But as Martin said, this was a special game because this is the first placement point for Ding since before the round of 16 started. So well done, really, to AimLol for surviving into the top 8. It didn't look good in the way that they were taking the fights in the fields, and then the bridge camp attempt on Sarvum. But, you know, they managed to get on the board. That's something to go for. But I very much expect that we probably won't be seeing back-to-back military circles, probably, but I wouldn't be all too surprised to see back-to-back Ding fighting people in the blue phase 1 anyway.
Toby's favorite thing is military circles, so back-to-back military circles will make him very happy. Talking about Toby, I think it's time to get into our second game with him and Kylaris.
That's right. In a twist of fate, we've got ourselves back-to-back Toby as well. Toby, I'll ask you the same question I asked you in the previous game. So we've got back-to-back questions. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you, buddy?
I'm here. We've got ourselves another Erangel on the way to get things in. I'm just, yesterday I said I'm an optimist. I lied. I'm a total pessimist. That's why I'm just here, existing.
He is.
Yeah.
Have you prepped any more animal sounds for this next game?
No, although normally what I do is I say, oh no, I can't say, device, what does a whale sound like? And then it goes, things like that. And I really get a kick out of that quite a lot. Anyway, have you never done that before?
No.
You can ask it like what an earthworm sounds like, and it goes like a little scratching noises. I'm like, it's just an earthworm. It doesn't sound like anything. Shut up. Anyway, let's get into the game. It's game number 2. And it's a good playing path.
In any case, PUBG on your screens as we take to the battlefield once more. I do agree with Sam to some extent that I like military circles. Are they my favorite circles? No. My favorite circle is the one yet to come. It's the Saki and Ding game. We're so close. I feel like to have it yesterday. It didn't happen, but someday, mark my words, now that I've had the island ending on Miramar, someday, I believe in the Saki ending in PUBG Esports as well. We've been so close so many times, but never there.
You say we're so close. We're not. But
yeah, I said we have been close. I've been in like the field just on the southern, like across the north side road to Sagi a couple of times already. That's close, but never actually in the city.
We see that road and compound north of North George, I guess. But you know what? Just to spite you, we couldn't be any further away from Zaki. All right?
Like we're ending east of Milta Power now, out on the tip out there. No, it's probably not going to happen. In any case, what does happen is that a hell of a lot of teams are going to have to make their way out east. And the way that we saw it go down when we had a similar circle in the qualifier stage, round of 16, was that a lot of the teams that would normally go in early, James, they actually opted to sit back for a little while longer, causing a whole hell of a lot of commotion much further west than what we would usually see in these circles. So curious to see how your likes of MTB, how Full Tilt, and how maybe after all as well, like how they're planning or when they're planning on making that move.
A move away from Full Tilt, knowing that numbers is lurking and around here. Compounds that we're seeing them already in become very high value in some of these circles. But again, the long game to go. Like where is the circle going to go in the end? Blah, blah, blah. So for now, there will be loads of room. Curious to see how some of the teams on the far west side do rotate into it. Because by the time that you actually even get there, a lot of that area is going to be taken. So maybe an early move might be on the cards, or they just say, okay, we know everybody's moving earlier than us. We're going to delay this as much as possible. There's two extremes.
As an analyst, if I were to be an analyst in this game and I was to predict Court 2's rotation here, yesterday we saw them rotate from Milta Power via boat to Ferry Pier, south around. I think they're going to do the exact same thing here. They're going to take a boat in Primorsk, then they're going to sail all the way to Milta Power.
And just as an update as well, actually, whilst this is going on. Sorry to interrupt briefly, Toby, but unfortunately, After All's playing with only 3 players, as Mad Nucative does have some internet issues. We saw that at the start of last game, so that's a real shame for those guys. Hopefully, they're able to persevere through it.
Unlucky. It's been a long case of not things going their way ever since the dreadful moment that we shall not mention.
The happening. The
happening. It's
scary.
like with Voldemort, the guy's name you can't say. This is forever going to go down as the moment we can't mention, but everyone will know what the moment is.
That's how Voldemort got around it. He merged the name with a Pokemon so that you can just... Actually, no, Mon at the end of everything was like a Digimon thing, right? So it's... Yeah, never mind.
Continue talking, James.
I'm a nerd,
intrigued.
all right?
I'm so intrigued to hear more about all the interesting things you have to talk about.
I'll go back to painting my Warhammer. You can casting, sorry.
As we look at the early starts here, I have already seen, and for those of you guys who don't already, make sure to have the map stream open as well. Do exclamation mark map in the chat, and I'm sure you'll get yourself a link to that. MTB has already made their move. Full Tilt has done the same, and Clem is already on the go from After All as well. So what we saw in the round of 16, what I kind of alluded to, hasn't quite happened here. Not saying that it can't cause the same amount of issues, because if those teams that are now coming in, Howl, Sabim, maybe M-Force as well, GDE too, if they're getting too eager and they start fighting, as we're seeing here, Escrit just getting away from it now, if they get too eager and they start fighting, that is the next set, like next wave of teams coming in. They're gonna third party that, and if that fight doesn't come to an end, wave number 3 of teams, they're gonna fourth party that. So they could, again, even though these circles seem pretty easily accessible, they're usually the ones where we're like losing 3 teams in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, you've got to be very, very careful about this. I mean, this is a big spread from Full Tilt right now. Just trying to take up as much room here as possible, which again could be crashed into, but then you're gonna have to retreat away. Maybe you still even get knocked on that retreat out. But I understand why people are trying to lock down this area first and then maybe rotate later. To get into this area, having to rotate from the other locations that you might need to later on is really, really scary. There's a lot of open area here, a lot of line of sight. So take this spot and then adapt once the circle shifts away.
Exactly. It's while a few shots have been fired here and there, it hasn't been too bad just yet. As I say that, Aces trying to make their way down towards the southeast has run into Howl. But again, in the position there, they should be able to maneuver around pretty easily. And then we have M-Force and Sabim up on the dirt road towards the west. Sabim were actually looking over towards GDE to try and wrap further east. They do have one in the east side compound already. You can see them leaving now as well. It's all a game of kind of leapfrog, trying to see what you can take off of teams leaving those positions to get yourself further towards the center, but also always keeping in mind that there's that next rock behind you hoping to pounce on you.
Yeah, with the tendencies of all of these teams, especially in the last 2 days, or at least 8 of the teams, I suppose, really going so center heavy, at least when you're coming in late, you know that the edge is probably going to be free for the most part. So then you can try and evaluate when later circles pop and then try to go for those big sends into the middle as all those other teams are saying, okay, yeah, well, we're kind of all right with our position. Maybe we'll move. And meanwhile, there's another team blitzing past you to try and take what would become the new priority.
Exactly. What's interesting here is that none of the teams that had early access to this area, like to the east side, have opted to wrap east around. That's also something we see every now and again. Try and wrap northeast, kind of follow in the footsteps of After All the way they went down. Everyone has opted or tried to come in west and southwest of the prison. Therefore, we're seeing a big cluster of teams up on that side right now. It's a very pretty rainbow of colors, really, but it's going to turn into a heap of chaos should this circle not go essentially hard northwest next time around. Because up here, as you can see on the left side of the circle, so many teams are now kind of in between one another.
Yeah, and for the most part, they're going to stay there. As of course, teams like BBL just moving on in slowly, and Quad 2 is moving towards that bridge location where Exalt is trying to cross. So this may end up being a conflict, but looks like maybe they're just skirting towards Milta. Okay.
It's one of those where had either Exalt been 2 seconds earlier on their rotation, or Quad 2 been 2 seconds later, they would have had a big brawl in the middle of the crossroads there. But because they see it just in time for Fate to get out of the vehicle, hear those cars, he can feed the info across to his teammates to slow down and go to the gas station instead. That is a very, very fortunate set of circumstances. I'm not even sure that Quad 2 is aware, at this point even, that they had a team on the bridge at that point. Like earlier.
Yeah. Maybe not, because the one player that was on the other side for Exalt was kind of, I think it may have been Fate, he was like down the ridge line, just trying to keep an eye on them slightly, and it's hard to spot that as you're making that move past, but full tilt, using even this little cliff face as well, which actually can have some value in circles like this too. Seen it been able to play a factor in some later game scenarios, so they're controlling so much room or full tilt there, but again, the likelihood of it going down their circles constantly is low.
Exalt trying to, I would assume, sit tight in this position. They're pretty much the furthest east they can get within the city now without running into what they now know to be Quad 2 in front of them. So wait out those extra 40 seconds. Maybe if you find the knock, at least then you'll be aware of which team you're up against. But wait it out, sit tight for a little while longer, and then see if maybe you get a good southern shift in your favor.
Come on, Circle. Hurry it on up, and let's get ourselves a good old pop.
Nobody got time for this. No, I think Lido, he's glad that he's got a little more time to loot Yasnaya. He's still up there.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Trying to find some extra ammo or whatever it may
just
be.
chilling.
In the meantime, Entropic, full speed sending it past Aces. You can see Seifu actually spotting the rotation coming through there. Where are they opting to set up shop? Well, they're kind of coming in blind here, trying to scout on the go, so to speak. Circle, I said east side melts power. Well, it might just be the case. Good luck, have fun. If we thought there weren't a lot of space to rotate in before James, well, we just put that down by like 20 or to 20%, I should say.
All right, so movements are going to happen. The Great Migration's about to begin. Full tilt, likely looking at their movement, might go behind Milta Power and try and play from there. We've seen that work quite successfully, actually, when circles like this have popped in the past. But everybody on that west side now has got an absolute gauntlet to run. You're seeing numbers regroup up as well. They have to. Mini Milta's going to become super high prio. That's going to be numbers for a while. That could potentially guarantee them a top 5 or 6 just off the back of this alone.
Exactly. Gitrox spots one easy pick in on Ruin. Caught in the open, and that is going to happen here. Those teams on the edge, as you said, they know it's going to be a hard time finding a position, but you have to risk a little bit to try and scout further forward. And unluckily for Ruin there, it's didn't really pay off.
Aces has decided to drive completely north towards Yasnaya. Good stuff. I like that. No, I don't. We've got other teams trying to come in the backside as well. Quad 2 is moving towards where full tilt is, trying to also get to the back of Milta Power, but that is now taken. So that might be a conflict quite soon, as Entropic, they're going to be okay with where they are for the moment, but it only lasts for so long because there's still 4 or 5 other teams that might dip down towards them.
Exactly. Quad 2 trying to take away a position up on the hillside. Escaption able to find one. Matzy there to find the flush. That's Quad 2 down to 2. And in the meantime, up towards the north, Aces, Kitchen. I mean, Ding are already in, so they don't really have to move all that much. Impulse in the meantime, slowly making their way up towards Howl, and they're well aware of what's going on. Schofield heard this rotation from a mile away.
Yes, he did. Now, what can they do about it? As still just kind of lingering out here. Again, not too much urgency about taking the fight. They've still got quite a bit of time on their hands. But beyond that, I mean, we've still got Aces coming down from the Povka. This isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Kitchen's going to be full sending it through to bathroom, question mark? I'm not sure where they want to go.
I mean, Fuss right now, I mean, of course, they're coming in with literally 0 information, but if they gambled and went to the yellow stack, that would have been a very
Harry Potter?
Polish power they could have pulled up. A good thing for them is they go for the Wizard Tower instead, and that as well is open and available. They do have Squeaky knocked, which of course is not exactly optimal, but yeah, without nade range, unless if Norgis fully commits to this one, but I doubt the team is going to allow him to do that, because that would probably end in his death.
Yeah, and the good thing for Polish Power as well is that they've created quite the barrier between Marsalek Fuzzface and the two in Milta Power. This barrier will act to remove any threats kind of trying to barrel through onto the north side of Milta Power, and multiple teams can coexist inside Milta Power, all importantly. So there's not really a huge reason for Full Tilt to try and dislodge Polish Power right now. They'll work in symbiotic harmony. That's a weird way to describe it, to make sure they are still alive and warding off other teams.
Yep. MTB now trying to hold off against GD. They've kind of been rubbing shoulders for the last circle and a half. Now, as GD has been walking in their footsteps for long enough, MTB opted to set up shop here, take the fight to the Katurgan, trying to cross on over and help his teammates as the new circle pops. Send us up on Milta Power in towards the land. And, essentially just kind of giving us what we were already expecting to happen.
I feel like deja vu of seeing MTB in the top of a building or trying to get attacking a building, and it's giving me
Too soon.
Anxiety trip. I don't like it. But Howl is going to have a lot of anxiety if they're not able to get through to where they want to go. It's a full send on through. Where can they find a position? Still, the buggy is quite vulnerable, but not many shots actually land on it at all. And MTB is going to be pushing up on GDE once again.
Whenever they see the bot of this and realize that Fuzzface was sat alone in the compound, they're about to pull up on a 4-man stack. That's gonna be a sad face. In the meantime, MTB, again, as you said, they found a place to stand their ground, and standing their ground is what they're doing. Flush comes through as Nail Cup finds one. Betty Bay falls, Sam Olsen goes down as well. Fights escalating all over the place now. Vixen able to get one down.
Fuzz was repositioning his car there whilst that was going on, and this fight is kind of concluding almost. So this Katurkan still trying to find a spot. Fuzz is ready to leave, basically, is what I'm trying to say, with the potential crashes still coming in from that north. But Ice Boy still looking for CTR Kent, Katurkan, and will he be able to find him? A little bit deaf at the moment, thanks to the explosion, but MTB finishes it off. So he's sorry, GDE is gone. Sorry, GDE has finished off MTB. I got there in the end. Jeez Louise.
True. In the meantime, BBL obviously have heard the commotion towards the east. They have to get inside the circle too. I think they would have wanted to see more knocks on the side of GDE to maybe fully commit to that pull-up, but haven't quite done it just yet. In the meantime, Baron Peak trying to outlive the push from Exalt here as the rest of the teammates from Savim wrap their way around. Issue is they already have a compound from where they're shooting, but that's outside the circle, so they have to make a move. And I think it's up to Baron Peak really to kind of bait the attention for them to even get over here in the first place.
And this is going to end up being the battle for who gets to go to the dip under Mini Milta Power, I feel. Like, once, because that's it. Exactly. It ends up being the only transition point that you can kind of get from a position like this. But still, we're already seeing Baron Peak try and make the move for it, but I think that's way too early. That's not a position you want to be in. They're going to try and move even further. I think this is too bold.
It's a it's a guaranteed way to have 8 people shoot at you and 4 people additionally throw nades at you. 3 nades in the hands of Duffy. If we don't see him in the kill feed in just a moment, I'd be surprised.
Yeah. Exalt here, meanwhile, is going to be trying to wrap around to that east side. So I guess, technically...
Duffy, throw nades.
I don't know.
I guess, you have to go a little step out, but they know exactly where they have them. Yes, I know that Exalt is wrapping east, but that should not be a threat to you right now. In the meantime, seeing the kill feed, the BBL did get the better of GDE. Clear cut, push on through. I think Smash got 3 of those kills there. Circle shifts back on land.
Whoa.
Expected that this is what we were going to see. BBL, well, they found a way to make landfall, taking out GDE.
Yeah, so for this, Kitchen... is laughing. They're okay for the Harry Potter Tower that they gambled for. Exalt, I don't mind their little lip for a moment, but the problem is that they're having to then make sure they completely destroy Quad 2 once they try and come in from this, and then Full Tilt likely will have 1 or 2 small angles on them, so they're kind of pinched here, kind of stuck in a rut, and not much room to move with.
You have those 2 scenarios where either you're the team doing something that other teams then has to kind of react to, or you're the team that has to just sit and wait for a team to do a certain thing that you can then react to. For them, they are essentially the punching bag rather than the boxer right now. They're waiting for other teams to do stuff because Exalt can't really do anything from the position they're in.
BBL's moving around on Zarvum here, trying to maybe take that little dip away from them. They understand that Entropic was north of them, and they knew that Sarvum had actually had a knock hit them during all of this. So they know that they're wounded while they were trying to make this dip. So they've got the numbers to be able to pull this off. They've definitely got the firepower. They've got the cars as well. Going in, smash some shots from the car. Smash actually falls from it. And Clib will try and get the full cleanup. CCNX is down, and there's an extra grenade cleaning them up. Can they get smashed? And that's going to be the 4 for 3.
Yeah, they should be able to, but again, nades should start raining in there. It's difficult to land these nades because you have such a steep ridge line that they usually just fall too far, but there is that one tree there. And we've seen it so many times where a player will be able to bounce nades off of that tree to then have it land right on the ridge line and take out whoever is sat down below. But for Dubby, that hasn't quite been the case. And I'm honestly a bit surprised with how numbers have played this mini Milta power thus far. Because it's as if they've been reacting to things. It sounds weird, but they've been reacting to things after it's happened. In the sense that people kind of expect something to happen and then they position prior to it happening. But then they go, oh, there's a car over here. And by the time they've all run to the east side of the compound, the car's already gone. Now this fight is happening. Now they start running down towards the south side, but the fight is already over. So a bit too slow, I think, in reacting or maybe anticipation of where to be, when to be.
I'm going to theorize a different reason, and I'm wondering how much utility they even have, because they start the game here, right? They start the game here, they loot here. Yes, they probably do have some, but maybe they're holding it to the late game, understanding that that it might be of higher value in those moments. This is me spitballing.
Yeah, could be. We'll go back to that discussion in just a second as Ding and M-Force take the fight in the fields. Whoever comes out victorious here will have to make a mad dash anyway. But we'll see who gets the better of him. M-Force, the ones to fall 13th place. As Afteralt and Ding kind of work in tandem to take them out. But yeah, numbers. I mean, we saw Duffy with at least 3 nades before. So it's not like they don't have utility to use. And now, worse to wear, they have to leave Milta power as well.
Fair then, in terms of those numbers. After all, doing some work, and good to see, considering, again, they are at slight disadvantage not having one of their players join the lobby. So I'm always rooting for the underdog when I see those kinds of things happen. So let's see how far they can get with it, despite transgressions that some people might be judging them for. But we have ourselves Howl going to be holding them out as well if they get line of sights on them. And Ding now has to make quite the mad dash. There is the compound left open. Fuzz did abandon it. Yeah.
Imagine rotating phase 5, just YOLOing into a compound.
Like, wait a minute.
To fight, and they go, wait, we have the only compound in the game, and it's free. Yeah. I'm not calling Milta power a compound. It's too big to be a compound. But it's
a mega compound.
City. Yeah, exactly. We have like the only open field compound in the circle, because after all, it has to move. That compound they're sat in right now, that's not inside the next circle. And they just got it completely for free.
And with all of that said, Polish Power's now kind of consolidated their power inside Milta power, seeing as Fuzz is kind of still driving around here and there. But because of the position of Marsalek and Fuzzface, they know that there will be no threats in the north to a degree, and no threats in that east. Oh my god, they got absolutely mashed.
Yeah, I saw it on the map feed. They were starting to pull up on Howl, but Howl, well, I mean, they've been sat here for a while, just waiting and raiding, and yep, they knew what was coming around the corner. It was an entire buffet of entropic points.
There might be some more after ult points coming their way if they're not careful, but Hibako opens it up. That nade was a smoke. It's fine, don't worry. Jeez Louise, it bounced off and went backwards. I was scared. We have Ian, though, pushing on up with the Groza, having to do a bit of a dance here to try and negate that, and they do get eliminated by Ding. It's all over the place here. BBL's going down as well.
Yeah, the circle's shifting out into pretty much just unplayable terrain if you ain't inside Milta power, and a lot of teams paying the price because of it. Issue being as well that numbers are still sat in mini power. So you could play the ridge line up just southeast of where Howl is, but because numbers are still set there. Like, that's the one thing they've done to me, which was the 100% right play at the right time. Stick around for longer. Let those other teams wrap around you, because you will then get to shoot at them while they're going, and then when they're all gone, you make the move yourself. Now they're going out east, a little worried about this play here, though. They're going forward. 3 down already. Will they find the 4th? Yes. And that is numbers down. So I like the idea of waiting. Maybe not where they opted to go.
Yeah, definitely. It is rough off of that. So we will see Exalt here still taking that fight with full tilt. And by the same token, There's not that many teams left remaining here. I do like the control game that Polish Power's been playing here. I can talk about that a little later on if it gets to the later stages of the game. But Howl now is trying to dislodge Kitchen, who still has that Harry Potter, the Wizard Tower. And but any knock you get there is just going to get picked back up. So it's kind of fruitless.
Exactly. So Kitchen, sometimes that phase 2 full commit does pay off. And for them, at least for now, both kill points and placements coming their way in this match here off of a first game where they were eliminated within the first couple of minutes. So great for them to get up some more playtime. While it might not be with a whole lot of moving around, they should be able to shoot at quite a few different targets here. 4 kills already.
I like that Exalt's still alive, considering they were in a really difficult spot up alongside that shoreline. Outlasted Quad 2. Now full tilt. Doesn't exactly have full angles on them. They're just waiting for the little cheeky heads to peek over and then maybe take a few pot shots. But if Exalt doesn't do something soon, I don't know where they go. That's the big problem, Toby.
Yeah. It's maybe you can go back and play what's left of the ridge down towards the southwest. I'm not sure, but that's still a 20-second position in the sense that as soon as they actually get there, they're going to have to leave again because the next circle is going to force them to. So we'll see how they've managed to get across, managed to prone it out. Only 2 players alive, of course. A little too close to that vehicle for my comfort, honestly. But, I mean, we just saw it yesterday and the day before, how many of those nades didn't do enough damage to get the kill, but then you see the vehicle explosion right after that ends up taking out players. And Ding now, with a bit of a ridge and a couple of smokes, able to run their way further forward, but they're going to be running into the open arms of Polish Power now, running back to post a bit.
Yeah, Fuzz getting the angle on them quickly really stops their progression very fast, and that's perfect there from Fuzz. Likewise, Norkis putting in some damage against full tilt. So they're fighting multiple fights here on either side, and they're winning out on it. So all of these other teams got to be very, very wary about another big Polish Power performance.
And it comes off of, as you were saying before, kind of them puzzling around constantly, kind of doing what I feel like Numbers failed to do in Mini Military Power, always knowing where to be pretty much before it happens. So right now, great, we're prioritizing north. It's a 3-1 split. Norkis, you can chill south, because that's where the threat is going to be coming from. So later down the line, we'll see pretty much all of them, if not at least 3, go down south, because that's where full tilt is going to be coming in from.
They're going to have even more control now as well, because with Ding completely gone thanks to the shots coming in from, I think it was Howl over on that side, or maybe even Kitchen, but now they really know there are no threats in the north, so they can turn their attention to the south, to the west here, and try and play it out.
Exactly. Mouse finds Fate, so Exalt taking casualties, realizing that, okay, we can't just freely peek over the ridge line, and actually more than that, all of them taken out, just like that. Points going to 3 different teams as Kitchen gets a couple more, 8 in total now, and they are sat dead center in phase 7.
The circle has shifted, and this is now where Polish Power has to turn their attention to their symbiotic harmony relationship between them and Full Tilt.
Now I see what you meant with that comment.
But the problem is now it's got to be destruction. They've got to stop them and then try and hold on here. But look at this. Kitchen is actually cleaning up their backyard here. Howl, they're getting no reprieve.
Absolutely love this. Full speed forward. You know, you deal with them eventually, so might as well do it fast.
Nice.
And instant death onto Howl from Kitchen. Great call in this situation, because they know right now Polish Power and Full Tilt, as you were saying, have to deal with one another. There's 2 teams alive up there at least still, and they need to fight one another before they can do anything to us. As soon as they start focusing us, they will get third party. So let's do it now while they're looking elsewhere, so it won't become a threat later down the line. Perfect call.
These are the things that get me excited when it comes to strategic choices in this game. The fact that okay, because the circle's moved in a certain way, we know that these 2 teams are going to have to be preoccupied with one another. This is our chance to go out, stop this threat, and then turn our attention to whatever remains in Milta Power. I love it. I love it. I love it. Great player by Kitchen.
The first now, Falls Crunio able to respond with a nade, and I'm actually kind of curious because with the amount of knocks coming in, like with the more knocks coming in, the less those teams can focus on Kitchen. So I'm curious if Kitchen, having already kind of sent it to one fight, are actually going to be the ones running up the hill rather than waiting for teams to run down the hill towards them, because knocks on both sides, but not too much more happening right now, not really allowing for Kitchen to make the move on out. But I wouldn't be surprised if this fight kind of pops off again, if Kitchen would be the ones to make the aggressive play east, even though technically they don't really have to.
Well, let's talk about the Polish Power and Full Tilt fight. I do feel like Polish Power has a slight advantage in terms of positioning overall. They do have one of the more forward buildings. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen there, Crunio on that angle is just a little bit further forwards into the circle than where we're seeing Full Tilt have. They are technically in, yes, and behind those crates, but beyond that, once that's actually dissipated, once that's gone, they don't have many more options, and the circle goes to Kitchen.
They're chilling. It's pretty much, they're chilling. I like this idea from Full Tilt, knowing that there's going to be nades coming their way. Smoke off the angle, so they have to throw them in blind and then sit in the one spot. Unless if they really 9 billion IQ that throw, they literally won't do any damage. Because I would imagine with the amount of shots that they've been taking, Full Tilt, they should be pretty low on heals at this point. So setting up here is going to help them by quite a margin.
I will say, though, we have to kind of play 3D chess here at the moment, because Polish Power sees this problem, and they're not really thinking about Full Tilt anymore to a degree. They kind of know that they've got them pinned dead to rights. They're thinking right now, once this is truly clear, how are we going to approach Kitchen? And I'm not sure how they're going to do that, because it's going to be a killing floor.
I was going to say smokes, but I can't really do that in plural, because Fuss only has one. Now, there's a car. The engine has been started. Fuzz is going to see it. That smoke is going to fade away real damn soon. You better start driving. Full Tilt if you want to get out of here alive. Marcelik going to be able to find one. We'll see if Escapation can get out. He hits the wall. Now he backs off into the blue. Denies the point. And now Polish Power knows that there's a 4v4 on their hands. They have to get out of here, though. They do have vehicles. As I say that, only one, actually. You can see the Dacia there. Fuzzface is running forward. 3 smokes on Marcelik as well.
Marcelik pushing up to a tree. That's going to be phase 1 of the problem of how to solve the Kitchen situation. They don't have much more to work with. A ton of smoke's going to go down to try and cover their attack or move towards more trees. Try and get across the T against this ridgeline that they've got on the back of it. Is it going to be successful, though? No, it will not. They pick up Fuzz. That's a perfect execution from Squeaky to deny that potential flank.
Mini spam threat. Thought it was full auto there for a second. Marcelik does get one down in return. So a knock apiece is where we were sat at. But for now, at least for a little while longer, Polish Power is going to be the ones with the hard time trying to make their way down this open ridgeline. The smokes are all blooming now, but they have no more left to throw. Marcelik trying to hold the angle. Damage done, but needs to continue moving.
Almost 900 damage done by Marcelik this game. Absolutely pumping. I told you they'd be mad. The bee's nest was being kicked in that previous qualifier, but still, this is a tough thing to go about. More smokes have gone down. They've got to be running out of these soon. And again, Kitchen still with the advantage, still holding these angles.
Lido has 2 nades, and I know it's a bit of a far throw. I'm not sure if he threw one that fell short, but in my mind, that reaches that car.
Yes.
And there's only so many places they can be. He should be locked forward, especially with the cover that he has to work with. Now spotting Marcelik over on the other ridgeline. Polish Power are not allowing a whole lot to happen in favor of Kitchen here. Squeaky spots one, has a molly in hand, should be able to lob that one forward as well. The Squeaky's position is going to be completely denied in just a second, but able to find one first.
Crunio gets Lito. That was a wild cross from Marcelik, but he is a wild character, so he's looking for extra angles. You can see the back of his gun, just the muzzle of it. Another smoke goes down here for Mouse to try and cover his tail. They're not going to get Norcus. There's no way. So it's going to be Crunio and Marcelik trying to make things happen, but they're both been spotted. Crunio gets one, and Mouse finally gets down Marcelik. Norcus is gone. There it is. Kitchen at what should have been their win, and indeed it was. Polish Power, though, really gave him a run for the money in the end.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. A full sent through 3 teams to claim a position in what we didn't even at that point know to be the center of the circle. Sure, a couple of circles go their way, but when push came to shove in the end, they managed to come out victorious. I was a little worried, though, for a while there. Polish Power looking hot.
Yeah, yes, they were. And I'm glad I actually have Marcelik on my team. He's putting in some work. But anyway, Squeaky and the boys, they cook up a storm. Let's go to a break and head over to the desk.
You'll have Get used to it, cause I do not lose. This what I do, and I ain't not new to it. I'm on the road now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down. Yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good, you looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. There is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer. I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, bring it on. I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy. I'm the greatest celebrity. Bring it on, bring it on. This is my time and my legacy. When they talk about legends, I bet you they mention me. So you better bow down. Yeah, you better bow down. You better bow down, oh. Yeah, you better bow down. So bow down. Yeah, you better bow down. So bow down.
You're watching the PEC Spring Lower Bracket Playoffs right now, and Kitchen takes the... I tried to do it with a question mark. It didn't work. Takes the chicken dinner. I wanted to change this up. I want to change this up a little bit, though, Avenger, and I'm going to ask you, how could Polish Power have won the chicken dinner in that fight? If we had to change things out, what... Off you go. Just answer the question.
Basically not possible. It took too long for them to fight the team inside multi-power, full telecalls. It's like in a case where Kitchen they needed like opening knocks and then more utility and stuff like that. It's like practically impossible because that ridge and the Harry Potter tower that Kitchen was sitting on was it's just simply too strong to push, right? You have all the cover, you have everything to work with, and the other guys, unless they had, say, smoke grenade launchers or 20 more smoke grenades, then they could maybe have made a push for it. Because look here, like they already have the blues on their back pushing here, and at that case, Kitchen already set up and basically just were waiting for them to get out of the cage, which was multi-power. So unfortunate for Polish Power, but still good efficiency and good consistency for Polish Power. Kitchen also strong here with an insane amount of kills, racking up 14 of the big boys.
An insane amount of kills, and also for Polish Power, an insane amount of points that they get to add to their tally and hopefully end up on the top. Saga, walk me through this Kitchen lineup, though. Why should some of the teams be afraid of them?
Well, it seems as though Ding from game number one, but they came back and proved a little bit that actually, you know, Kitchen is a Ding. And once Kitchen quite early, I may have frozen, but never mind. They took the Harry Potter quite early on. Yeah. They played it very well. And just third-partied a lot of the fights when there was no positions available really anywhere else in the zone. They took a whole lot of just third-party fights, and then when the timing was right, they got aggressive, pushed out, cleaned out Howl, had full control of the ridge, and from then on, it was pretty much impossible for Polish Power.
We now get to take a look at a leaderboard, because after 2 games, it means we have some points, and BBL still holding on to that top spot, but Polish Power getting some points in there, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, the consistency here from Polish Power, it's almost like we're chefs in a kitchen here talking about the consistency and efficiency of different materials that you use for cooking, but we're just talking about Polish Power and their new powerhouse lineup here. They should be dominating BBL Kitchen, Polish Power, and they are up here doing so. So let's see if they can continue. We're just looking at, you know, your Exalt, your Savem, your Entropic, you're after old even to step up and jump into the top 6 that they currently should be in at this point, I feel like.
So that's the thing, right? You want to make the top 8 because the top 8 is going through to grand finals, but there are names on the other side that are sitting in those lower digits that, Saga, we need to be a little bit worried about because they're teams that we would expect to make it through to grand finals.
Yeah, just based on the performances from the last couple of days, you would really expect to see After All, Sarvum come out a little bit stronger. I mean, these are teams that were taking fights, winning fights, and winning games even against teams the likes of Na'Vi, Twisted Mind. So you would expect that in a lobby of this caliber, it should be just as easy, if not easier for them, but they are certainly struggling. And it is still good to see that there is some confidence coming through from teams on that side. GDE with a very nice breach onto MTB's compound earlier on and getting a relatively clean fight, but yeah, Sarvum getting maybe forced away a little bit, forced into a dip, and then just the full ramming power of BBL just constantly coming in late. They spent a lot of the mid game in that one just cleaning up around the edges, making very, very late moves all the way over from South George. Their appearance on the western side of the zone did cost a whole lot of teams. It was GDE first, and then they just went and cleaned up Sarvum in the dip, and just weren't quite ready to be breached that aggressively from the back, from the blue zone. It's just something they need to be a little more aware of coming in when they have zones where BBL might be coming in late, I think.
I like to think of myself as an amateur professional player psychologist, and I think this because I like to ask these weird mental questions about the mental game. Avenger Saga, he picked up on that about how we saw these teams really perform in the upper brackets where they were playing against the big names, for want of a better terms, the likes of Na'Vi. Do you think that also plays a role, that sometimes you pitch up with a bit more of a big match temperament, knowing who you're going up against, maybe feeling
100%.
a little bit like it might be easier today, and then obviously seeing your bum a little bit in the first 2 games?
Oh yeah, 100%. In this case here, you have to as well, right? Because as a player, most important thing in these kind of situations is confidence. It's like, okay, we're gonna dominate these guys. We're much better than them. Like you're inflating yourself bigger than you really are, right? And you're putting yourself into a spot where you're thinking, you're putting a mindset to we are just better than all the rest of these guys in the lobby here. So that's what they should be doing, and that's what I really love to see, because you can definitely see the confidence from a player like Masterlake, how he was playing in these 2 past games compared to how he was in the round of 16. So yeah, they should be, and the respect that they're getting just now in these 2 games here, that's going to show throughout the rest of the game. And we're going to probably maybe even see comms and we're like, oh, it's them over here, we should be pushing them, or it's them over here, they have so many points, we should maybe be passive around it, because you need to be kind of strategic. You don't want to take on a team that you don't really trust yourself in to be able to take on. So that's definitely a case where, yeah, confidence is a huge thing, and these guys are going to be pumping themselves up, obviously.
So we do have a kill leaderboard that we get to pull up now after the 2 games here in the lower bracket. Let's take a look at this one, Saga.
No major surprises. Of course, BBL is going to be up at the top after the couple of games that they've had some high fragging performances, and it was high fragging performance in the previous game as well for Kitchen, and Squeaky in particular really playing the upper level of the Wizard Tower, really playing into a very positive effect for them after what was a pretty disastrous game 1. T4 and game number 2 as back on. So
Avenger, lots of well-known names already in that list, and legends of the game. Does that also give your team a little bit of a boost when you know that you've got these heavy hitters mixing it up with you?
Yeah, for sure. I think so. What I gotta point out here, Masterlake with 1500 damage and 15 kills, like that is insane. Like you can really tell he's on fire, and that is definitely going to be the case for the rest of the day. Like it's beautiful to see a player like Masterlake pop in. Now, obviously, the fellow Hilarious is going to be jumping in and be happy for that. He's half Polish almost, and also cheering on Polish power here, so that's lovely.
Makes sense. Of course, we want you to get involved in all of the action. If you are watching, don't forget to head on over to Twitter, tweet PUBG Esports, and tell us who your favorite team is in this lower bracket. Use the hashtag PEC Spring. You can win contraband coupons. We've also got 1,000 G coins up for grabs, so make sure you enter. We want to hear from you. And also, I think that the teams really enjoy seeing that sort of support. Who is the fan favorite? Saga, if you had to take a guess, in this particular group of 16, who's the fan favorite team that everyone's rooting for? Is it BBL, or do you think there's is another team as well.
I think I would have to say BBL. The MEA fan base is extremely impressive. Really, really insane support coming from that region. And they've been very welcoming for the brand new roster, even if it is the majority out of the MEA region. Forza BBL still gets spammed just as much. So I think it really has to be them.
It's now time to get into our final Erangel game of the day, and then we will be at the halfway mark of the first day of our lower brackets. They are so excited to talk about their fantasy teams, so I'm just going to let them do that. Kylaris, Toby, tell us about how well you're doing.
Well, it's not really so much how well Toby's doing, because he's doing terribly, but
I'm ahead of Martin.
Oh yeah, you are ahead of Martin, that's pretty good, I must admit. But now that me and Martin do not have the same team, that was a complete fluke. I don't know how that happened. I got Marsalek, and he's a god gamer. He's the man, the myth, the legend, the guy that makes the wild calls and the wild dreams and the wild smiles. It's Marsalek. I didn't rehearse that. Toby, one more game of Erangel, and the top teams are looking good.
They are looking good. They are almost. It's almost as if they are playing the way that they should have been playing during the games of yesterday and the day before. But then again, we did see clips say lower brackets, aka more practice for us. So maybe that's how they were looking at it. They just did not want to qualify to the grand finals. They wanted some more games, and now they're coming down here, bashing people in and out. There could be the reason, or maybe not. But I'm glad to see that they are actually off of not being able to qualify directly into the grand finals, but able to still put up a show and remind us that they are pretty damn good.
Yeah, I think for all intents and purposes, when you look at a team like PBL, given that circle as well, you can't extrapolate too much from that game.
Yeah.
Right? For some of the teams that kind of get caught up in a weird spot and how it was going, I can understand why they may not have got an absolute boatload of points overall. But just to divert and keep talking here, sorry, Toby, talking about Polish Power's position in that game, I'm really a big fan of space control in this game as a whole. You saw as Marsalek was controlling that hill north of Milta Power, that gives him presence of mind to be able to spot for Fuzzface so well, and Fuzzface retreats back at just the right time as we take, that's right. Thank you, production. You know what? Extra points for you. You don't actually. You do have to pay me, but it's.
James, that is the most honest reaction I've heard you have to anything else.
What do you mean?
Oh my God, they showed it. But James didn't know this was coming up. By the way, this is amazing.
Brilliant. You know what? It's time.
You're 1 point ahead of Saga.
You know, that's all that matters. You know, it's for now. Wait a minute. Avengers says double dipping paying off. I'm not double dipping. What's going on? Oh, he's talking about
Martin
you.
Is sad that he sucks.
He's talking about you.
It's all it is. He's sad that he's behind.
Martin, don't worry. I will carry us to the promised land, okay? Don't worry. It's fine.
He's just sad. It's what it is. It's okay. You can't win every time, Martin. And some of us just can't win ever. It is what it is.
Unless your name is Kolaris, all right? You just win all the time. You win, you win, you win. Money, money, money. And for Polish Power, money might be coming their way as well, as they're doing all right so far in these past two games. Again, I feel like it's not exactly like a huge flamboyant play. I feel like it's a patient play coming out from them. And I like the space control. I like it a lot.
And that is part of, I would say, what I was hoping to see with the addition to Fuzzface on the roster, because I think Martin put it pretty well that now they're losing out on a fragger in Cappy and adding a maybe not so much fragger and Fuzzface, but a very tactically experienced player in PUBG. And it seems to me that some of the plays, some of the setups they have been utilizing, actually both in this game and the previous one, are plays that I wouldn't have seen them do during last year. Before it was more, let's play together, let's pull up together. Now, as we were saying as well, this kind of looking over each other's shoulders, playing it back, waiting for teams to come to you type strategy. It's a little out of what we've seen Polish Power do in the past, but they did it here. It worked out well for them, and had just a few things gone better, they would have won that game too. Yeah,
and I think the reason we kind of talk about them rather than Kitchen in this previous game is because for Kitchen, you get that send, you get to that Wizard Tower, and the circle comes to you, that's fine. You should be getting the win off that, it does feel. Of course, we were mentioning that, you know, Squeaky's roster here, he is the true veteran in that roster, leading some up-and-coming upstarts to try and get a higher ranking, a higher seeding overall in the region. But still, a good hold by them to be able to make sure 100% they have that victory.
And the funny thing about that game is that while, yes, when we look at it from a, like a kind of a map perspective, how the circles keep coming down on the wizard tower there, they did still take matters into their own hands. I mean, we kind of see it as pretty obvious that they would make the play out on Howl there. But believe me, I've seen and casted many games where that team sat inside the wizard tower, don't dare do anything. They barely even peek out the window because they're afraid of getting headshotted and then pushed. So they would just sit back and wait, allowing for Howl to play the Richstein, and then one nade or a molly downstairs and upstairs, and your entire team is wiped. Here, they understood what was going on. They knew there was a fight battle going on inside Milta Power proper, and they make the aggressive play out of their safe zone, so to say, into the open field, down, take the fight, do it quickly, push back, and then fend off against the victors of the full tilt versus Polish Power. Wow, fight. So love to see how a somewhat simple, yes, end game still was one they played the only way you can do it, because teams do tend to lose those games, even when they have the best position.
You were about to give the freest sponsor shout out I've ever heard for no money returned whatsoever. That was so...
I didn't even know what I was about to say, so if you know, that's great.
If it was anything to do with poker and a full name, then yeah.
Probably something. Yeah, there you go.
All right, let's get into it. It's our last game of Erangel here for today, and then we'll be moving on to 3 Miramar. So far, so good for the teams like BBL, like Polish Power, for Kitchen as well here, as we now have this plane unfolding, and for the northeast side, it's a bit of a stretch.
It sure is. It's not an area that I think too many of these teams have as their prio loot spots anyway, so it ain't going to be too big of a deal. But of course, I mean, when even Rossok becomes a stretch, there's quite a bit of real estate that becomes hard to get to. This plane, flying straight over Saki. I'm seeing what you're doing there, Mr. Pilot, but I know that you're going to disappoint me in just about 1 minute's time.
Disappoint the Dane, please. That would be ideal. Don't worry, it's going to be another military island again, and then... Yeah, because as you say, that circle, it's got to be near the plane. It's got to be on the plane, all right? Got to be there.
It's kind of interesting that we've had 3 games on Wrangle now, and we haven't had the same teams on the Millie Island in any of them.
Yeah, they always end up having this weird... Why are we here, observers? Leave.
Because it's where we are headed someday. Not yet, someday. It took me 5 years of begging to get a Miramar Island circle. So maybe I'll just start now, and we'll see what happens in, 2028.
Island piece of Erangel. It's Milta Power. Erangel. Ah.
Yes. The irony of doing that in a ruin. The Island of Peace.
What do you think, aside from the church, was at ruins? Just like a little town, or is it older than that? Is it like, whoa, like...
It's probably like, whoa, I think.
I mean, that's... All right. Well, if you want to... Danes take it so literally, I don't know what to do. It's okay. Let's go with it. It was a bit whoa.
With all your fun sounds, James, I can't help it. In the meantime, the circle is pretty much as vanilla as can be. It doesn't get more plain than this. The only fun thing about this one, James, is the plane path didn't allow for anyone to jump east. So there's going to be a big fluctuation, if that's the right use of that word, of players coming in from the west side. And I would hope to see, as we see now actually with Afteralt, to try to go further east, because they have to know that there's kind of land to claim over there.
God, you're right. That was the most fun thing about this circle. Thanks to... Okay, I'm going to...
You're so boring today.
I'm feeling in a bit of a silly mood. I'm sorry. I'll try and tone it back.
You're giggling every sentence you say.
I'm just having a good time. It's good to have... Mate, it's good to have PUBG Esports back. You know what I mean? Like, the hiatus is a bit too long. So, good to be back. Good to be watching these games go down. And even when you're in a lower bracket like this in EMEA, the skill, because EMEA is so deep a region, because we have to take on a lot of countries in this big region, it is absolutely stacked, right? So even these lobbies are excellent quality PUBG.
I agree. Best region in the world champions. Can't deny it. Can't even debate it.
It is fact.
Yeah. Whenever we say something is fact, there is literally no doubting it.
Yes.
In the meantime, Afteralt, as I hoped to see, are making their journey further towards the East Kitchen, sending Squeaky out front as well to kind of pave somewhat of a route for the team to take. And MTB making their way across here. Issue is, numbers are sat waiting just on the other side.
Ooh, okay, well, they do need some points, some big points, I would argue, as well. Let's see if they can rack up big numbers as MTB comes for the cross. Here comes the spray. Few hits do land.
He's get a knock.
One goes, Metabay. And that's a big scalp to take. Metabay's been doing a work here for MTB.
Sure has. Numbers able to find one, playing off of the FaZe Clan playbook. At least the so far of 2023 FaZe Clan playbook of if you have a chance to keep someone out, you have to take it.
As you say about it, though, I think your take on it is right on the money. I think that this is a phase in FaZe Clan's plan, not something that is going to be prolonged throughout the year.
Yeah, no, it's a very smart way of doing not that much, but having a massive gain off of it. Because, as we said yesterday during that broadcast, it's a situation where do it once, twice, maybe 3 times. Just maybe I should do it for one tournament. And for any tournament to come, even if your team that wouldn't have normally been military, you're always going to think twice about crossing in that direction, because what if FaZe is there?
And you don't want to be crossing guns with those guys.
Unless if it's on Miramar, you're Mika, because then you're just immortal, apparently.
Yeah, well, I suppose. Why are we traversing these hills this way? What's going on here, guys?
Testing the suspension of the vehicle. You know cars, James. It's a very exciting topic.
I do, and I'm going to be real. My car has little to no suspension because the suspension's so hard in its spot. So actually, I know nothing about suspension.
Mocking you by around in those fields.
Yes, my car doesn't do well on hills. Let's put it that way. Or rocky terrain. It's quite bumpy.
It sure is. Kitchen trying to spread out further. I like their one compound at the time kind of take on their split here, rather than we see it oftentimes where a team will send 4 players in each their direction when they reach kind of the destination that they want, and then half of them run into compounds that are already stacked with players and they end up going down. Here you saw both Mouse and Squeaky going together over to the compound. Great, you're here, now it's safe, then I move further to the next one, then you're here. Like, they kind of drop off a player at each destination rather than just go out and hope for the best one, going to one each.
And after alt spread is very wide at the moment, still unfortunately playing with not having their 4th player. So again, hopefully that sorts out sooner rather than later. Always sad to see. Full tilt moving away from Numbers, who very wisely does dip out there, does suppy, because you don't want to be taking on what is effectively going to be a 4-man breach onto that compound alone. Scary stuff.
Yeah, no reason to stick around, especially not when you have your teammates sat just over on the other side of the hill that you can safely pull up to and just say, what's up? I'll show myself out.
Yeah, please do. That was... no, there was an attempt.
One of those Go XLR things where you can do like the random cough noise or like a cricket, or something like that.
I do. However, since I got Windows 11, it's given me nothing but ache. I can't use the buttons, and I don't know why. It's like there's like a noise gate on it for some reason that I can't. Anyway, never mind. That's technical stuff. And Tropic here, moving up against Aces, and this could be free. It's free. Hamdar down.
Ends up going down. It's a weird thing to say in Danish, because Hamdar literally just means that guy.
Really?
Like, you'll point at someone and says, "Who that? Like, who's this guy? Hamdar." That
is he? Is he Danish?
He's not no. It's not spelled the right way, but the way when you say it, it sounds the same. So it's just so fun to say Hamdar got knocked, because it's like if you were pointing at a guy getting knocked. There you go. Nailip finds the flush. Aces down to 3, and Entropic, something we haven't seen in a while, in the first fight in the game, actually coming out victorious.
They've got 1 in school as well as QBE, jumping around, looking around. So with 3 on the hill, 1 in school, they actually have what is quite a lot of line of sights on where Aces is. So Aces isn't going to be moving anytime soon here, whilst BBL is coming in on the backside, though, of Entropique.
In their defense, they don't really have a reason to either, at least not for the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah.
Waiting for the circle to pop. Pretty much everyone has made their way into the circle. Again, as we said, leading into it, very, very straightforward circle, as pretty much the circle with the most rotation opportunities available. Even though we had half the server out on the west side of the circle, still we got in here with 1.5 casualty. So very plain, very straightforward. The issue now becomes that in a lot of the areas we're presented with in this circle, there are only so many spots available. So should this circle hard shift east, hard shift, well, really in any direction, it's going to be hard to maneuver out through the middle, because the middle is Potato Mountain. So you have no chance of scouting over on that other side until you get up and over there yourself.
So I'm actually on Potato Mountain with the 2-2 split, and I don't mind that. Sometimes Potato Mountain can sometimes be quite annoying to deny other teams coming up onto it, because it's quite a lot of land with quite a lot of coverage of trees, etc., to hold on against. So the 2-2 is not too bad. It's one of the better ways to kind of fan out against people on for it. And then eventually you've got some checkpoints midway through Potato Mountain, like those little shacks, etc., to be able to regroup on if things get dicey.
Exactly. How? Last team to join the party, making their way in from the west, going past Pachinki, taking the farms out towards the east. Again, no reason for them not to. But again, similar to what I said before, look at the concentration of teams towards the middle here. Do we get a hardship? Oh my god, yes we do. Because Pachinki feels, we said it coming into yesterday, James, or the day before, I should say, you didn't want to see them. Well, here we go. And have fun getting there, everyone, because 90% of the server is going to be rotating in blind.
75% of the Erangel games were Pachinki fields in the qualifier. Leading up to this, Voldemort down to the Mad. They came off Potato Hill very quickly. And actually, I feel like they should have got together as 4 and then gone, because that would have at least provided more targets and spread fire. And maybe that wouldn't have happened, but
I don't dislike the idea, because they, again, I mean, Aces came in someone late on... Sabim, came in someone late on that one too. And they know there's real estate available out towards the west. And they wanted to be the first ones there. So they say, you know what, Voldemort, full speed send it. We'll catch you there. We just need to claim some spots early on. Because there are only 3, maybe 4 spots out towards the west that you can really play from if you don't have Pachinki itself. And now, of course, Risk didn't really reward them.
True.
So Sabim forced to play the trenches instead. But honestly, I like the idea. It's a little mistimed knowing that Howl just pulled up on that building. Maybe you should have wrapped further north around, but I like the idea of trying to move really fast on that one, even without grouping up first.
I mean, those trenches that you're mentioning there are actually very powerful if you're able to get into them. So still as 3, not too bad to actually hold off from teams. The one thing that does go against them is that I remember multiple games where Howl has been able to be good and strong in these locations. So already getting the knock and playing this out, I would actually put a decent bit on Howl doing all right in this game. Not just because of the location that they're in already, but the fact that I've seen them play this location well in the past.
Yeah, it's true. The issue with this spot is, of course, should the circle shift away from there, it's a pretty terrible place to have to leave. Because you essentially have 2 options. Either you cross an open field into a city, or you start your kind of acceleration on a steep uphill surface where everyone from said city is going to be shooting at you. So, and from the forest that you're about to enter as well. So, pretty tough place to have to leave. But we'll see, of course, if that should happen, how Howl opting to approach it. In the meantime, Ding kind of pathing the rotation here of Kitchen, trying to not allow them to enter, but Kitchen might have found a small gap in the rotation up towards the north and kind of push their way through here.
Maybe they've got to be careful, though. Emerald does have a Orm in hand, so there is the potential for him to get some big shots going off against Kitchen, who have seemingly slowed down their progress here. Emerald is out in the middle of nowhere, though, on this hill, and Squeaky still being this far back. It's only tree coverage that is saving Emerald at the moment.
I really love what Squeaky did there, because they were actually
there it is.
grabbing down south, and there you see the AWP coming into play. The idea for Squeaky to turn around and go back and help out Mouse instead of just sitting north. Oh my god, there's just sure that nade is perfect as well. Ding, continuing to rack up points. The flush coming through with the Orm as well. Will he get third? No. Mouse unable to find one in return. So I think Squeaky and Mouse here. Yeah, they just got to dip, but it ain't gonna happen. Senya able to take out Squeaky, and now just Mouse left alive. Gonna have to make a run for it.
The Orm opening up a fight instantly. That is quite the occurrence here in PUBG, and very well done by Aimlol to make it go down. Again, with that crate coming in probably about 30, the Orm coming in about 30 seconds before that rotation happens. So fortunate for them. Loot is going to be acquired as well. I know that nobody else is out here this far, so this is free loot to free boot, and then move down to the south into the hills, where I guess their next conflict, it will be BBL if they need to move south even more.
I mean, this looks like it's sped up. with how many teams
It does.
full speed sending it into Pochinki right now, trying to find an approach that other teams haven't taken. Sorry for Exalt, that ain't quite the path you would want to take as you're running straight into trouble. Going in the direction you're headed in right now. In the meantime, BBL trying to spread out as Entropic. That's what... I think that was a kilometer knock from Nailup. Not quite sure, but that was at a very long distance. Maybe we'll get a replay of that eventually. In the meantime, towards the east. I mean, again, this is just a kind of ring around the rosy. Everyone's trying to wrap in, find an entry point, and now the collapse is a result of it.
Carl galore on the side of this as well, and now even more entry comes in. Full tilt here, being able to rack up a ton of damage. Ruin being able to shoot full tilt from the distance as well. As Hal still holding on to that compound down to the south of this. I mean, okay, this is too many cars. Guys.
We saw it yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
We'll do it again. They're trying to break the record. How many cars can we stack around one building? This one doesn't have a top floor, though, that they can try and vault into from the roof of the 4 cars on top of each other. One thing's for sure, though. Place that does have plenty of top floors. Pochinki. Not too often we're actually in the city proper to the end of the game, but this circle seems like it really wants to go there.
Yeah, I've seen enough near Pochinki to last me a lifetime. So we will see how this unfolds, though. There is still a lot of opportunity for it to, one, not end in Pochinki, which, to be fair, I haven't seen that much of recently. It's been the fields mostly. And then from there, play it out. The trenches, though, provide such a nice little safety zone for some of those teams that are wanting to get to Pochinki but not necessarily fully committing to the buildings. But then they do become nade bait for quite a bit of it. Mouse is trying to keep himself alive here. He is solo. He lost the rest of his team earlier. Shotguns are good at doing that as he found his way into the city.
Yep, Mouse trying to buy himself as much time as he can. Thing is, what time? Like, what is the time for? 15 teams still alive. And, well, he's a solo player left alive, so not a whole lot he can do from this position. But nonetheless, uses some utility. Maybe he can find a point or two in a game that has turned into a clear-cut salvage situation.
I mean, at least he has a shotgun up there. Well, that kind of puts the fear in you. Oh, there is a shotgun down there as well. But that puts the fear in teams of trying to go up that path, up those stairs. So we will see him survive for a little longer, probably. And look at Rooks here. Aenan getting... That's a free pick for him.
Yeah.
Retreat back.
He actually pushed up on foot very early to this position. Initially, I suppose it was to both play the anchor and make sure no one could grab it from the south, but also to kind of get the overlook position for his teammates down below, because they know that BBL is sat further towards the west, and they're just kind of claiming the reward of running up there to begin with. And after all, again, that's where rotating around too much sometimes ends up biting you, because you have little to no info to go off of. Now, well, forced to just sit on the cave entrance here. It's sketchy. Nowhere, by the way.
Yeah, this is a sketchy circle to play for a lot of these teams. This downhill from Pochinki down toward mini Pochinki is not easy. Not easy by any stretch. And if you have to get out of the city as well, that is going to be very rough. As Sarvam is trying to kind of cut things in half, get a halfway position during all of this. It's not a bad spot for the moment, but it's a very desperate spot because you are going to be in nade range eventually of a lot of these teams, and then you're just going to get actually blasted down because once you try and hide from one team, another team from another angle is going to have an angle on you.
Exactly. Vast majority of the teams in this circle down towards the south here as slowly, but I don't want to say steadily because it might just shift back south again. But that's all right now. All these teams have got to prepare for the scenario that is, we have got to get out of Pochinki somehow. How do we do that? Kitchen, good thing for them, I suppose, kind of, is that they don't have to worry too much about that because they fall in 15th place. And Sabem sat outside on the other side of the truck here. They're going to try and at least reposition a car from what I can see. And here you see it. The map feed Polish Power claiming the entire west side, but now Ding pushes forward.
Yes, they do. They made a wide west wrap to try and find themselves an entry point. Now with Polish Power quite separated up, I feel like there's a little bit of a timer on Ding to make something happen. Eventually, when Polish Power regroup and reinforce, they will have a lot more angles like this one, and that is Aimlol should be going down. Yes, he will. That was way too close for comfort, and Senya manages to make it a 1-for-1 to start things off. It shouldn't have been a 1-for-1, though. It should have been them getting the advantage, Polish Power.
Yep, while this is happening, BBL push out of their compound to try and take out After Ult. They succeed in doing so as well. Similar fashion to what we saw with Kitchen in the previous game, taking out Howl. They knew that they had a team on one side, kind of lurking in Entropic, so might as well go aggressive early. So then fall back, and now back to this fight here. Ding. Loses Senya. I was going to say Rez is going to come through, but not quite so.
Marsalek still operating on full cylinders. So is Norkis. The nades, the barrage is able to catch them. And Marsalek finishes that position off as well. Senya in the distance was knocked by Marsalek earlier. That's a bleed out. And it's all up to Gedrox now, who's trying to retreat on out. Yeah, so as I was saying at the beginning of that fight, it had to be a fast fight for Ding, because if not, Polish Power had too many advantages over them, and we saw the result of it.
Similar fashion to the Afterthought rotation, though. They're coming in with pretty much no information, and they're running into a team who's hearing their vehicles coming from far away, so makes sense that Polish Power will come up victorious. There, Gedrox gets out of the car, doesn't matter. Michael gets a freebie. BBL continuing to rack up points here, and they're inside the next circle too as we shift even further towards the north. Entropic has to make a move. I think their initial plan, I was just going to say, is going to be to try and hold out Court 2 now that they've been seen up above.
And as we just witnessed from Michael's position whilst he was shooting at Gedrox, the amount of space on the west, on the north, that's so open whilst they're looking in those directions, it's an absolute killing field for BBL if anybody tries to approach from that. But they know that majority of teams are going to move forwards from the south, which is downhill, which has some tree coverage, etc., and things like that. So that's going to make it a little bit harder. All these teams are going to be collateral damage for one another as they're trying to move into the circle.
Exactly. Now, well, all they can do, at least for now, until the calm has kind of reestablished itself, is to lay low, wait for, hopefully, M4s to be pushed, because you can only imagine that they're going to start taking some casualties at some point soon. Brunio, in the meantime, trying to fend off, wants to get back and get North back to his feet, as Himan on the side goes for the flush on one, able to get it. Will go down in return, though.
Yes, looks like here, Polish Power trying to recover now, after an unexpected push, I guess, for them, considering how a riot's kind of gone. But Fuzzface, will he be able to find Shrew? As he looks to throw a grenade over that way. Fuzzface tries to relocate, takes 60 damage in turn, though. Another nade coming in from him. Clip of that molly on the fence. E-Man's the only one left alive aside from that, but he is down.
Phase 5. You can tank it for a little while. Don't want to do that for too long, because 4 damage or 5 damage make that tick coming in. Not exactly the funniest place to be. Core 2 will fall. Full tilt will get them down further. Will find escapation with a nade, but should be able to get the res on up. So, and full tilt then. Curious to see where their things to go. In the meantime, into the city we go as Aces against Exalt.
That was a wild flurry of camera angles for a second there. Molotov and Ferris finishing that off against Aces. Aces haven't been able to catch too many breaks here so far. As still Fuzzface waiting for Shro to come out. But MTB is lurking to their east, and they just want to clean up the remainers from this church scenario.
Yep. MTB just waiting. 2 alive. You know you can't take them head on, so might as well just have them, hopefully for you, run into a trap.
This is cute. It's like Kratos and Boy just on a hunt looking for deer. Look at them. Oh.
Who's who?
Who's who?
You set yourself up for that one.
I'm not sure. I don't know them well enough, right?
Whenever you say someone's a god and another one is a little kid, that's how you know it's gonna bite you. 16 first dates for Shro. Well, he's going to be chilling, at least for a little while, until maybe Grunio or Fuzz spot him, because they are inside the circle, and he is, with every step, making his way ever so much closer to them. Good thing for him is they just left in a car, so he won't have to worry about them, at least for now.
MTB did nothing against, they just let them get away.
They were out of vision the whole time.
I guess.
For them to try.
Yeah, I suppose. But now they've leapfrogged him. That's rough. Yep. Baron peek. He doesn't need to peek. He throws grenades. I love it.
Does indeed. Able to get a couple of the kills there. And that's actually kind of crucial for them. Because if they were to be pushed from the south side, like kind of face to face, there's a good chance that the teams from the other side would have tried the third party. So able to do the damage needed. Good shots coming through. CC is going to be the one to find Rafa. Crucial damage needed, because the more you can suppress inside the garage building there, the better off you're going to be in trying to make your eventual push north, which will have to happen.
Yes, it will. First face has the orb. Ah, okay. All right, let's see what he can get done with it now. As numbers bleeds out, unfortunate.
Heck. Oh, Krunio goes down to the nade. First, got to prioritize now. Do you go for the rest on your teammate? I think it's knock number 3 on Krunio as well. He's bleeding out pretty quickly. They're trying to do something else. In the meantime, Entropic full speed forward. They go, catching the remaining Polish power players off guard. That's going to be them down. Steals one there as well. Smart plays coming through from Entropic. They do still have one in the smoke, though, and I don't think... I know. They have no clue that he's there. Now, though, which makes me... wow. With nades being thrown and being deployed, they are in trouble. We can't talk today, James. I don't know what's going on.
I'm all over the place. It's fine, though. Again, maybe my silly mood from earlier. But what I do like about this scenario now is that Entropic's trying to seize control. They moved into this location knowing that the teams coming in on this spot were totally wounded. If they can control this hillside for the moment, that might give them an opportunity to try and rival the big power that BBL has right now, which... Why are we using VSS? What's going on here?
You know, someone sat in the same building for too long.
Yes.
When he has a VSS with 28 bullets in it. That's... He probably had a DMR or bolt at some point, used all the ammo, hasn't had a chance to loot anything, and is now forced to shift over. In any case, Enforce still all 4 alive. They were able to kind of withstand on the southern side, but now they're the ones to have to make them move. Rafa, level 3 gear and a Groza for the up-close battles to come as well. They're looking good. And BBL, well, last game it was Kitchen who dealt with Howl. We'll see how this one pans on out as Howl sits with all 4 alive still.
A lot of players are low on ammo as well as we're flicking around from POV to POV. That kind of comes from these kind of urban scenarios, not being able to, once you get a kill or a knock or something like that, not being able to actually go over there and loot after having those trades go down because everybody's looking at you. There's tons of nades raining down now here, trying to get rid of BBL, because BBL flexed out knowing that they have to seize some control, not just sit in those buildings for a long time. M-Force takes out the entirety of Entropic. That's a bit of a disaster for them. I thought they were going to exert more control on that west side.
I think they were worried about BBL, kind of had to commit one to holding that angle, and in doing so, leaving themselves at a disadvantage. And then when M-Force just kind of full speeded the way forward. Again, M-Force has mainly been fighting at a distance, so they have plenty of utility to work with for that fight. Now, though, not quite the case anymore. Doxa forced to make a run for it. Has 3 smokes to use, but he's running around in an open field, just hoping no one's peeking over. Doxa, find cover!
And yeah, it's going to be a few shots here and then he's going to realize how open he is, and then he's going to lie down. And even then, sometimes these peek overs are probably going to hit him. Ruin, here he comes now with this M4 in hand, looking for the finishes. Gets one already, sending a few grenades over as well. Clib going to go down as well, though, to Dogza. But at least Clib got Ruin, being able to shut him down. The kill feed lighting up at the moment. Everybody's fighting everyone. BBL is able to kill off Howl. All they have to do is push up against M-Force now and finish them off for the win.
M-Force had a win in the upper bracket. Didn't amount to a whole lot outside of that. And now trying to get one more here. It's a 3v2. Would not imagine Michael being able to get back on his feet. Ribbons, this is a disgusting angle. He gets up on his feet, though. Might allow for Smash to catch him rotating, but no, not quite the case. As I say that Molly pretty much had his name on it, so he knows where he ran.
Yeah, just this 2v3 now. I don't know whether or not they can get Michael up here, all things considered, because M-Force should be applying pressure to try and weed out BBL on the side. This is not an easy spot to play. Like, up against this ridgeline, it doesn't allow you freedom of movement when it comes to trying to dodge, trying to weave in and out of what your opponent might throw at you.
I love the way that Rustamai is playing this one so far. Unfortunately, not for long enough. He bought so much time, and the rest actually does come through on the other side. He didn't want to peek. He just wanted to make footstep sounds, kind of forcing M-Force to prioritize his
got Michael up.
They did, but not before the rest.
They got Michael
able to find one, and it's now a 2v2.
I can't believe they got Michael up here. Smash doing God's work. Rafa's fallen. 2v2 continues. Rustamar might have bought enough time.
That's what he did, exactly. He ran around and just
a soft cover.
Yep. Oh, north, I mean, yeah. Very smart.
Crazy stuff here. But now Smash and Michael, very open though. Dogza, he's doing so much work as well for M-Force. This is brilliant by him. Trying to go for the wide again. Smoke already goes down on that position. Smash providing some covering fire here while all this goes on, forcing Dogza to go back, go for the heal.
There's no way he can mix the best here. Nah, not gonna happen. Diego finds him through the smoke. Great wraparound from M-Force. 10 kills, James, and a win for M-Force.
Yeah, I like it. I really do think that they're not a team that really springs to mind as a team that's going to be seizing the initiative, but in a lot of those instances, especially when they're taking out a team like Entropic on that west side, it felt like they seized the initiative, and that's what you need to do in some of these final moments.
Exactly. Great game for them, and as you just said, to finish it off there, taking out Entropic to then take out BBL. I mean, those are two of the biggest teams in the EMEA when it comes to up-close fighting, and they just dealt with both of them. So kudos, well-earned win, hard-fought one of that, and 10 points to boot as well.
All right, break time. We'll be back after this death segment, and then we'll go into Miramar. See you soon.
You're watching some highlights on your screen from the final Erangel game of today. Of course, there are 12 games that our teams have to play. 3 of them have been completed. And by the end of those 12 games, we will know which 8 teams are making their way to the grand finals of PEC Spring. And Avenger, break down that last Final Four fight that we just saw where M-Force was able to take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, honestly, I was surprised to see M-Force be able to come out from the very edge of Paching. You usually have a kind of a rule of thumb saying if you know that it's not going to end in the city, kind of avoid to go into the city. But they managed to get out, survive being the last team getting out of Pachinki, and then sweep. You take multiple teams down and then take on BBL. I gotta say though, that Rustenman play delaying multiple of the players on M-Force for them to get the rest off actually looked like it was gonna work there. If it wasn't for Dox's absolute insane 3x spray, it would actually worked out. But they managed to hold on to that bridge, take on BBL in the very end, and unfortunate for Smash, he wasn't able to clutch it out there.
Saga, Entropic finally getting some points on the board, making it through to the top 4. They're going to be happy with that. More the performance we expected from them.
Yeah, steps in the right direction. I think once again, you probably put a question mark and an upwards inflection at the end of that sentence, but at the very least, they did something this game. It's cool, I guess, but it's still far from what they would hope to have achieved, still averaging 4 points per game across Erangel, which is well below the average that we needed to see to make the top 8 a reality. But again, it is still positive signs that we're finding some picks in the early phases of the game. There was quite a few teams that once again were finding some very early initial kills. We saw there was a semi-bridge camp from Numbers that it was MTB that caught the flak on that one. And once again, Ding running into Kitchen, and it goes downhill. So it seems like we've had a bit of a sandwich made of Kitchen, in fact, where the bread is Ding and Aimlil has an AWM, and he be hitting those shots.
Are you surprised by M-Force finishing? They've had 2 top 4 finishes today, Saga.
Yeah, they've really turned their fortune around from, go back 2 days, all 6 games. Day 1 upper bracket, they had a total of 5 points after the entirety of day 1. This time around, they've come out 7 times the amount of points in half of the games. It's been a massive turnaround for M-Force, and they did show some signs that they were starting to figure things out a little bit on day number 2. While they got more than 5 points on day 2, which is, a good sign, but coming out to get 35 points in the first 3 games on Erangel is a huge boost for them, and potentially that's halfway to qualifying, and they've still got 9 games left to go.
Talking about qualifying, of course, you want to finish in the top 8 on the leaderboard to do just that. And if we take a look at the points as they stand now, there are some teams that are able to move on up. It looks like they're settling themselves nicely into a position where they could potentially have qualified by the end of the day, Avenger.
Yeah, in this case here, BBL, if they just keep the foot slightly on the gas, they will have qualified today quite easily. Good for M-Force. As Saga was pointing out here, this is a complete turnaround. I don't know if it's the opponents that's easier or if it's them that just took the practice that they needed in upper bracket, but it's looking pretty good. The rest of it, I would say from full tilt and all the way down, everything is completely open still. The other guys that has 24 plus points, pretty good buffer for the rest of the teams to catch up. Obviously, one great game, we're talking 20 plus points, and you're straight into the top 6 quite easily.
Are you surprised by the consistency of Polish Power, Avenger? They had 2 top 4 finishes, and then in this last game, I mean, they still were in the top 10 when they went out. They're looking really strong. I'm enjoying this new roster.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here. That's what we would expect for our team that has gone to PGC, and even with the addition of a player like Foss, they should be performing at this level here, if not even higher. So I'm excited to see them continue throughout today, of course, and see how they end up tomorrow. If they don't end up in the top 8 after what we've seen today, it would be a huge surprise to me, to be honest.
Let's pull up our kill leaders now so we can take a look at some of the players that have been popping up, and you'll see right on the top of the log there, Michael still going strong for BBL. Now there's 3 BBL players. I mean, I'm starting to think maybe the double dipping makes sense, Saga.
Very unethical.
Yeah, yeah, it really is. But Rust and Mars not up there. That's our double dip sauce. That's the mayo in the double dip. That might be a little bland and basic. Not to flame the player, but he was quite cheap, so he's just sort of omnipresent. But overall, a really solid performance. Great to see Dogzer up there as well. He really popped off a little bit in when they were holding onto Pachinki, and you can definitely tell that there was some signs that a lot of the teams have come through the open qualifiers where you had so many games in the Pachinki trenches to the bottom, because by the time we got to phase 3, oh man, there were so many teams just sort of going, uh-oh, not again, and sending it directly into Pochinki. And M-Force positioning himself on the northwestern side, holding a 2-2 split with the Garage as well, really came out beneficially from that and just being able to pick up everyone as they tried to make that exit out of the city, which, as Martin says, probably not the best idea if you want to get out alive.
We're halfway through the day, so I feel it's fair to ask now, has a specific team or player really impressed you, Avenger, or are you still waiting for the massive pop-off?
Well, impressed, I would go the other way and say impressed me, and how is it possible that they only have 12 points? Is Entropic. I would say after the games, they should be in a different case here, right? Like we're looking at a situation where they should be a top 4 team easily just by the experience. They're a PTC team and they are in there. They should be in there. And maybe it's just the next game here. They need a little a motivational speech here, and they're gonna have a 15 kill chicken dinner, and they're straight in there. It's no problem. But what we've seen from them so far, just expecting a lot more from them and hoping for a lot more from them. These guys are so damn good at the game, and I really want to see that on the leaderboard too.
I mean, 15 games in, right, Saga, for Entropic. What is going wrong? Because this isn't about circle luck anymore. What is it that's going wrong with a team that I think a lot of people, like Avenger said, were expecting so much from?
It really, to me, this game, again, while it was steps in a positive direction, you could still see a little bit of signs of just perhaps not expecting the teams that they're playing against. Maybe just slight disrespect of the lobby, although... And again, it was the same signs that we saw in the upper bracket as well. It's difficult to pin it down exactly without going too deep into the replays, perhaps even talking to the players, getting their ideas. But just the way that as they were sort of setting up, holding on to the northern areas, setting up for a 4 versus 4 against BBL, suddenly they're being swarmed and picked off from multiple angles all at once that they're just not ready for. And a lot of the times you will see some of these top level teams, Alia does it all the time for Na'Vi, while the rest of the team is making a push, he's holding the back line, he's watching the team coming from behind. In fact, it's one of the things that we saw Foot maybe struggle with on day number 1, where there was the one game they were holding the Woo back, and then that attention gets drawn towards the fight and suddenly they're being third-partied. It's seemingly a similar situation for Entropic, and it's something that they, once again, just perhaps not respecting some of the names in the lobby as they are the more experienced team and expect themselves to just perform better just on the merit of that.
On to some more positive news now. We've spoken a little bit about the hardships of PUBG. Let's talk about the good stuff, which is winning things. And we do have a winner. Remember, I told you earlier to tweet out hashtag PEC Spring. Congratulations, Vasim Khan. You have won, and his tweet went, BBL and Polish Power are the favorites, but Kitchen, with a question mark, that's where the heart lies. I mean, taking off what Vasim just said, Avenger, Kitchen could be a team, if they make it through to the grand finals, do you think they could be the big upsets? I mean, this is quite a powerful group of players in the mix.
Yeah, 100%. You know, Mouse, fantastic mechanical player, Squeaky, an extreme amount of experience in game and out of game. He's old, like we're talking 30 plus years old. So he's got so much life experience. He can really coach and have a leadership role through life and PUBG for the rest of the players in Kitchen, as he's pulled up a few of these young guys that are really mechanically gifted, that we can really tell. So he's able to take more of a leadership role and kind of a guidance role, a lot of IGLing. I've obviously had a lot of talks with him and a little bit of banter as well. And, you know, like every time you question some of his decisions, he's just gonna ask you, how many PEL championships do you have, right? And I love this about him. Obviously spent a long time with him, both in PUBG, but also at the pleasure of being on vacation on him. He's such a lovely guy, and I really hope that they're able to make it through to the grand final and do big things there too.
Just because Toby and Kylaris are my favorites and they've been begging for this, we're going to pull up the Twire Fantasy leaderboard for the PUBG talent here.
I wonder why.
Surprised why they were so excited to have that pulled up, because Saga's sitting on the top, boys. Oh, awkward for you. But obviously unethical playing.
Yeah.
As much as we say that, though, I technically could double dip if I move my bench player in overnight, and I'm now thinking of doing that, because here's the thing, that's what's fun. They've changed this year, that you can obviously have a bench player, and that gives you an opportunity to mess around with your lineup a bit, Avenger.
Yeah, I mean, I have Naleb on my team, which were my second most expensive player, because I'm expecting huge things from him, right? And in 2 games he had 0 kills, so that's just my excuse right there. That is Entropic underperforming, but still We're only 25% way through here. We've got plenty of games to go. And unethical players like Saga and Toby, they should have a separate leaderboard. So right now, I would say that it looked like I was doing pretty good.
Well, to be fair, Entropic is playing against 15 other unethical teams who have 4 players from the same team in the server, which is just insane. Apart from After All. After All is the only ethical team.
Saga, no. Just no. We're not allowing you to talk anymore. We're gonna let Kylaris talk instead.
Where's my mute button?
That's right. Get that man muted right now. Thank you very much, Sam, for throwing it over here. We've got ourselves now Miramar on the way. 3 of them, in fact. That's how this works, since we're 50% of the way through the games here, because we had 6 games, Toby.
Math.
That's right. You just leaving it at that?
I thought that since the desk was so giggly this time around, we'd try it too, and I'd see what happens if I just don't talk too much, but you didn't know what to do with it. No animal sounds, no nothing. And no, you're right, we do have 3 Miramar games coming up, and I am very hopeful that we'll see the teams on my fantasy team continue to perform, so I will maintain my lead over you, James, because that is where we're sat right now, and I am not gonna lie, I'm enjoying it. But to be serious for a moment, I do also hope that Entropic really, get things going. They did have a decent game last game, but we've just seen them at a function at such a different tier that this shouldn't even be a conversation we were having to begin with, of them maybe not even being good enough to qualify for the grand finals.
Yeah, I said something to you whilst we were on break, whilst we were listening to the guys on the desk, and I'm going to say it here. I feel like if this is not... I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it right now. Okay, I'll calm myself down. If Entropic doesn't qualify to top 8, I feel like the Entropic in this form, it might be done. Do you know what I mean? Because
I agree.
This is a team that rose to the very high highs in the middle of 2022. The end of it wasn't great, and I felt like this was their redemption arc. But the redemption arc has kind of it's not hitting right now. Where is it? So I think maybe there may be changes if they're not able to get top 8 here after that. Just saying. What do you think?
It's very weird saying this about a team that we less than a half year ago, or less than a year ago, I should say, were discussing of being maybe the best team in all of EMEA, and a team that made PGC, but a team that has just time and time again proven that their success is too far between. They're a great team in many, many different ways. So whenever the stars align, they pull off absolutely insane games. But to me, and I feel like that's what I'm hearing from you as well, it just happens too rarely.
Yeah, they hit a spurt of form in mid-2022 that just looks to be able to parallel the class that the previous NLT, now Twisted Minds, was able to put out there, and that's why that budding rivalry did occur. Now, we're far flung away from that, unfortunately, at this point, and I really am hoping that we see the resurgence here of Entropic, given that this is a lobby that I think when you look at them, and you've said it in the casts as well, it feels like their style that made them that kind of wrecking ball team isn't there right now, and I'd like to see a return to that.
I think it's and this is just kind of off the top of my head thought, I think it's easier for teams that are generally more passive to play from behind, in the sense that they don't really need the momentum going their way to kind of play that play style. But we hear it from players in really all different esports across since the start of all esports. If you don't have the motivation, if you don't have the belief in yourself, the faith in yourself that you can go out and pull off something big, whenever you peek your opponent, you're gonna miss those shots. It's a weird mental thing, but if you don't have, what do you call it? I can't find the right word for it right now. It's slipping my mind. But if you ain't up for it, if you're wrong mentally, you're not gonna go out and be able to make those aggressive plays. So if this is the case for Entropic, there used to be the team that you just do not fight because you will get butchered. The team that just steamrolls through opponent after opponent after opponent. If your kind of hype ain't there, I really can't find this word right now. It's very frustrating. Chat is going to be spamming it. You probably know it too, just holding it back. But if you're not feeling it, if you're not having the motivation on you right now to go up and perform like that, and you're an aggressive team normally, then having to play passive, that's going to be incredibly hard.
well, everything needs to click at least in your brain, right, for it to be going correctly. And I think it's not exactly clicked since like start of PCS 7 or something like that for them. The way they want it to. But we talked about Entropic a lot here, where we just have high aspirations and hope.
They're a team that we were considering to be one of the very best in EMEA. They won PCS last year. They are a team that deserve to be talked about. But I feel like that's also part of the other side of the coin, where players love being kind of bashed in the glory that we give them for whenever they perform well. But they also have to live with the fact that we can also mention it when they're not performing well, and we can question some of the decisions that they're making, because that's part of the show, and part of honestly what I think makes these shows great, that we get to see both sides of that coin, because it ain't a dance on roses all the way from like the start of your career to the end of it. And right now, Entropic ain't looking hot.
True. I am getting word whilst we're talking about this, actually, ladies and gents, that we are just waiting for a remake to start up. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to a short break, so you don't have to listen to us prattle on for the moment. And then when we return, we're going to get that game number 4 underway. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PEC Spring. We have got ourselves 3 Miramars on the way here as we're just waiting for these players to get in and get good to go. But so far, so good for teams like BBL at the top who have been able to absolutely blast. And to be honest, what we saw from them even in the previous set of games in the upper bracket, they were able to take wins on Miramar as well and get top spots alongside the likes of MTB was able to get good spots up there as well. So we've got a few contenders in here, Toby, that I think are going to be able to put their foot to the pedal for Miramar.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they've already 3 games in, gotten over half the points they were able to get on all of upper bracket, right? So clearly a night and day performance for BBL. And just to finish off a very long ramble that I had in the previous segment, confidence. Confidence was the word I was looking for, which I'm not seeing Entropic having any of right now. And going out and being an aggressive team when you're not confident, that I think is harder than trying to play passive when you're not confident.
That was the word that slipped your mind that whole time.
Oh, the one word that we've probably said the most in PUBG broadcasts ever. It's one of those words where I've just, like I said, everyone is saying it all the time. I'm going to completely write it out of my memory, and then when I actually needed it, I couldn't find it. But there you go, confidence.
The one word that everyone says too much when it came to PUBG Esports was momentum, when they had no other way of describing how well a team was doing. So let's retire that one for the moment.
A confident momentum as we head on over to Miramar, straight across the middle, as simple as can be. Going hard north ain't gonna be easy, but if you really need to, you can get there, because there are some pretty good vertical, I should say, routes that you can take up there. So it should be all right. Not expecting to see any big confrontations here, but then again, it is the first time we see this lobby on Miramar, so who knows, maybe there's a little fight that has to be settled here in the first game.
I saw that cheeky zoom into the islands, you sneaky observers. Don't you dare go back there.
It's going to happen eventually.
Again. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. As we do have, as you say, a nice playing path for a lot of these teams to be able to settle themselves nicely for this first game. I'm checking on whether or not anybody's having to do something a bit crazy. And by the looks of things, we get a normal start for a lot of these teams. So they're going to be very, very pleased with this.
Yeah. As simple as can be, pretty much to follow the previous game, full-on vanilla, plain, simple bagel start. No spices, no nothing, just as ordinary as they come. And honestly, I think that's pretty good to start this one off, because it has been a bit of a wild ride in the first couple of games. I'm seeing the circle on the minimap, James, and I'm just worried it's not including enough. But who knows, James? Out of, just to add some variation to what we've seen, how about a junkyard circle?
Well, yeah, we've gone up there quite a few times, I suppose, at this point. They baited me. I was like, oh, they've zoomed in on a nice little compound, and it was on the islands. But yeah, as you're saying, with a circle like this, ideally to get an island, you need that second circle at least to be able to center on those islands, and right now, very undoable. Yeah. So let's squash that dream for all those for those dreamers out there.
Yeah, we'll squash it for now. Maybe later.
And then squash it again and again and again.
A team that has been faring pretty well in these circles today has actually been, yesterday I should say, was actually after in terms of the early on rotate. Oh, why? I just can't get a word out of my mouth before I could. Can I? Ian, I'm sorry.
That was swift.
That was, they were on top of each other. That's why I think I didn't see Ian be down there. I thought they were all up in Impala, but
that was disgusting. You had the Ouija board out, and like A doesn't really need to take long to get to, and then you just left it there, and it was just the double A, and they were gone. It was true cursing.
Didn't even finish saying their name before one of them went down. It really has been a big old downhill spiral for this team. Despite the fact that in round of 16 they were, honestly, the team that surprised me the most in terms of how they were able to perform, and the start of upper bracket as well. They finished off day 1 in top 5 after all, and then from there on out it was just they just couldn't get anything going.
No, definitely. I think sometimes you get in a position like that where, again, maybe mental sets in, because once again, unfortunately for After All, still only 2 players now, after already being only 3 players. As Saga mentioned, the only team playing ethically during all of this.
According to Martin.
well, Klim's going to be moving up north. still kind of in range of Mouse from Kitchen here. And Howl's even just shooting everywhere to try and delay people from like full tilt entering their area, just puffing up their feathers a little bit, making sure people aren't coming too close to them.
I'm trying to take a look at both. I mean, obviously, where teams are coming in from. I'm not expecting to see too many confrontations because there's a pretty clear cut of half the teams out west being able to rep north, the other half being able to rep south. But where in this phase 1 would we have the most interesting end game? And I'm actually kind of liking east of El Azahar. We rarely ever go over there because of the way the mountains are kind of laid out in the water. But that is a really fun place we don't get to go too often. And another place we don't get to go is to the kitchen, because that's where Mouse is, and he's being pulled up on by Erfrold.
I mean, AA might be going back to the lobby if they're not careful, so I don't want that to be the case. They're having a rough time of it. It has been an utter disaster for them. So, running away.
Oh, now they're running into a whole team.
No way, no!
Cannot catch a break. It's as if the entire server is out to get them.
Please get away, please.
We were Googling this coming into today, James. What was the opposite of a miracle?
Oh, like, it's not really, but it's like the presence of evil, like theodicy or something.
Theodicy, that is what Afterall is currently living. No matter what they attempt to do, they are just not succeeding. And half of it, you can't really blame them for. I mean, someone has technical issues, and some of the rotations they've been on, early game, just random scouting. Great, now I got headshot from 500 meters away. There are just some situations where in PUBG, you have to shake it off and go next. And all day today and the end of yesterday was just one long go next.
Yeah, it's the opposite of a miracle. They feel like they're in hell right now. Just the 7 rings just being tortured time and time again, falling slowly further and further because they're on 4 points. And honestly,
what happens when you light yourself on fire?
All ties in. I think though, if you look at day 1 of the upper bracket, though, for Afterall, even day 2 of the upper bracket wasn't really what Afterall can perform with. And this, likewise, I don't feel is what Afterall can perform with. This is really unfortunate with them. They can't catch a break. Yeah. And I think their mental game is not there right now, unfortunately. No.
And to go back to say a word that I've just remembered that ties in with it pretty well. Again, I mean, if they're just not feeling confident at all, which for good reasons they probably shouldn't be right now, it's hard to play well, and when you then constantly met with like rocks being thrown in your face, it's not
snowballs.
Exactly making it any easier. Exactly.
Yeah, it definitely does. Fuzzface going to be moving on away. He doesn't want to become an avalanche down this hill as people are trying to fire at him. Norcus, though, seeing MTB rotating all the way, goes for the spray with the Scar of all weapons, and it's bold.
Yeah. It's the, what are they called? Tuscan Raiders up on the hills? I'm sure you could make that sound if you wanted to, James.
I could, but I'm not gonna. I could actually do a really good Tuscan Raider, but I'm absolutely not gonna. No,
come on. Aww.
Nope, sorry. This could be clipped and misinterpreted completely, so I'm absolutely not doing this.
James, like half the things you say could be clipped and misinterpreted completely.
Yeah, you're right. I'm a pretty
big issue.
You are true. It's true. I am a pretty terrible individual, so I can.
In any case, we're having too. And I'm not even gonna say sorry. We're having too much fun, but you know why there's so many smiles on James and I's faces? Because PUBG is back on, and we've been waiting for it ever since PGC concluded in Dubai last year. We've been sitting on our, I don't even know, the edge of the seat, just waiting for the season to start again. And now we're here, and we're just happy, and we hope that all of you guys are as well.
I didn't even get to be at the last days of Dubai, so I was watching along, seeing how it all unfolded. I was busy boy, so
busy man.
Yeah, it's been even longer. But there for Howl, it will be a quick, swift knock onto Maud as Furlet moves past. Oh, Lazar as well, a 2-4. Will they get the 3 on Syndax?
Just might be the case, and it's always interesting when we have these circles with a lot of water in on the east side, because when they are a little further south, at least there will be 1 or 2 teams that go down and play the shoreline because of the what if it goes to the islands. But now that it's further north, teams don't, and that just showcases how little there's to play around. We're in phase 1, and we've already had like 4 teams fight each other over compounds. That shouldn't really be a case at all. You think of Miramar, you think it's big open spaces, but here, not quite the case. And now Court 2, down to just one player left alive, trying to stay put, and I'm not seeing it happen.
Yeah, Zelpui's going to have to do huge work here. Gets the Mad, which is actually a nice scalp to take in this kind of fight. And even goes for the full flush as well. So at least recovers himself at least 1 point here with this. Still moving around. Goes for the second. Zelpui on Schofield. Will he get more? Laz is technically on the same angle, so he's going to go and relocate.
I know that Afdol is playing a factor and sort of suppressing Howl and their movement around in the compound, but 4v1, they should not be taking casualties like this.
At this point, I want him to get it. He's not gonna.
Because there comes
interference. I don't like this.
Player on the hill above. Actually, full tilt, nice split they've got going. Look at this, very center circle, and still scattered all the way around there. So nice little pull up from one of the full tilt players there, Subby, I believe it was, to peek on over. Say, oh, a freebie, I'll take that, and then wrap back towards his teammates.
Oh, well, it was a valiant effort by Zelpui over there.
I mean, he gets 2 points in a 0-point game, essentially. Yeah. So you never know. Right now, they're sat in 10th, but it's very, very close down to that middle pack of the leaderboard. And those 2 points, well, if anything to go off of, could be the deciding factor.
That's the thing, because you've got teams that are really racking up the points at the top. I feel like that barrier might end up being lower tomorrow. Yeah. You know what I mean? And how it goes. A nice shift down to the south for the teams down there, but for all the other teams, there are a few choke points that will become visible as time goes on. There'll be a lot of sending towards some of those compounds in the middle of the fields by the teams like Ding, Full Tilt as well, trying to regroup and get themselves into a really strong fort position with not too much cover else around them.
GD trying to make the push on forward. They've already found the knock on Crunio. That nade could be good on Norgus as well. Polish Power, we're playing it slow earlier, setting up a camp. Oh my god, that's a good nade! Heat-seeking missile from Ivor takes down Crunio. Wow, that had his name written on it.
Raining down from the stars. Love some vert nades as Iceboy still doing the dance. Polish Power, how are you going to recover from this? Because GD is pulling up. They're going to have more angles on you. This is nice for Fuzz. He can't be technically completely finished here, but
you can't go outside the wall. It's in zero cover position. You know there's a full team around just waiting. I guess the good thing is that Kitchen is trying to help, at least kind of, down below.
Oh no.
Polish Power. This is not what they were anticipating. Iceboy, the cheapest player in all of upper bracket, coming in here and showing you why you gotta pick him for the grand finals should they make it there.
The second most picked. Almost certainly on 99% of those benches, but he's still paying himself off.
He was there.
He was there. He witnessed it, all right? Yep. He witnessed all the other players getting points for those people. Yes. Now Ding did take up residence in this very important compound for these circles, watching Zarvum and MTB sending through into Impala. That's bold.
Yeah, MTB yet a team that's gone quite quiet today through the Erangel games. We'll see if they can muster something here on Miramar as they breach their way into Impala. Should be able to make landfall. They do take a casualty, but again, I mean, as we said so many times before, yes, they lose one. But when it is those outside of the circle, completely blind sends to the middle, losing one in doing so, that might actually be the best case scenario for you.
Well, we'll see if it goes their way. We have Squeaky still trying to scarper all the plans of GDE. They were doing so well against Polish Power, and then Kitchen decides, you know, we'll throw the kitchen sink at you as well from this distance. And for now, at least Vixen is down. Iceboy has been doing a lot of work, and they'll have to try and get out of this eventually. They'll probably just take their cars and run off beyond this. Just head west, then down, dip down towards the circle.
Yeah. Mouse. Gonna hop on the roof. See if they can spot or hear anyone else. They do know that the fight is still going on up above, but I mean, it's outside the circle. There's no real reason for Kitchen to risk everything for a fight that is going to be, well, effectively coming to them soon enough anyway. And they're hearing the vehicles, I would imagine, from BBL out towards the east. So don't go overzealous to the west, because the third party you're trying to set up might just become a fourth party you're giving to another team.
And the longer Kitchen actually sits up there while shooting them, there's teams that are going to leapfrog ahead of them if they're not swift. And actually, they are now on the move. As we see MTB really taking a stranglehold of the higher end of Impala with that church building, etc. Just fanning out a little bit. because this circle has focused very heavily on Impala. Now, one question that does come to mind here is, now that MTB's taken that high ground spot, there is a way for teams to try and wiggle in around the cliffs on that east side and eventually come into where their position is. That could be a vulnerability later on, but for now, MTB's happy with where they're at.
Yeah, it's not too bad. They're going to be able to see pretty much everything that's going to happen from this position, and shifting southwest, most likely, with the circle to come. It's going to be a shooting gallery for them. That being, as long as they can make sure that there's no one else pulling up nearby their position, because they are really, I mean, we are, I should say, really in a situation where Impala, well, it's one of those, if you don't have anywhere to go, that's where you try to go.
Arctics with a nice finish up to get things going for Exalt. They're sitting mid-table at the moment. They've done just enough. Not too little, not too much, just enough, just right. But this is definitely a team that I can see securing themselves a top 8 spot, despite some big names coming in from the previous upper brackets. Again, they're a guilty pleasure of mine, mate. They're a pretty good team.
Sure are. Down to 50 players at the 15-minute mark as phase 3 is closing in. And Howl, having found themselves, at least for now, probably the best position in the game. We still have another minute and a half until the circle is closed all the way on in. But again, with the mountain east side of Impala, should be shifted away from. It's looking to go either Howl or like hard southwest down towards the fields with Ding and numbers in between them. So BBL, I'm liking their hard east side wrap here, James, because I think they read the circle, right? They know it's going to go south anyway. Might as well just try and get down below and avoid all the commotion that is going to take place in the west side soon.
Yeah, for BBL, I think it goes even further than that, right? You can hold that position down there, and if you control that road where Clib and Smasher is kind of pitching up as well, there is a world where you can stop teams trying to wrap around on the east side, trying to come in on those cliffs that I was mentioning earlier, if you have to get into Impala on a desperate will and a dime. So you can control some good land from here. Polish Power's gone in 15th. A bit rough for them, but 31 points so far. Not too bad, sitting them in 3rd place, sponging up some of the points that the others looking for. Aimlol, yeah, it was an arm for him in the previous game. It's the M4 for him this time. Kill still goes down, as it was a very swift execution.
Yep, Gedrox falls 2 though, so a trade 1 for 1. As M4's now as well, greeting their neighbors with utility. That's going to be the first one to fall. Veronica has already gone down. And you can see here, as soon as he tries to peek over, go away from that cover of the ramp, he is instantly seen fate. Lops an 8 on over, able to take him down as well. And now M4's just like that,
push him
down to a single player. And yeah, I was going to say, Exalt, you got to push further forward on this.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity to try and make something happen here. Ribbons and Rafa are gone. So get rid of this boundary. Sarvam, though, providing some fire from the other side will slow them down as well. Here's Full Tilt as well, going up against Kitchen, as Full Tilt still has many alive, looking for it. Squeaky, though, gets a few shots in, but Suppy is there to respond. I don't know, I feel this is going all the way Full Tilt.
Yeah, it's gonna go real bad, especially with Entropic pulling up down below. I don't think neither Full Tilt or Kitchen is going to get out of here alive, depending on how Entropic opts to approach. I think what they're going to do is set up, peek over the ridge line, and just see what they can find. To say that, actually, no, they're full speed forward. They're just collapsing on the building. They want all the kills. There's only one knocked player right now. Entropic might think there's more people down.
I mean, I don't blame them to a degree. You, as Entropic right now, you've got to do something big, because you're kind of on that barrier. You're a team that has a lot of expectations behind you. Start playing your wrecking ball style that we saw mid-2022, because you were good at it, and you can still be good at it in a lobby like this. So they're going to fend them off. They're going to chase them away. Full Tilt bails. I've got to commend the mature decision by Full Tilt.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's nothing to come for in trying to stay there and fight them outside the circle when you're already down 2 players. Now, though, they're going to go over to Afteralt, because they haven't had enough trouble today already. Good thing for Afteralt, they shoot at them early on. So Full Tilt, where do you go?
Okay, it's going to be difficult, eh? There's
lobby.
Probably. How many hardships are we constantly getting still? Like, what is this? Like, it's never ending, man.
We knew it was going to shift away as much as it could from the mountain on Impala.
True.
I feel like this is probably the only place it could go. And Laza, blessed with a double there. Full Tilt came his way. Lops an 8 on over, finds the double. And that is them out in 12th place. In the meantime, And Tropic losing Lookarooks on their push on down as well. And you can see Aces here. This position is just completely gotcha. Yes, you get shot at, but if you have enough helmets and vests in there, don't mind a bit of a beating because you can see pretty much everything going out in the open. I guess all Seifu would hope for right now is a 6 or 8x rather than the 4x.
Yeah, it would give you more confidence in those shots, I suppose. Oh, there it is, confidence. But just more meaning in them as a whole. But it is, after all, being crashed on by Entropic.
What?
Never mind, the Wrecking Ball's not working anymore.
Nope. That was a dismantling. Klim able to find 2 from inside. A little bit of help from Howl on the north side. I like the idea of sending 2 down below and having Nail up above, but I mean, both with Aces in the position there and MTP in the position there and Howl having the compound, Nail up stopping up there, he would have to get out of the car and pretty much just 2-tap something and get in the car and drive again in order to not die there. And, well, that's exactly what happened.
Circle pops. BBL laughing down the south. Numbers laughing as well with this 2-2.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be a short amount of time, though, before they kind of have to get together with some of these teams sat on the outside. So Exalt, for example, if they've got their vehicles, might try and go for a big crash. Likewise, for Aces, I think they'll try to eventually fight through MTB and then control some of the slight ridges that lie on the outside of Impala. But even that has got a lot of line of sights open to it. So those Impala teams here have got difficult decisions to make, as you can see with CTR getting in a car and trying to relocate quickly.
And this, I mean, the BBL play as well here. Oh, hold on thought for a second. It's Medibay.
Oh,
goes
no.
for a spray. Doesn't even find one. He's going to fall nice. Kind of flick from Bad Boy there while they were trying to cross the street. For Aces, still no kills confirmed, but I could only imagine that Medibay at least will fall. But the journey for Aces not over here yet. They need to continue running. What I was saying before was kind of reminiscent. The split or the push around from BBL of the game that they ended up winning in the upper bracket, up towards, or down towards, I should say, Val del Mar on the mountains there, how they wrapped around the entire circle to then come in from behind and just sit and wait for teams to come their way. Very much the same situation they're playing in now.
All right, the bombardment's going to begin. There's more on Exalt here, and I feel like their grenades have a better chance of being able to connect with some of this due to the way in which this terrain actually works out. But at the same time, they are running out of it now. They can't have too much off the back of the skirmishes that they've already had here throughout this game, unless they've been able to steal quite a bit off of them. Sarvam's not taking too much damage to this, so they're on the better side of the road. Exalt's got a timer against them. What are they going to do?
They're on the better side, but the issue is, as you can see here as well, they can't peek over, because that's going to leave them exposed to both Howl, Afterhold, and I would assume maybe MTB too, if they wanted to peek this way, which I don't think, because they have enough. They have their hands full with the Aces.
They do. Not easy. And for Exalt, here comes that move that they were trying for. But yeah, it's very difficult to make this work out at all. It's straight into the hands of Zarvam, straight into the hands of them, and they will fall.
Down they go. Been lagging, able to get Seifu back up alive here, though. So still alive with 3 as they try to venture further forward. Aces, that is. They will be inside the next circle, so should be all right for now. In the meantime, Zarvam trying to fend off anyone crossing here. They do have help from behind in both Howl and maybe also Numbers further down towards the southeast. But for now, it's Zarvam just dodging and weaving, trying not to go down to all the utility.
I am sort of surprised Exalt's still alive.
Yeah.
But they are. And eventually they will die off here to either Zarvam or anybody looking that way. So circle shifts straight to Numbers. Okay, you're in 15th place, Numbers. This is your game. Let's make something happen.
It has to be. And you say, I mean, you're surprised Exalt's alive. I'm surprised Afterhold is alive, considering how many fights they've had to run from. But yet they are. Nate, lobbed on over. Does it find anything? Nope, it does not. But buys Zarvam at least a little opportunity to peek towards the north. They spot Ruin. Up in that direction, you can see him tanking blue, trying to get down to a vehicle down below. And now Numbers. I think they were aware that BBL were around, but now the knock comes through. Smash goes down.
Always scary to get that kind of knock as well as them to a degree, because yes, you get the knock, but then you realize how close a team like BBL is to you, which isn't brilliant. And Zarvam looking to finish this off. There he is, CC in next, cleaning it up. and maybe getting some loot. I don't know if you should be sat just there for quite a long time here. Global Army is able to punish Ruin for any transitions that's happening here from Howl, because they were so far north. They had to try and make a move towards this circle, but not much that they can do in terms of how open this is.
Now, BBL again, I mean, 0 kills so far, but they haven't really been looking for them either. They know, or knew, I should say, that the game was eventually going to come to them, and if it wasn't, they could push further forward themselves. So a nice passive approach to the mid and early game, rotate into it, play it smart, wrap around, avoid the confrontations, and now, 4 alive, mid to late game, plenty of utility. As I say that, no smokes for Rustin-Mar running through an open field. But there's still more Kevlar and helmets available than anyone else in the server at this point. And should be able to put up a fight here.
The topography of these fields, though, is a little bit misleading for people that haven't been here, because it's up and down, up and down, up and down, so you can get away with it for quite a while without those smokes for the moment. So not too terrible. And again, teams like BBL being able to flex out, and actually they're putting the pressure up against Ding, but Ding is taking them out. Rustamar and Michael have gone down. Aces falls as well. After all, they're actually putting up some big numbers, but Ding just absolutely severed the head of BBL.
Sat there ready and waiting. Rustin-Mar going over, hoping to see something. Smash almost run over. Was not expecting that one. I think Senya caught by surprise. Luckily, one goes up, but the vehicle explosion from Smash takes down 2. BBL ain't out of it yet. The only issue is Clip is nowhere near that fight to claim the knocks that Smash got. As I say that, he finds Aimlul from afar and confirms them that way.
The 5th member of BBL, the car, making it happen. I can't believe what I just saw here, but Tharvum's trying their best here to push up against numbers, but it's not going to be enough. After all, it helps them as well. What a recovery from After All, considering they were in no man's land in this game to start things off. We said that they were suffering in the 7 circles of hell, but now they've been able to recover. Yes. Good performance overall by them. It seems to be numbers game here, as long as the solos don't take them out, but still, something could happen. Clib's a monster.
Yep, he ain't done fighting just yet. I mean, honestly, they have to move, sure, but it's a doable run from where they are now. One more knock comes through, so now they have the numbers. If Aftold wins this game, I have faith again. I will never mention what we do not mention that happened yesterday again if you end up winning this one. Clip and Barco, if they come up victorious here, that would be against all odds.
I feel like the 2-2 split, for as long as it was by numbers, really hurt them a lot in this. And with these class players on either side of them, putting them in a tight bind, this is a disaster for numbers. Klim pushing up, and he's got himself in such a good position alongside Hibako, who was trying to slowly move forward, providing those smokes for the cover.
I mean, they have their position right now. They have the position. Obviously, there's a circle yet to come. And if they, I mean, that is probably the most, the most hard-fought, not necessarily comeback, but from a point where they were trying to drive it, like they lose one instantly in this game. They drive off, run into a team, do a 180 coming down the road, spots an entire other team, and just has to yeet it into a field, into a compound where there's a third team. The fact that they are top 3, with right now arguably the best chance of winning, that is one hell of a tournament.
They've had good fortitude here, considering the hand that they've been dealt, and they were up against the ropes, and they're throwing that left and the right, and they are swinging for the fences right now. That was multiple sports references in one sentence. Just ignore that bit. But we have still, after all, in a great spot here with the 2 solos outside. They've traded places. They've traded positions here for, after all, to have the strong spot. This is miraculous.
Yep. Truly is. Truly is. Hibako sitting around again. I mean, for the first time in forever, not really in a hurry to go anywhere. They can just chill. They know they have Circle Center. This one is going to include them too, but eventually, unless if they can find an end to the game before, they will have to cross that road. Clip is sat down inside the circle. Shro going to be the next one to have to make a move.
That's the crazy thing about this as well, is that just as much as After All has got themselves, yes, an okay position with 2 alive, with the numbers advantage, you can't put it past these 2 solos to be able to make something happen, especially
no.
Clib, of all people. But we've had a sprinkling of everything in these games so far across these 2 and a bit days. And there we see Klim finding numbers. Trout. Smoke's out.
Kind of want a Clem versus Clip 1v1 in the end.
Klim Kleb. Couldn't do it.
Then a Clippity in the middle of it. So we had a Clippity, Clem, Clip.
We could try for it.
Oh,
Sees him on the
hold in
transition.
smoke.
Yeah.
Not enough, though. Stro, able to stay alive a little while longer. Issue for him is that he's running straight into Clip. And, well, we know him not to be a player that misses shots too often. So as long as the smokes are there, Stro is going to be all right. But as soon as they fade, well, no need. Clem finds him through the smoke. And now, 2v1, numbers in favor. Did not think I was going to hear myself say this. Of After All.
It's not quite the Ibby smoke wall of years gone by, but he tried.
Yep.
Yeah.
He tried for sure. Clip, what he would really want to do is somehow find a way to take this fight into 2 separate 1v1s. Find an angle where there's no immediate trade following up. We'll see now if he's allowed to.
I think the most important part about this is circle position, right? Technically speaking, Clib doesn't have to leave this ridge before After All has to leave that position. So he was setting himself up next to that tree, for example, for a moment, to have multiple layers of cover. Not only the tree, but also the ridge. And now, as he's peeking across here, just repositioning, kind of putting doubt in the mind of how he's moving up against AA. He sees them, goes for the spray, he goes for the transition, he doesn't get it. Hibako manages to finish it off, and After All will take the victory. What fortitude they showed in this game. We were counting them out from the word go in this game, Toby, and they're able to make it work. Amazing.
A duo netted themselves. After we sent them into the 7 rings of hell, they got 20 points. After we said that. That is a hell of a comeback and a big old shut the hell up, casters. We're better than what you're laughing us off to be. Good job, After All. Nice game. Great hold. You deserve this win.
Really, really important. All right, we're going to go to a break here. A class act coming out from After All in this game. We'll come back after the break and see you for more Miramar.
A new assault rifle, some balance adjustments to old favorites, and a few terrain changes to Destined. All this and more as we dive into the Update 22.2 patch report. First up, a popular new French assault rifle is hitting the Battlegrounds. The FAMAS is a 5.56 AR capable of single fire, burst, and full auto. You won't find this new weapon among normal loot, however. So check care packages and other special areas where powerful weapons spawn. We're also giving a couple tried and true ARs some balance adjustments, with the AUG, M416, M16, and the Mutant all receiving a few changes. Check out the patch notes for full details on these. Also, with the introduction of the FAMAS, the AUG will now spawn among normal Battlegrounds loot. Destin is also getting a few changes, with the addition of several hills between Barcliff and Tarita to aid players making the long and perilous trek. There's also a new dirt track south of San Carlo to break up sightlines a bit and add some more interesting flavor to that area. And since the PUBG 6th anniversary is fast approaching, we're also putting up some festive decorations around Erangel, Miramar, and Sinnock. We've also updated the Hall of Fame on Erangel with special items to commemorate the PGC 2022 winners, so check it out on your next drop. That's it for this quick update. But as always, you can find all the details on these changes and more in the official patch notes. Update 22.2 is here, so find yourself a new FAMAS and get ready to celebrate the glorious 6th anniversary of PUBG. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
If this was a superhero movie, this would have been the start of After Ult's redemption arc. Saga, how did they do it? How were they able to get that chicken dinner in the end?
They had to climb their way out of PUBG purgatory with not only coming in as a 3-man, but losing big man Ainen right at the very start on the drop for vehicles, 2-manning the entire time. But I mean, you got to back Hibako in that situation where he's got the M249 making up for the lack of teammates with just raw firepower, and it came to the end. He had 0 ammo left in his bag, but the man had 10 Molotovs in the back pocket, ready to launch them all at Clib. It cleared actually quite a lot of space, forced him a little bit along the ridgeline. It came very, very close to getting a double spray down, but M249 is just too big, too powerful, and even Entropic found that out the hard way.
A little bit of a high five to Clib Avenger. I mean, I normally write down the top 4 teams in my little notebook, and I just looked down now and I see that I wrote Clib instead of the team name. So it just shows you where I'm sitting at. I mean, he did a great job.
Yeah, that is true. On the other hand, like when BBL pushed Ding, it was just ding, 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 headshot, and they were dead, and they were down to just Clip. It was crazy how well they're able to finish them off there. But in my book, this was numbers game. Like they're holding on to the 2 strongest positions. They're in a situation where they're getting help from everywhere, defending some of those locations, right? And yeah, but after all, they deserve this one here. It's really crazy to see how you're able to come back after playing 3 because one of your teammates have internet issues. Yeah, it's just super unlucky, right? And they're able to win this one here after being the bottom of the leaderboard going into Miramar. So happy to see them being able to step up. Hopefully this is the confidence boost that we're seeing on their behalf, and they're able to have some more good games here to close the day out.
I mean, Toby said that he's not going to speak about it anymore because they've won the chicken dinner, but I'm still going to speak about it. We all saw that horrific moment yesterday where the denied made no sense. I'm pretty sure after that, and then dropping out of the top 8, the team a little bit demoralized, maybe starting to question things. So this win is going to make all the difference for them, Saga, because it is going to give them the confidence they need as they move forward in the lower brackets.
Yeah, for sure. Anuctive who, by the way? The 4th? Never heard of him. But no, I've got to say, when we did spot the 10 Molotovs in the back pocket, there was some PTSD flashbacks, but after all, did play it very well. They played it as patiently as they were really forced to do just by the situation of being down to a 2-man so early on into the game. It's never a sexy way to play the game, to lurk in a shack, but sometimes it gets the results. Aces did it pretty solidly in game number 1, but after all, showing their true colors coming out here with the shack play, lurking on, and then getting a little more proactive towards the late stages of the game, third partying and even actively pushing onto the compound that Numbers was holding onto when they got the opening knock. Really great to see that they haven't taken such a hit to their confidence by such a really unfortunate but overall pretty appalling start to day number 1 of lower bracket.
Fantastic for them. They're now in the top 8, which is great. They need to keep that going. But BBL, I mean, Avenger, are they just going to run away with this now? Look at the points, 20 points.
Yeah, they are. Look at the points. Look at the points. They are going to run away with this. And look how unethical it is to have 2 BBL players on your team, especially if you have Smash and Michael. Clip was expensive, so I don't think you can really make a decent team with that. But a lot of people have Rustelman. He's not up there, but I'm sure he will jump right back into it. It's good to see BBL taking advantage of being so strong and really preparing themselves for grand finals, because I'm 99% sure that they're going to be going through here. They're showing really good stuff, and with a bit of luck there, where maybe a little bit more utility uses, they would even have taken After All down and been 2, 3, 4 people alive towards the late game and had a chance for this one here. Clip almost made it maybe a little bit more utility usage here, more and more flashbang in the correct position or another Molotov or anything. I think it could have been his game, but still great effort from his side. And BPL so far here with just 2 more games to go, they're surely going to end up on, I don't know, maybe 70, 80 points when the day's over.
Avenger's feeling very confident there. He's throwing out the numbers already for what he thinks BBL will end on. We'll have to find out and see if that is the case. Two more Miramar games left before we reach the halfway mark of the lower bracket. Let's jump into the second last one with Kylaris and Toby.
That's right, the penultimate game, and you'll never believe who's about to win this one. Welcome back to Miramar here as we go to the desert for game number 5 of the day. And Toby, so far so good for those top guns up towards the top, but again, just still have to praise what we saw from After All here to be able to do it. Even though, I will say, they almost gave Cliv the moment there to be able to get that spray transfer down. They still reacted well and were able to take it up home.
Yeah, they were pretty much just trying to live as easy as they could, having lost one early and also being -1 from the very start, and yet everyone wanted a piece of them, but they managed to survive throughout all of it and get themselves the win in the end. And credit where credit's due, valiant effort and great win to be able to bring home for After All. But it ain't done yet. Still plenty more games left to be played, and this plane path, James, a very Eastern one, actually a bit of a rare one, I'd say, because we don't normally see planes that don't even almost cross Picado.
We don't have this lean a lot of the times. We do not have this lean. So off we go. Planes in the sky. And we will have these teams dropping down the sky. That's right. I don't even know what accent that could be.
What accent is that?
Not sure. I just, you know.
That's a James accent.
By the time... Yeah, I'm 34, mate. I got weird in my old age, all right? I'm old, you know?
Wow.
Yeah. 35 soon. Scary stuff.
Yeah. Imagine being that old. Can't even imagine. Full tilt, spreading out, getting their loot game going. A little bit spread out. And also, I was just about to say, Quad 2, finding themselves in a bit of a pickle up in Cruz del Valle alongside Numbers. Numbers, as Martin said, last game, it was kind of their game to win, having the position inside the crossroads, but ended up giving it up. And now, well, want to make more of it, starting off with a knock here.
Yeah, this is Quad 2's backup, where this is Numbers' eventual home after bailing on the idea of going to Picado as well as Pachinki for this tournament. So we will see. So far, Numbers winning things out here for the moment, but still, this could stalemate for a little while if neither team really wants to push across the roads against one another, especially if they start getting angles from the high positions in these buildings and then just stopping people from moving across. But we will see.
We'll see. Not a city we usually find ourselves in for hot drops, but I think I don't think. I'm very, very, very sure that it has to do with a pretty brutal plane path for both these teams, opting to go for alternate drops. And now, Fed trying to be sneaky, wrapping around the ridge line, but Shro might be even sneakier, trying to maintain control of the shotgun down below. Issue is he's sat very exposed. I was just going to say to Mord, up above the AK-3X works, but MK taps in return.
Not too bad a trade here. 3. Ooh, the tree of woe. Unfortunately for Farlet, almost. Going for a res is bold. Farlet's healed and is now moving around. I think he's... Oh, yeah. That was a bit too bold to go for the res there.
Yeah. Survives with a sliver of health. Syntax even saying, you know what, guys, you got this. I can go loot, can't I? Well, nope. Not right now. Because there's still him and up above, and he will at least find one. So 2 teammates down, but he now has the high ground.
Yes, he does. Farlet still trying to make something happen from all of this. Syntax, not exactly in the most amazing position to be able to provide covering shots or reinforcing fire. He needs to find an angle from this because he knows where he is. Just needs to have an angle on it whilst... Oh, nade. Unfortunate bounce.
One more could seal the fate for at least one, and it will. Farlet falls down, and now just Syntax left alive. He will... I'm not assuming he's going to try and go for the rest. Maybe try and see if he can get an angle for a flush, but as you can see here, Himman's position, at least for now, simply too strong. Can't crawl out of that smoke. If he has one more, he might be able to make it back to the compound.
Yeah, if Syntax was staying there for a moment, Himman was going to be fed information from his teammate here. He was trying to wiggle around to get a line of sight on him, so that could have been even worse there for Syntax for the moment, but he's going to try and tempt the res. There's another nade in his hand. He has so many mollies as well. If this doesn't hit...
Yeah, he's just thrown that...
Oh!
I'm not sure what you're hoping to achieve when that dude has literally just thrown that same nade.
Yeah,
and you stood exactly where it landed before. So, well, it ended up the way that we could only assume off of what we saw their numbers. They will stay alive. So good for them. A little bit of retaliation after what happened at the end of the previous game. And now, GDE, not too worried about driving through Picado. not realizing
Yeah.
that they just went past the team.
Just to go back on that a moment, you get caught in the chaos of it all, and sometimes decision-making goes a little bit out the window when you're trying to play for effectively what is your tournament life, like, because you need to start getting points soon here as Quad 2, right? So I can understand why desperation may get in the way of some of those decisions, and they do unfortunately fall. So we head south, though. We head south.
We head south, not just south, but far down towards the southern side of Miramar. And, well, this one, while we did see the fight up in Cruz Vaya, overall, teams were pretty good at spreading out. And actually, for the most part, the teams that jumped down early did manage to go quite far west. So for a second, I was fearing that maybe we're just going to have a ton of teams trying to kind of wrap in from the east side. But here, enough teams have gone west that we won't really, or at least I wouldn't assume that we're going to see too much commotion and rotations outside of what we're seeing right now.
Indeed, as Suppy's still looking for an opportunity with his bolty. Maybe a spray? I'd take a spray on the last vehicle that comes past.
Yeah.
That'd be best.
Nope. There's 50 cars left remaining, and now I was just going to say that hillside is going to leave him completely open. Ooh, Vixen tries to run for it. Actually, it's going to be the bolt from afar.
Yeah.
That gets him down. With a little help from up close, and Iceboy now as well, trying to run for cover. Issue is, Full Tilt can't just take these fights out in the open. They're super exposed. Good thing for both these teams, though, is that they're like there's no one else around. So no third-party involvement, at least not yet.
I especially don't like the idea of a vault when you know that there is a team around. There were shots. So to go for a vault in that kind of moment means that your hitbox, your movement is very predictable. So that was the easiest pickup by Full Tilt there, while they're trying to now wiggle around and find even more of it. Iceboy still, fortunately, next to that car, kind of scrambling. Sends shots over was escapation, but I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
He knows exactly where he has him, and again, I gotta say, these guys are only allowed to fight this fight the way they are because there's no one around. Next bullet that's gonna be fired, I think Molodok will hear from a bit further west, and that should be a... Oh, guys, there's two teams fighting in Picado. We want to go check it out, and 30 seconds from now, you might see third parties coming in from the north side of the city, but unless if Exalt opts to not do that, this fight should be able to continue kind of uninterrupted.
Because GDE has a limited amount of manpower here. Once they maybe lose another person in the middle of this, Iceboy is going to get out-angled as this continues on. Sam also needs to do something. Iceboy's down here from a spray as well. As I say, like once he's trying to reinforce, not easy at all. Samolson's going to go down as well. This is going to be a full wipe in favor of Full Tilt, and they are fully happy.
Yeah. Exactly what they would have wanted. Getting the kills, and you can hear the shots now starting to come in. 3 players from Exalt have lined up, so they could not finish this at a better time. Fight over and done with. Now get finished on your looting and get going, because while they're still inside the circle, being in Picado now, they probably would want something better than what they currently have.
Yeah, try and find yourself a center spot. We are still heavily going towards centimeters to start things off in all of these lobbies. But who knows who may end up on those edges and having to sweep, as we have still BBL slowly moving on the left-hand side, Clib being the full scout man. He will eventually, he hears some of those shots going down on MTB, so he's just slowing things down for a moment, waiting for the rest of his team to catch up, so that can be in full force just in case he catches a bullet.
Yeah, no reason to try and go over-aggressive when you're on your own. We've seen that enough times, and enough times to know that usually, while there are a couple of times every now and again where it works out, for the most part, it doesn't. So,
I like that Artix is staying back and kind of scouting things out for the rest of his team, looking from the distance, hoping that he can spot something. It's not too bad. It's a hell of a distance, bear in mind, but
it is.
You can spot some things out, and Exalt hears those shots, knows that M-Force is close, and probably will be quite happy with the idea of settling on the east side of Chumacera for the moment, waiting for Artix to catch up.
Exactly. I think the main idea is to sit and make sure that no one is wrapping in behind Exalt.
Yeah, true.
Because that would be kind of terrible. They would have to then focus their vision towards the north rather than to the team that they are now aware is sat right next to them. So smart, I should say. Artix well positioned, and he will have to regroup with his team. But I mean, it's phase 1, so if you want to take blue for a little while longer, just to make completely sure that there's no one coming, then he could also just do that.
He is on the way. He is coming down now. So all good. Yeah. For now, Polish Power, likewise. Last 2 games, not been totally kind to them, but again, 31 points on the board is okay. And after all, maybe setting their sights. Marcel, he can't help himself. Look at him. He loves it. The thrill of the chase, the thrill of the hunt. Nom, 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 nom. But Hibaka's getting away here.
Yeah. Little does he know, there's a Marsalek sprinting on the shoreline. And, well, Marsalek most likely will want to get back to his vehicle because his team, as you can see, is currently driving further north. Nork is on his own up towards the compound, further up the road. And I think he's just feeding info across right now, Marsalek, that there's a team potentially coming your direction, boys. Be ready because they're driving in your nearby vicinity.
Okay, let's see this play out then. Nice, even circle, I think, for a lot of these teams. BBL may come in on the western side of Chumasera. Howl going to be sending on through towards the middle locations. There's a few nice little dips here that they can potentially play unless some of the ridge lines above them get completely taken out. And then from that on, might be a bit difficult. But you can just push up to where Lazar is here. That'll give you an opportunity to fire back at where Aces is at.
Hamda peeks on over instantly mid by pretty much the entirety of
No.
or at least Ruin, telling him to think twice before peeking that angle again. In the meantime, numbers, well, they've already fought earlier, down to 2 players, but they do manage to take out Squeaky. So once again, Kitchen early game losing their old and field-tested player, as Martin would call him. He's not exactly young, you know, to use his words.
Well, apparently I'm not either, according to the start of this game.
I mean, you're not exactly young. You're surprisingly still walking.
Still walking? Okay, all right.
In esports terms, that is. In esports terms.
I am an esports grandpa. I've been around for a while, I suppose. Yeah. Jeez.
Milkwop, in the meantime, MTV, the funny thing is I'm only a couple of years younger than you, but we don't say that. You know?
I'm just going to say 88 best year, okay? And Martin will agree with me because he might also be 88, but that's, you know, by the by.
Yeah. I don't know. M-Force, Exalt, they've been living in peace, at least for a little while. The good thing for M-Force is that I don't think Exalt is aware that they're in a pretty wide 2-2 split. So if Exalt really wanted, they could kind of pull up in this position, and M-Force, Doxa, and Veronica would have very little chance to really help out. But because now... Oh, what's that, Ma? There we go. Because BBL has now pulled up from behind, they can't really prioritize that. Molodog from above, though, this is where he needs to become an impact player. He has all the vision in the world.
Yeah, let's get some justice raining from above here from him and see if he can make something happen against BBL. But if they play it slow, it's Clip and Molodog actually exchanging blows from far away. So both got to be careful. Neither in a great spot to be recovered.
Yeah, that's the thing. As long as Molodog doesn't go down, then things all right. And as you can see for BBL as well, Michael is far down towards the northern side. It sounds weird to say, but down the hill towards the north, and not really in a position to assist either. Should this turn into a fight? And now there's a whole other thought to it. Do we even care to take that fight? Because Circle just shifted further south.
Kitchener's pitched up between Howl and... Okay, no, they're continuing on. If they'd have stopped there, it would have been absolute suicide. There was no way they were going to survive that, but they're still waiting for Lito to make it through this run. Thankfully, Aces is not on top of the hill because they were pushed away by Howl, so there is some slight justice for them in that they can get away through it.
Yeah. Baron Peak tries to take out more of the Dings players as they cross the road, but what's being missed here? Transition. Are they committing to the rest? Nope, not allowed. Hedrox falls to the best DMI in the game as Baron Peak makes a massive Dings rotation.
I like it. The Baron's got the deed out. He says, get off my land. Yep. I am the Baron of the Peak. Get off there.
Yep.
Kids, get off my lawn.
Not allowed to maneuver on through. Do they claim the kills? Yes, they do. Voldemort unable to find the first. Sails should fall in just a moment's time as well. Vehicle gone. Easy peasy. CC finds the second. And while not necessarily crucial, still a very good couple of kills picked up from Salvin, because Ding are now, I mean, they probably would have been too, sat just south of them. and could become a threat later down the line. Now that they know they're only down to 2,
Yeah.
they don't have to prioritize them as much. Oh my god, they have no clue.
It's free.
It
Do
is
it.
so free. It's the entire team as well.
No. Okay, he's like formulating a plan in his head. He's like, okay, how do I do this?
You have 3 nades made.
Oh.
No, you gotta
do it. You gotta do it. You gotta do it.
You don't.
You gotta do it.
There's no one there.
No. I'm shocked and appalled. I can't believe this.
I know that they would have just pulled up on him and probably killed him.
Yeah.
But you hate to see him not take the shot.
So, I'm going to be real, though. So far, Full Tilt have impressed me. I mean, they're top 6 at the moment. That could have been maybe a kill or 2. But yeah, they would have all turned on a pinhead and actually tried to go for that. But
and it is the first place team, and they're 20 points ahead of everyone else. So I understand that it might be a little intimidating. But even then, when you see them stood completely still, if you're going to take a fight to smash, I think that would have been the best opportunity anyone is ever going to get.
Not too bad a knock here from Kitchen, though, on Marsalek. Is recoverable, as we're seeing a lot of these teams trying to go in between all of these hills. And thankfully, on Miramar, all of this topography provides so many dips, divots, dives. You can even dodge a wrench in a lot of this, but smoke goes down to cover where he's going to be going. That wasn't a smoke, was it? Never mind. It was a flash. I got fooled.
Indeed, even though you shouldn't be able to because of the colors. In any case, nail up balls. Clip finds 1, QBE finds 1 in return. BBL and Tropic, 2 of the, at least on paper, top contenders to come out victorious here. Battling it out now. It's just Smash left alive. Lookarooks, plenty of damage done from the side. Smash tried to stay put, but Matsy from the other side, once again, it's Full Tilt. Able to kind of sneak their way in and find these third-party opportunities with very little to no kind of threats of their own.
A little bit of a hero run coming out from Full Tilt, getting even more, but MTB, 1 health from Metabee, is going to be able to kill off after all. They were, of course, only 3 once again going into this game, but MTB is gladly going to soak up those kills. Yum, yum, yum.
Yum, 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 indeed. And it's almost as if people knew where the circle was going to go, given that they're pretty much all inside it already. It's only the remaining players of Polish Power, Ding, and then MTB, who just finished the fight, who has yet to make their moves. And there ain't really a whole lot of real estate available. I mean, you have aces up towards the north. There might be an opportunity for MTB to collapse on that position. Issue is crossing over. You're in the pretty much in vision of Polish Power, M-Force, and aces who you are pushing. So I think what MTB is doing right now is get close to the circle, wait it out for a sec, and then maybe either Ding or Polish Power is going to kind of set up a fight that you can then third party. Katurgan is dead in 3, 2, 1. Dead.
Too close.
Yeah. Well, second off, I'll take it. And it's my... Thank you, Norgis. I'll take those points.
Yeah, I'm not too bothered by this. I'm not too bothered. It's okay. It's okay. It's Polish Power.
It's okay. There was, you know, it was there's a little lag, a little delay between me and the feed, so I was receiving it a bit late, and yeah, you know, the ping difference, and there's such a big ping between Copenhagen and Stockholm, you know. It's pretty it's pretty severe sometimes.
The only place there is severe lag is in your brain at present when you're trying to justify this, okay? Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I've gotten used to that now. I can play under those circumstances.
You also got used to me just being kind of mean to everybody, so I can understand it's...
Just ignore it, James.
So does everyone else, actually, yeah. I'm used to that, too.
Yep.
They're like, look at old Kalara shouting into the wind.
And look at Full Tilt once again, trying to go for the sneaky strats here. Do they know? I mean, Bin Laden is well aware that there are players east of him, but I don't think they know that Soketo is just on the north side. He is so much closer than... I mean, Matsy honestly might just ruin the whole surprise now. And now, Entropic from afar is shooting at Soketo as well, so that pretty much ruins the surprise. But he had really snuck up close. Didn't want to spring the trap, though. And now, Aces, I think, should be aware that they've gotten that much closer.
Yeah, the 3-1 split for Entropic. I know that the Lookarooks is holding that angle on the other side, but I don't think Sarvum's ever going to move up that way for the moment. So it will take a little bit longer for that to come to fruition. As Rafa and M-Force looking up towards MTB, they have to dislodge them as well as maybe Polish Power as well if they want to make a meal out of this game, because they'll deny any kind of cross from that road, and you need to get rid of them.
Well, MTB doing what they can to make this as easy for M-Force as possible as they run each other over. Unluckily for M-Force, not really trying to seize the opportunity to take the fight while they have the numbers advantage here. So they're staying back, Dogs up, not really in a position to do a whole lot as long as the fight takes place on the north side. And Aces, because Full Tilt was nearby, haven't opted to peek down either. But now Metabait peeks over, finds the first one as Polish Power ups to make their full send in towards the middle. Where did they stop? On the ridges? Or do they go all the way to the valley here?
I think they're going to go even further. I think they maybe wanted just a little bit beyond where Howl is, but even that is just nothing to work with. I'm not sure. Going to keep going around this slight plateau. I think they're going to be vulnerable to long-range shots here. Got to be super careful about this.
The one game, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm right. The one game that Polish Power won at PGC, very close to this position. So maybe they were hoping that they were going to get the momentum going back their way.
Yeah, but I mean, even that little plateau is barely in the circle. Might not be at all.
It's a scouting position. They couldn't see anything from where they were. Now they go over here. They say, great, it's terrible, but we can actually see something. So now they kind of try and buy more time to then be able to make a play. Grunio does fall, though. Gets confirmed as well. And now Howl under fire, but the nades from them is enough to deal with the pressure from the southeast. One team eliminated, but there's still more to come.
This is the problem in PUBG Pro now. Everybody got really good at those preemptive nades. So you try for that move, you are going to get blasted. Nailcop manages to finish off Rafa and all of this. And the rest of M-Force feel like they're going to tuck their tail between their legs and run away from it. But they're just going to go into the hands of Zarvum here, down to the south, who are also scrambling for an opportunity to get into the circle.
The west side of this circle was going to start burning eventually, and now is that time. Zarvum trying to make a run for it.
Scramble!
You see, making the run alone for now, but needs to provide some sort of suppressive fire should Global Army be able to cross on over. Last smoke being thrown forward. Still has MTB to deal with, but at least he's inside the circle, so he should be able to wait it out for a little while longer.
Somehow, some way, Exalt have been able to take up residence just above Howl. That's nice for them. Entropic's regrouped entirely. As CCNX, you can see in your picture-in-picture, has been looking for any shots towards MTB. M-Force is done. They bleed out behind them. And now, Global Army and Voldemort are looking to make the move.
I was just gonna say, can Full Tilt not see Entropic from where they are on the hills? And now they're starting to shoot at them. There were 3 people up there for a while just running around, and Entropic now forced to back off as they realize they're running around in the open. I was just surprised that they didn't take the shots earlier, but of course they're still aware that Aces is in the nearby vicinity, so can't fully commit to it. MTB will fall as we make our way further into placement points. 7 teams left alive as we close in on phase 7.
Yeah, for Entropic, their game plan was clear. They wanted to get rid of Full Tilt completely to be able to then seize either this position or the hills. But now, having this position with Full Tilt still alive, as you mentioned, is really not conducive to success in their game plan. CCNX going up against Aces, and Aces might get caught out by 2 teams here on the sandwich.
Really nice 2-man push over the top. Global Army, while he probably didn't want to be, became kind of bait in that situation. And as long as he was just dodging and weaving, staying alive, that allowed for CC and Voldemort to push forward. So nice play from Zarvum, making something out of pretty much nothing in the situation. They have a foothold now. They have the entire southwest ridge. Now they need to fortify. Now they need to set up for a potential push from Aces and also from a potential push from Kitchen down towards the southeast. Should they, like we saw in the Erangel game, try to kind of get rid of the threats on the edge before they move further forward themselves.
And Bin Lagan hiding in the desert, waiting for Zarvum to try and maybe come around, search for him, look for him, find one where they can. Here comes Entropic, though, the big send on forwards against, and they're trying to exert what is a backup plan to try and to get rid of Full Tilt, which is a send far across, really bring the pressure onto them, but they take damage on the entry. I don't know if this is going to work.
And I think part of the reason why Full Tilt never opted to take the fight to Aces is for this exact reason. They knew that if we engage, that is going to be the free pass for Entropic to collapse on us from behind.
True.
We got to sit back, we got to wait it out, we got to wait for Entropic to make that first move, and that's exactly what has happened here. Barrages of nades and utility being spammed as QBE tries to make his way up the hillside. Lugarux is still alive now, coming to fortify the position, and I would hope to see Aces try and collapse on this one now, because that is a perfect third-party opportunity with little to no interference from anyone else.
Just a lot of teams have line of sights on everybody at the moment here, so lots of shots coming in. Suppy finishes off Entropic. That's big for them to be able to take out Entropic on that entry point. So now, though, Ace is flexed out over there a little bit. I have to agree with you. I do think that they were working hand in hand with one another to suppress the rest of the lobby, and now Ace backs off knowing that it's probably not worth yet.
Exactly, but credit to Full Tilt as well for actually realizing the potential threat. They smoked off Aces before they pushed down to Entropic. So they throw the flashes and the nades forward towards Entropic, turn around and smoke off Aces. So even though they would have wanted to make the play, I saw it just down there in the end, they actually had not a full smoke line, but enough to block vision for Aces that it wasn't going to be worth the run forward for them. Aces 3 alive, Groza in hand, MK14 in hand. While they don't necessarily have the best spot in the circle, or had, now, if they can maintain control of the hilltop, this should be a winning position, or could be at least a winning position for them.
I wonder if Howl has any more utility whatsoever here, because their position becomes compromised if they do not have some utility to be able to get rid of Exalt in a speedy manner, as they're just sat in between all of this, watching this go on, watching the bullets fly over their heads from each side of this circle. Ooh, a peek. Not successful. Bad Boy 2K. He's going to release a rap album, I'm sure. Run away.
But he's only allowed to get 2 kills per game. It's kind of unlucky. And he already has those 2. So that's why he's not really getting any knocks right now.
Yeah.
He's got a name, a reputation to live up to.
Or it means 2,000, and then the sky's the limit.
True. He's always going to go out of the game disappointed.
Yes. Okay.
Bad Boy peeking over once more. Knowing that Mercy is down there. I thought he was actually hidden at least for a while, but spots him nonetheless.
Good.
Whenever the nades become 3D and just fly out of your screen towards your face. Spots the second, gets him down as well. Up close against a Groza. Just ain't the place you want to be here.
That's 3 already. Your myth is dispelled.
I mean, getting those angles incredibly quickly.
Doing well for himself. Groza up close, as you say, like just a bit of a beast. As I think most of his attention is going to be on Madzi over on the other side of this. Even though the peak's going to come along, Suppy is in smoke still. CCNX still fighting off against Kitchen. Madzi's going wide around and going to get spotted. And Bad Boy 2K is doubling up. No!
I realized that the one way to take him down to the demise of James's entertainment is to push one at a time. And now, you see the peak on over here denied to some extent by Sabin again. I mean, a little bit of a passive playstyle from Sabin here. Would have hoped to see them try and actually pull up the mountain, but I'm not sure if the angle is there for them to take. Hamda does get the double, so Full Tilt eliminated as the fights continue. Aces, full control up on the hilltop now.
Most importantly, they're going to get Bad Boy 2K, so he can get even more. I'm happy about that. We've got ourselves Sarvum.
Damage, James. It's damage that he's going for.
Yeah, maybe. We got CCNX still finishing off finally. Mouse. Kitchen, I just can't catch a break here with the amount of bullets that are flying their way. Exalt is still alive in the midst of all of this. No kills to their name. Just surviving, doing what they can, and I appreciate it because that's also a way to win in PUBG.
Yeah, this is it's kind of what you gotta go for when you end up in one of those bowls where if you shoot and people realize where you are, you get one naded and you're all dead. So they'll start shooting, they'll start doing damage whenever they actually see something. But when you sit in a pit, there ain't really a whole lot for you to look at.
I mean, it was a smart send anyway, because they understand that other teams are effectively covering them when you take up a spot like this. Because technically, if anybody peeks over some ridges, they could take you out very swiftly. Yes. But it's not the case when all the teams are looking at each other.
It's one of those late game, somewhat guaranteed kill points, not so much. They have to be very ready for whenever that fight does end up coming to them. Because as I said before, that the same dip that they're now using for great cover is also the same dip that's going to be a magnet for grenades whenever enemies get close enough.
You can see that in entertainment. What? Wait a... Wow! Hello? I didn't manage to see all of that, but Howl just got destroyed by Exalt. I mean, they had to get into the circle, of course, so Exalt takes advantage of it, but 1 down, 2 down, in fact. Yep. This could be just an easy aces for them if they're able to have free pickings over Zarvum as well.
Could be. Bad boy, peeking on over. Once again, quick on the read here. Anticipating the push from Savin, or at least the attempted kind of hold on them. But the issue is right now, everyone's inside the circle. This one is going to end, I want to say, in favor of Exalt here. They're 3 alive, down below. All they have to do really right now is wait this one out. If you get knocked, you can be damn sure that someone is going to pull up on you, and that is exactly what just happened. This is going to allow for one of these two teams to try and collapse the position should they dare. But I'm not sure anyone has vehicles left to work with. We saw you a Bronco there, but it was not in the best condition.
No, you spray them down pretty quickly, especially with things like Grozers. Bad Boy 2K, MK12 in hand, as well as that Grozer. Still looking for extra. We have got himself flashed up, though, but it didn't last too long. Goes for extra shots and runs into the smoke. And with these flashes going out once again, utility is going to run out. Amdar's setting up a smoke wall here so they can try and transition, at least smoke one team off. Good spray coming out from him as Sarvam now really hurting. Exalt is going to be the next target here quickly for Aces as they know that Sarvam is all but done.
Yeah. Just, I mean, you say all but done, but they still have a global army left to fight with. So we'll see
600 people.
How this one ends out. And all he has to do really right now, as long as he can stay hidden and Exalt kind of can do the job for him, maybe a second place guaranteed, and then a 1v3. It wouldn't be completely unheard of. We've seen it before, time and time again. But in the position that he's in right now, it's not something that I would put my money on.
Okay, this might decide it for me. And we'll talk about that after the game is done here. From Moldox, we're bringing it down on Aces. It's only global army left here against the 3 of Exalt. They have done so well to continue to survive in a position that, as I said, could have been vulnerable, but they will take the victory here. Understanding that other teams will be shooting across them, covering them whilst taking that small dip in the middle is very, very smart, Toby.
Sometimes the right play is to play it calm, and they did so for as long as they could. And as I said, you have to be ready, because whenever it pops off, it's going to pop off fast. But they melted Howl to then turn their attention to the mountains and deal with both teams there too.
And that made my decision, because Fairest is my benched player. So tomorrow I'm swapping him in to get those guns running for Global Army, because he just lost to him. All right, time for a break. When we return, we have got the final game of the day, as well as before we go to the desk. So let's head on over to that break and then head over to Sam and the boys.
So you better bow down.
Hot damn, you know what I'm loving so much? I said this in the upper bracket, I'm going to say it again in the lower bracket. I love how competitive these lobbies have been. We see familiar names, but every single game, it's just a different mix-up of the top 4. They are fighting so hard for these points, Avenger.
Yeah, it's good to see here, and it's going to be extremely close. Like, with the difference of the teams winning, the teams that we're expecting to do well, doing well, some surprises doing well, it's just going to be super close. And it's only just one team that have kind of led the pack so far, sitting 16 points ahead of second place is BBL. And now, yeah, it's really much up to all the other teams that are looking to kind of come in and grab a win, because that is where the big points obviously lie. And now, in this case here, it's Exalt coming in with a big one and putting themselves into the top 4. In this case here, it's obviously good to see. I feel like a lot of people have high expectations to Faris and the boys.
For sure. Lasaga, when we take a look at this last game, any big surprises for you in the mix?
It really has to be said that Full Tilt had an absolute banger of a game, as much as it was extremely disappointing to not see the attempt at the 1 grenade 3 bang out of the car on BBL. They did eventually help Entropic to clean them up, and it was good to see Entropic actually, you know, hit some shots, but not too many of them. But all in all, Full Tilt, they really had a very solid performance, sitting on the high ground as well, and playing a little bit cautiously, passively, a little bit slow, didn't get over aggressive. And it was when Sarvan made the move where they pushed the ridge and really forced the hand of Aces. They tried to make that final push, but did get outdone by Bad Boy up close with the Groza. But all in all, pretty solid stuff from them, which is a team that we may not have expected to currently be seeing sat in the top 5.
Now we can see the scoreboard from that last game. Saga, I'm curious with Polish Power. I feel like since we've moved to Miramar, they've kind of just lost the firing power, if you like, that they had on Erangel. Any insights into that?
Yeah, I would definitely expect to see that they might come back still looking pretty solid in the final game. They've always been a little bit of an up and down team, bit of feast or famine, I've heard them described as in the past. But this time around, it wasn't really anything too treacherous. The one thing they do need to be aware of is that the teams that are picking up wins, the likes of Exalt, the likes of Sarvam starting to climb and actually having better performances than they've had all day, is just this one game where they've had not the best of times. It's pushed them quite dramatically far down the standings, and now they are within that treacherous territory, pretty close to 8th place. Exalt jumping up 5 spots, Full Tilt jumping up 3 in the standings based on that final game alone, and Sarvam are on upwards momentum as well.
Avenger, are we at that point where we can start doing maths and you can start guessing what you think people will need to qualify, or too soon?
It's too soon. We're still going to hold on to the same kind of cutoff we had an idea of yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday was 80 points. The cutoff ended up being because the lower teams didn't get that many points. But a 70-point mark is still the hypothetical cutoff. But I will say still, like, it's so close still. Look at M4's 38, half the point down on 13th Entropic. One good game and you're in top 3 if you're Entropic. 10, 11 teams in between that still have huge opportunities. Just one good game to jump into this and take it home. So it's honestly going to be a banger here. Only at the moment, I would say BBL is kind of guaranteed to go through, even though we have one game and 7 more total, 6 more tomorrow. It's in a case where I feel like it's gonna be safe for them here. Lassa, look at that, beautiful. Same amount of damage exactly, but one more kill here for Lassa. That's good to see. And Bad Boy jumping into the top 5 as well, or top kills. Beautiful.
Of course, BBL dominating this one. Are they going to run away on that top spot, Saga? I mean, are we confident in saying BBL is probably going to finish on top and make their way through to the grand finals?
They have hit a road bump, actually, in the past game or two, and, well, a large part of it, actually, this time around is Entropic and the way that they were holding on the sort of north and eastern side of the zone, and, of course, Full Tilt stabbing them in the back. So as long as, once again, they just pay a little bit more attention, don't get caught out by the teams from Open Qualifiers, playing a bit of a stranger style. They just weren't expecting Full Tilt to be in that position and getting stabbed in the back, so avoid that, and they should still be fine.
I said it at the start of this segment, and I'll say it again. I just love the competitive spirit that PUBG is bringing to the table this year. EMEA-based region, without a doubt. Look how close those battles are. And also, look how close Kylaris and Toby have grown now that they're casting together.
Don't pull that face at me, Sam. You know I hate him, and you know he hates me as well. But we're at the desk together once again, casting more games, ready to go. Toby, how much do you hate me? Tell me.
I can't say that. Not on air. It would involve too many swear words, James. You know it.
Jeez. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hype it up. Ramp it up.
You asked for it, didn't you?
I don't mind being the villain. I'm happy with it.
It's not the mind being the villain for the sake of it. You just are.
Okay. Well, yeah. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. I'll gladly be the what do you call it? The side villain. You can make that up.
Side villain.
Yep, that's me.
You've tried. You've given it a go.
I don't know what I'm saying.
You did say you were tired.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. It's a crazy set of games that we've had throughout the day. This one, the last one, as we were kind of talking about in the break as well, a little slower. For good reason. We were heading out into the open, and it's the same flow for the last 4 circles, where you have those 2-3 teams that will have to brawl their way through as we look at this pretty phenomenal leaderboard. I am 1 point ahead of you and 2 points ahead of Martin. But you know what? I will take it.
I will say, like, actual no meme aside, 4 of us have done really well. We're like, you've done all right, Sam. But like, if I look at the overall leaderboard, I think like maybe there's like, how many points are we looking at? I'm not sure exactly where I am, but like out of 3,000, 4,000 players, we're like in the top 100, 200. So not too bad at all. You should expect us to be, considering we're supposed to be experts at this game. But anyway, let's get into it. The final Miramar of the day. Game number 6. So far, so good, as we get an okay playing path.
Yeah, this one is going to cater to most teams' needs, maybe. If you're fully committed to Impala, if you're after all, then you're going to have to drive for a little while. But it ain't too bad. Then at least, hopefully, they won't have anyone to shoot at them in the early game. So I'll be all right. Off of that, though, normally, I would say, you know how you have your day 1 teams and day 2 teams? I feel like what we've seen on the leaderboard coming into this game, where teams currently are, I wouldn't be surprised if we see very few changes after the games are done tomorrow. BBL, I'm expecting to end up in first place with quite the lead, same to what they have now. Polish Power, while I have liked the fights we've seen from them, I think are still going to sit in and around top 5. And Entropic, off of what we've seen today, I'm not sure I like it. What I do like, though, is when we have those phase 1s where there are 7 out of 64 players in, and everyone is going to have to figure out how the hell do we 9 billion IQ this rotation. Imagine being Polish Power right now, knowing that you're just in like a meat pack of teams having to go the same direction.
A meat pack. Ugh, gross. I don't like that. But yeah, they're going to have a harder time. And I think there's something that benefited them really nicely in game 1 and game 2 of the day was space control, those earlier choices that they made. Games 3, 4, and 5, though, definitely the games have not gone their way in that regard. So I'd like to see them, well, technically attempt to move early, but I think that they're going to delay it until teams south of them have moved first, which then doesn't bode well for them in terms of space control. But then try and get that space control going again. It is harder on Miramar, though, especially in a circle like this, where it's all that up and down, hills.
And with so much water in play on this one too, we're essentially giving the players, if we exclude, because I think maybe we'll see one team drive through Los Leones to get into the south side of this one. If we exclude that whole, like from the L to the S essentially on the map, we're looking at maybe like 30% of what is the edge of this entire circle that you can actually drive into the circle from. All of the water, obviously, unless you go with a boat, that ain't really going to be a factor. And it's a pretty big portion of the top edge of this circle that is Los Leones. So there really is only like the left of the of the city and the east that is then merged with the coast very shortly after. Not a lot of space. We're going to see a lot of teams kind of funneled together very early on here.
The boys in green moving quick at 3 minutes 30, looking to secure themselves a decent spot to start this off. And they'll sit there for another 6 minutes waiting for people to get coming around them and be like, oh, well, this is pretty chill, which is...
Well, this is what staying alive feels.
You're mean. But anyway...
I'm side villain, you know? I have to try.
Side villain. Is this like a Danish translation directly?
It is not. It is not. It is Game 6
Okay.
Toby. That is what it is. Imagine if we were casting 7 games, James. You have no idea where this would go.
You can be in JRPG fashion. You can be the mid boss. Do you know what a mid boss is?
Nope, but I'll take it.
You don't want to.
Nope, then I won't.
It's okay.
I thought
anyway.
we were on the same team here. You can't set me up to fail when I'm just blindly trusting
can.
you with everything you're saying.
And that's my problem. I'm a very people trust in my word. I say it with confidence, and then they're like, yeah, Claris is right, yeah. And then all of a sudden, I get them with the cheeky left hook, you know.
Also, imagine that Entropic has the entire circle to themselves, and still they find a way to get knocked.
You know, yeah, I'll have to give you that one.
Just.
I give up.
Again, I mean, sometimes, maybe we have to start talking about Entropic of the 7 circles of hell and kind of laugh them off, and then that's when they pull off and 2 people alive 20-point after-ult game. Maybe that is what they need. Speaking of after-ult, they are as far away from a circle as you can possibly get on Miramar.
Yeah, their loot choice was bold, but they up in Oasis and now have come down here. Is that what's happened? Okay.
They were very, very, very far north. And Asus, in the meantime, almost brought it home in the previous one. Wasn't quite going to be so. Now, surrounded by Quad 2 instantly. Bad Boy able to take out the first, Safo finds the second. And just like that, Quad 2 went for a quick peek, trying to see if the compound was available, and well, they found out the compound.
I hope he gets more. It's the true Bad Boy blasting off the back of this. He is all of a sudden come alive and found himself in the top kill leaders here in today's games here for Aces, who are still in 11th. So Bad Boy is going to need to be an even badder boy here if they want to push those numbers up into that top 8. But the barrier is extremely close. Look at that mid-pack forming right now, Toby.
Yeah, Norkis, minus 3 points in my fantasy team. That's unlucky as they try to drive on by. Actually, it's M-Force that were the team to drive on by here. But the transition, and Master, they caught in the middle of the street here. Not exactly optimally the Polish power. Really struggling on this one. We didn't see the start of it, so I'm actually not quite sure exactly how this fight came to be. I think it's just them collab. Yep, it is. I just went back and watched it. It's just them kind of meeting on the road at the same time and saying, great, here's the compound. This is where we'll fight. Just rotations, catching one another.
Yeah, this is sort of why I was hoping on musing about the idea of them waiting for all of the teams in their close vicinity to actually make their own rotations. Because, as you said earlier in the game, when you're caught in the middle of all of those teams and you make your rotation, you're almost certainly going to run into some of these other teams, which results in this. An absolute decimation by M-Force. Really, really strong presence here against Polish Power.
And it's interesting because now, again, I went back on the map feed while we were covering this fight here and kind of looked it through. They met here. M-Force actually kept driving, but they lost one. I think he spun out. And because 3 cars kept driving and 1 was caught behind, Polish Power pulls up on the solo. Can't really fault them for doing so. But the fact that M-Force is then able to, with the 3 that has already crossed the road, are already up where essentially Veronica is right now, 180, go back and support your teammate, and then come out victorious with no casualties. That is incredibly impressive. I couldn't see exactly who was the one that got caught behind, but the fact that they're able to regroup, go back, and then defeat Polish Power like that, that is an incredibly nice, very quick reaction play by M-Force.
Speaking of something else that's incredible, look at the center. That is so tightly packed. Because of the nature of the circle, it makes sense. But holy moly, that is so tightly packed. So all these other teams slowly coming in. They have so much room to work with in this first circle because of the nature of it.
Yep.
Oh,
Rocks peeks on over. Sail's going to be the one to find the knock. It falls as Quad 2. I mean, they haven't really been able to catch a break the same way that Afterall couldn't in the beginning of their first Miramar of the day. They ended up coming out victorious. I don't think the same thing is going to happen for Quad 2 here.
Hopefully not. Exalt moving on in from the west side. A very nice scenic route, to be perfectly honest, for them. There's nobody near them, just moseying on in, having a nice time. I wouldn't mind if they took that warehouse up on the left-hand side and played things out from there, but they're playing it slow because they're scouring things out thinking, at this point, everything must be taken, right?
Exactly.
No, it's not.
No, but I mean, it's not more than 100 meters or so before everything will be taken. So the fact that they're starting that kind of the slow approach already a little further out makes perfect sense to me. Coming in blind, not like now is the first time they're really getting a chance to scout forward here. So no reason to deep dive into it, especially not shoot the circle. Who knows, hard shift northwest or even go down on the southwest island. I mean, there's no reason to go overzealous here when you're late to the party anyway.
Let's see what After All can do with, again, quite the valiant performance. 27 points still sitting on this cusp. 3 kills gone their way so far off all of this.
20 of those 27 points, though, came off of one game.
Well, considering they've been 3 all day, this sets them in okay stead for tomorrow if they've got 4.
I promised I wasn't gonna... True, I'll stop. After all, 27 points. Good job.
Steady on mid, boss. Know your place, all right?
I don't want to be mid boss anymore. Is that what? Come up with something else, James.
I'll try.
You're just being a bully, which I knew you were already, so I don't know why. Yeah. Let's see. Phase 2. Where do you take us? Further down towards the south we go. Los Leones out of the equation. And really, I mean, where phase 1 had 7 players in, now there's like 7 players out.
Yep.
Phase 2. A little more than that, but you get the idea.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is now watching as these teams split and see how they can try and control the space here. And Tropic, look at their 4-way split. As long as they're not running each other over, that's going to be fine. Full tilt, 4-way split. 2 down to the south, though, next to the beach. You're not going to get too much value off of that anymore. And we're seeing GDE try and send it through everything. As the shots going left, right, and center against this. GDE, I think they might crash where we're seeing in Tropic.
Exactly. And this is the first of many teams who will be trying to do something like this. It's, I mean, right now, looking at both in Tropic and Full Tilt, as you mentioned, they're sat with a lot of terrain under their kind of name. And I hope they got their cars parked in the right position, because they will have to leave quickly as more and more of these teams are going to try and collapse into the center of the circle. Exalt, in the meantime, taking shots, I believe, towards BBL behind them, actually. But now, Ding, having heard the commotion, they realize that, wait, okay, we're not the team furthest on the western edge here.
Do anything more with this? Technically, on paper, this is a very strong roster. A lot of individual skill. And, again, it's down the cusp. Doing the right for themselves. With this. After all, now pulling up against M-Force. M-Force has been a bit of a tear today. Not exactly a team that I'd want to be running up against. Rafa with 3, Ribbons with 1. Now going to be cresting the hill here to look and try and disarm any of the threats that are coming from this angle. And
it's so weird with M-Force, really. They completely stomp in the round. Then they get second to last in lower bracket. As Ribbons finds 1. Should be an easy confirm. And now, here they are again. It's like, with every one good tournament they have, there has to be a bad one in between, or a stage anyway.
That's the weird thing about PUBG, right? And how a team adjusts to lobbies, or how they stack up against a lobby. Because you can just be in lobbies that technically are even punching above your weight, but your playstyle, your rotations just fit in nicely, like a puzzle piece. And it does allow you to be able to max out the point potential. But, okay.
Get off, it's my loot. It's my loot.
That was quite aggressive, Clip. I'm going to be real. You can just have a chat, you know?
He's the big bad boss, not you. You would pick your teammates, at least not intentionally, I think. Hope.
Yeah, I guess so. They call me the architect, though. You know, I'm controlling everything from the background. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You don't believe it?
I don't.
Oh, okay,
no, I believe in you in many cases, but first-person shooters, there's something that rings a bell that ain't. I'll stop my sentence there. You can shoot yourself. Himbago, after all, again, tough day for them, but here they come, full speed forward. Once again, trying to send it for the middle. It worked last time. They attempted to do something like this, and who knows, maybe it will again. They are kind of coming up towards one of the many positions that Full Tilt has control over, and so far, well, they're still alive, so they've got that going for them.
Into a ditch and find a plateau quick. Run away. That and smoke.
2-wheel pickup truck. Oh, there's a shack. Why not?
I like a shack. Yeah.
It worked last time.
It will do, and it's in the circle, technically.
You want some water with that circle, James? This circle is sponsored by the Pepsi, I feel like.
All of these circles have given us this same ratio. It's been something. We're still getting so many hard shifts, man. So many.
This hard shift is absolutely insane. It sent us south of the southern compound on the shoreline. A lot of water still in play. This is going to be atrocious, and we're here for the thrill of it. A lot of teams having to now make their way on in, and the first casualties are already falling numbers. Falling down. Kitchen starting to lose players to a not really optimal, because they were actually the ones sat here ready and waiting for teams to come their way.
Really, Lito here showing a lot of urgency about movement, really wanting to kind of lock this down while we're seeing an opportunity here for Kitchen to just solidify themselves. Numbers is encroaching from that northwest side, but don't really have line of sights on them just yet, so they'll be okay for a little while. Zarvum, though, again, a few more points going their way would be absolutely necessary to try and jump into that top 8. Looking for extra shots on Zamolson in the distance as well. They're taking multiple fights at the same time against multiple teams here. Don't want to split your attention too much.
It's all the teams that are now seeing this circle going great. We're not going to get there in time anyway. Let's see if we can find some kills on the edge, and then off of what we're getting off of it, make our way into the circle afterwards. Like, first concern, deal with the teams nearby. Second concern, the circle itself. And BBL is around here, Sabum, GDE, MTB to some extent as well, and Entropic as well, actually now find them far on the edge. And then you have Syndax. For those of you guys are wondering what he's up to, he saw a crate and he's taking a boat, and we'll see how soon he...
Yes, I like that a lot. Because you know what? When you're in 16th and you've not got much to play for in a circles like this, why not?
Yeah, it's at least he's going to get level 3 gear. So, yeah.
I won't be surprised if he sits behind that crate for a while, mate.
I mean, next circle's going to go on land, but sure. He'll be there for like a minute or two.
Yeah,
he's lucky enough, he might even get some placement points off of it. We shall see. MTP, yet another team to have the full speed send it. Metabay falls again. I mean, I feel like with every single fight MTP falls in, Metabay is the first to fall. It's rarely ever any of the other guys that goes down as that first player. But Metabay running into trouble again as MTB, one by one, starts falling apart.
3 or 4 kills in some of these games as well. Metabay, he ends up going down. He's still able to provide some ample firepower for the team, but going down quite quickly. Zarvum now just completely wrecking this location. This is theirs, claimed very much so, very fast, as now the other 2 members, Metabay leading out in the blue, and I'll follow to try and do something, but no amount of covering fire or supporting fire is going to be able to get them out of that situation. It will be Zarvum all the way for that midpoint.
From one clustered fight to another, Howl shooting bullets far away, trying to contain, despite having roommates, essentially, in M-Force. We still have Doxa outside the circle, maybe playing the overhead protector role, whilst the rest of the team is up close. And Entropic, same situation, having to deal with GDE here. QPE taken down by Ice Boys, and Molson falls in return. But Entropic, they're in trouble here. Does the flush come through? Yes, it does. They get the kill at the end of it, but not before QPE falls.
I'm going to say this for, the 6th time in these 3 days now. This is when Entropic needs to get points. They really do. You've got to get bigger than this, Entropic. They're capable of doing it. We've seen it in the past. But again, on this edge, Lucarux gets knocked as well by Aimlul from a distance. Now getting into the circle is going to be very difficult. Sail gets himself a knock as well. I've been wanting to shout that all day.
James sees a boat out on the water. Sail! Yeah, that's sometimes you just gotta yell what you see. It's part of the exercise, everyone. Aimlul, in the meantime, spots a church, and as he makes his way towards the further east side, his team well aware that Entropic is wrapping in front of him, and also BBL have actually managed to kind of sneak in between the 2 of them. So a nice split play from BBL. Worried though that they might end up in trouble, and Syndax got spotted in the water.
Yeah.
He was prone behind the crate.
Yes, he was, for quite a while. Bless him. And he tried to come in.
Valiant effort.
It goes how it goes. And still, Zarvum, look at them, man. They're really just shooting everything that moves.
Yeah.
M-Force is going down to them. Entropic is now almost completely wiped out after the send through into the middle. Ivus now is just proning and hoping he can get a few more placement points off of this game.
thing. Peeking on over. Senya finds a clip with a flash in hand, so he's going to be white for a little while. In the meantime, Smash, Nate in return, takes down a ding player.
No placement points.
No placement points as Entropic Fools as well. They did get a few kills going their way, but not the type of game they would have wanted, especially not considering their position early on in this game.
It's funny because when these circles shrink down, I feel like it's really hard, especially in these circles as the fights continue, to find yourself, ascend to the middle, and then not die. Because teams are so close to you, nades are so easily able to settle in the middle of these ravines that you just end up dying quickly.
And as great as the terrain is for vehicles, it's for running on foot and fighting like this, it's terrible for cars. So you never actually gain any speed, therefore making it easy for the opposition to take you out. Smash, speaking of opposition, trying to find Sail, able to take him down, and there you have it.
No.
Ding out in 11th as the boat sinks, and PPL racks up a couple more kills.
I'm disappointed and my fun is ruined, but there you go. Sail is gone. And we now have still Zarvum kind of on the warpath on this left-hand side of the map. And I think their objective is probably going to be just a straight send into where, after all, is dislodge them, and then from that play, get themselves a spot.
I mean, if they knew that after all we're only two sat in that compound, they'd probably be pretty tempted. But I'm not sure that info has been fed across at any point, because I don't think after all it's really close to this game. As I say, they have 3, but no.
But those were really early. That's the thing, right?
Yeah,
So they wouldn't have occurred during that, is what we're saying basically. But M-Force, kaboom, kabam, they are gone, and we'll still see here as Howl is trying to assert dominance up towards the north. Sarvum is kind of bottled up in a little choke there, trading some shots left, right, and center with them. And for now, full tilt, man. This 2-2 split for them is working out so far. Getting in cars, though. Get together.
Yeah, and I mean, it's working out for them right now because they've yet to really be contested.
Yeah.
Every single shot they've fired has been at people that are shooting at somebody else, but now didn't last any longer. I like the fact that they're regrouping now. Simply too many people around them. Whenever you hear shots, it's one thing. You hear cars, it's another thing. When you hear footsteps, that's usually either too late already or when you know that you have to get going.
To augment your opinion on the Sarvum potentially crashing AA as well, there's no windows on the side of that building there, so it was difficult for them to even get information on who's in the building, never mind anything. But after all, it's going to pepper a few shots on Sarvum as they go for the north move, and this goes off the back of, as you say, not having much information on after all. This move is a bit desperate to try and get a spot in the circle against Howl that is very much 4 alive.
Yep. Incredibly desperate, but sometimes that is what is needed to be done. I love how the Matt has threats literally a meter in front of him and goes, oh, there's someone 100 meters away. Let's kill him instead. Katurgan spotted. Not a threat right now. Good Molly. It's gonna, I thought, do a lot of damage, but not much. As I say that, they want those go down. MTB falls as well. The hands of Laza as Howl continues to rack up points here.
Yeah, that was really nice there. Overall, by Howl, just completely stunting the growth of Zarvum in this spot. Voldemon's left alive, throwing down desperation smokes to keep him going. Is he... Okay, just get something. He's going for the res! He's going for the res!
No, he gets that, and it's Klim from down below, ran up, takes out after all. Against all odds, continuing to rack up points in these games. They were, as we saw in the beginning, the team furthest away from everything. They're alive with 2, they have 5 kills, and placement points confirmed. After all, I'm not giving up.
Yeah, with 3 all day, they're not in the top 8 just yet, but this is definitely enough, man. Just hats off to them for being able to fight through this. Faris, though, takes out Doffy. Still numbers, still alive, but I don't know if they will for much longer, as Exalt's looking to put the nail in the coffin. Faris going around the corner here, still looking for the spray. Anticipating the movement into the smoke. I like how that spray transition followed the target into the smoke, but of course, he stopped just before it. So a decent anticipate, but not on target.
That's a triple kill.
It is good. Yes!
Oh, that was so perfectly lined up too, Faris. I mean, he must have just pinged it. Said, dude, throw a nade here. Easiest kills of your life. And there you had it. Lands underneath the car and just pops him open. Great communication must have been on the side of Exalt. A nice push over from Moloch there.
Yeah, fantastic. Right now, though, Howl looking to now sweep on out. They must know that, firstly, it was After All that finished off Sarvam, so they know that it was at least just 3, never mind it being 2. So this is a numbers game right now for them. Howl is going to go for the double digits in this game if they can finish off After All and just get one more.
Yep, and there you have it. Mibago goes down. 8 kills confirmed for Howl. And as you said,
one got stolen.
All looking to come. But BBL pulling up on this one now. And Kitchen for the first time opting to push out. Go aggressive on the side here. Leaving Squeaky back on the other side, trying to prevent from anyone to third party them. Actually, as I say that, they go aggressive, but instantly fall back the other direction. I think they saw BBL pull up on this, and given that it's a compound outside the circle, too much risk involved with trying to take this fight into a situation they aren't fully aware of what contains. Backs off, plays the Eastern set. Squeaky already has a position there. Leave this to BBL and Howl to deal with.
BBL is just slowly approaching this one. Smash already opening up on the Mad. And again, I feel the Mad has been brilliant for Howl throughout the day. So taking him out already is a very good step towards conquering this team. Goes around the corner and sees a few people peeking at him. Smash is going to get on the retreat for that one. Did a nade bounce off his head just then and go backwards? Anyway, regardless, we have Clib now as well, sweeping on around against Howl. And Schofield, though, getting Michael. Nice trade.
Yep, very good indeed. Clever Smash trying to get the remaining kill.
No.
Here comes Exalt from down below. Only 2 players alive. They've been from a while. And Smash, solo player left alive, takes down 2. Kills confirmed, but unfortunately, to the downfall of him and his teammates. Yep, Mouse actually from the far north side will get the final kill. They should know pretty much the positions of all the remaining teams here. Now, just like that, 7 players make that, 10 players left alive. Jesus Christ, Toby, you gotta reinstall your brain soon.
You're a tired
10 players
boy.
left alive, 3 teams left alive. Phase 7 is what I was trying to say. And interesting finish here. A rare end position this far down the shoreline.
Especially with this road still in play as well. This acts as quite the barrier for all of these teams. Full tilt, looking to trade off against the other side of the kitchen. Put the turkey in the oven. This one's done if Kitchen can't do much more with this. Look at these lines of sight. It's so open. Kitchen, get to cover.
Trying to wrap around. Full tilt. Pushing up close now. Escaption. If he can get just like a little peek over the top, should be able to find something. But Subby, in return, able to get one down. And now Kitchen actually holding off. The issue is, ain't a whole lot of people to hold off for longer. Just 1 player left alive as Molodok finds one more again. I mean, speaking of duo performances, Fairest and Molodok have been racking up points this entire mid to late game. Now top 3 guaranteed, and with the position that Full Tilt is in right now, they have one across now, so Kitsu comes across as well. I was going to say, if they didn't get a proper foothold in the west side of the road, they could be in trouble here.
Exalt as well as Full Tilt looking to pull all the Tupperware out of the cupboards. Kitchen's almost done here. As see that MK12 still in play. And geez, Molodok, that was quite the angle through those smokes. But again, for all intents and purposes, Full Tilt, if they don't, lean towards their name, this should be theirs as long as they can keep control of this position. I mean, they crossed the road very effectively.
Yeah, they that was kind of the main thing for them, but by crossing the road, they effectively have the circle under their control. So pretty much no matter where this next one goes, they will have full control. 4v2 now. Molodok spots the edge of Matsy, able to get a few shots in, but not a whole lot more going for him. And the more they're backing off, the further they push their backs up against the wall, the more control Full Tilt will take.
And that said, even if Exalt goes down in second place here, what an excellent 2 games they've just had to round things off for Miramar. This has put them in a very nice spot going into day number 2. Molodok will move up forwards. Does he have any more? He has 1 molly. It's not... Wait, Molodok has 7 out of...
7 kills, yeah.
What a
I
beast.
feel like 3 of those kills are half Fairest off of that.
I get you.
He must have told him exactly where to go. So he was more the robot arm doing Fairest's work for him.
Unfortunately for Molodok, this ain't going to work, though, because you can even see it underneath that Carby for all intents and purposes. And Fairest now sacrificed to the Full Tilt gods. It's a full hand here for Full Tilt. They will take it. That's the win. Game number 6 goes to Full Tilt. And what a day they've had here, Toby. In this lower bracket, I think that they've probably proved a few doubters wrong as well, pundits. Not exactly giving them huge hopes against some of these big names here today, but it's been a great day for Full Tilt.
Sure has. A lot of these open qualifier teams really stepping up. Exalt as well wins the previous game, comes out second in this one, losing 2 players very early on, and yet despite that, Muldog Nefarious able to pull off a hell of a performance to finish off in flying colors in the final one.
All right, that does it from us here for day number 3, technically, of this playoffs round. We are going to be back tomorrow for the casts, but now let's head over to the desk to break everything down from day number 3.
Laris, I have to say I'm really impressed. Full Tilt, Exalt, Aces as well, all teams that have sort of come in and made sure that they got themselves M-Force at least 2 top 4 finishes, and it showed in this last game. This is going to be really good for them moving into day number 2, Avenger. Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're faring tomorrow. Hopefully they can keep the momentum up, if you may. Yeah, for sure. In this case here, I love what I saw from Smash though in this game. What a absolute monster performance individually for him, securing a bunch of points for BBL.
BBL has had the best day without a doubt, Saga, and obviously finishing in the top 4 in this particular game as well. Walk us through that final top 4 fight.
It was, I gotta say, Kitchen, they had a better position than I feel like they think that they had. And the fact that once the Northwest was cleared, that final grenade from Mauser comes in and cleans up Smash as soon as he's done just smashing Howl to pieces, then they probably could have played more towards that side of the road than they really wanted to. They, for some reason, kind of went a little bit back into the line of sight of Full Tilt, who, let's be honest, they rotated into that one compound on the eastern side of the road in phase 1 and kind of just chilled there until phase 8. And well, in phase 8 you start seeing, there's 6 other players alive in the server and 3 of them just walk into your line of sight. You're going to take those freebies every single time, and Full Tilt made an intelligently timed push over the road, and there was really nothing that Exalt could do to try and win that 2v4 at the end.
We are halfway through the lower bracket though, Avenger. We've got to highlight the fact that Entropic has just not come to the party. For the fans at home, that's going to be upsetting, but also I think for the team, because this is now 2 days in the upper bracket, now 1 day in lower bracket. What is going on there?
Yeah, going into this match, I think Ivers had the 3rd least damage done of all players, which is insane. So yeah, they have to come in storming through the lobby tomorrow and absolutely ravage everybody. Honestly, that's the only thing I can see happening here. They have to have high aggression, high pushes, and some good team play that they haven't really been able to show so far. Obviously, Full Tilt here being able to close it out. They're able to hold a really greedy two-split across the road. Got back as a full 4-man and then pushed across. Really well played and clever played by them here in this case. Exalt with another good performance here, 13 points. 4 teams on double-digit points. Howl again up there. It's looking very likely for Howl and BBL to be pretty much secure in the top 8 in this lower bracket here.
Let's take a look now at your leaderboard. This is it. We are through the first day of the lower bracket, halfway through, 6 games played, and this is what it currently looks like. That top 8 is changing all the time. The one I'm concerned about is Polish Power, Saga. I mean, I know I asked you about this before that last game, but they just don't seem to cope very well on Miramar, do they?
It certainly seems that way. I mean, they probably could have had a good game if they had opted not to try and run it down against M-Force. And it's not the first time we've seen a team run it down in that very compound. It was actually GDE that got clapped by the one game where Twisted Minds remembered that they were actually good at PUBG in yesterday's matches as well. But this time it's Polish Power's turn to take the L early on. M-Force kind of rode that aggression a little bit as well and actually pushed into after ult, which might be part of the reason why they weren't able to do quite enough to get into the top 8. But shout out, they came in as a 3-man. They've done a pretty excellent job coming in a single player down the entire day and put themselves in a great spot to try and close what is a minimal gap against Polish Power, who really did fall off towards the latter half of the day.
Avenger, let's take a look at this and be clear. I mean, halfway through the lower bracket, I think this is still very open for most of these teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. Super open. I like we saw yesterday, multiple teams drop down from being high 40s and not qualifying. Even I think there was a team in 50 points that didn't qualify. Right? Was it the MTB that had 50 points that after 6 games in the first day, and now we have Full Tilt and Exalt on 49 and 50 here. So that I would say they're in a good spot, but not secure. Howl, BBL, I feel like are secure at this point. 52, and the way that Howl have been playing, there's no way they don't make it. Also crazy to see Smash with this amount of destruction here. 16 kills and 2,300 damage. That's super impressive for him. Clip up there too, of course. So if you're a double dip enjoyer, then that's the 2 guys you want to have in your team. Laza, I was considering for my team. Ruin also trying to get him into my team here, but they didn't really fit in, and still it worked out really well for some of these guys here. My big surprise today has to be Full Tilt. They really surprised me in a really impressive way. The way that they played, of course, they had a 2-2 split and where it ended here, but they managed to play well, managed to stay 4 guys alive in a situation where they had to, and closed out on Exalt here in the very end. So super well played throughout for them today.
Of course, the team we have to talk about and talk to is the one currently sitting in that number 1 position, BBL. We do have Clip with us now. He gets to chat. Hello, my friend. How are you doing after today?
Hello, doing very good, thank you.
Of course you're doing good. I'm going to ask you a bit of a tough question to start. You obviously played really well today, but what do you think you were lacking as a team in the upper bracket that saw you not be able to qualify for the grand finals?
This is our first tournament together as a team, so we lacked a bit of confidence, especially in fights and like decision making. Also, it's like the first time IGL in a very long time, so going from scrims only to tournament is a bit of a shift, so I have to get used to it.
Fair enough. That first Miramar game, you had massive shoulders there right at the end, carrying BBL with the points. Well done. I'm sure Avenger has a question for you as well.
Yeah, for sure. Good to see you here. Good to see you at the top of leaderboard. Clip. I have a question. What was the biggest challenges for you guys moving into a new roster? First of all, that's obviously rough for you. You've had like the last couple of years you played, you have pretty stable rosters you've played with for a long time. So a lot of kind of hardships and challenges. What were the biggest ones coming into this tournament?
Our comms are a little bit scuffed sometimes. We have me and Michael speaking a bit with a bit of accent, and then also smash a bit. So we can sometimes misinterpret each other's comms, which can be kind of hard. But I would say that's like our biggest issue, I think.
Cool.
So myself and Martin, at the end of last year, we got a chance to go and visit the Foot House in Istanbul, and the things that the Turkish orgs are doing in the esports space in general is really impressive. So how does it feel for you and the other out of the MEA region players to be brought in to the organizations, to the sort of mantelpiece essentially? How do you feel the support is from the fans and from the organization itself?
It feels amazing, honestly. There's so many fans. Like the first day, I got so many messages from the Turkish fans, especially. Like, it's actually kind of overwhelming. I've been seeing more support now than I did back with Liquid, so it's absolutely amazing.
Wow.
Cool.
That's insane. Clip, well done today. Hopefully you can continue on this run tomorrow, and we'll obviously see you then.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Everybody, say hi to the lads.
Say hi to the lads. I like that ending there, Avenger. I'm going to actually steal that now, and after every interview, I'm going to end it with say hi to the lads. Just thanks for that one. Taking it. Now we have to do... I'm very embarrassed about this. I'm sitting right at the bottom. I have been so let down by my fantasy team. I'm actually up... I know some of these players in real life, and I'm upset with them. It's not even their fault, but there it is. I think I'm, more than... Saga is more than 100 points ahead of me.
Yeah, sometimes you got to say hi to the bads down there. Jeez.
I mean, maybe if I unethically... I've got to say, Saga, maybe if I unethically double dipped into BBL as well, knowing that was the easy run, I would also be sitting right at the top, just saying.
We can talk ethics all we like, but nice guys never prosper, unless you're Clib. He's a nice guy, nice to talk to as well in the interview afterwards. But
do you have him in your fantasy league?
I have two of his teammates, and thankfully I have Smash captain, so I was very happy to see the absolute pop-off in the final game. That definitely gave me a little bit of a late-stage boost. But, there's still a whole lot that can change, and I have to say I do have Entropic players on my team, so there may have to be benchings coming up in the near future.
Marcelik, Ivers, Nailcop, Rastamar, can you please just be better? I used to do this to Gustav all the time. I'm very upset about Fantasy League. I quit. I'm done with that. Anyway, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow because we have more PUBG action coming your way. 6 games will decide which 8 teams will make it to the grand finals. And of course, Avenger, like you said, it's completely open. So if no one comes back to watch tomorrow, they can't guess who's going to make it through.
No, it's one team guaranteed BBL, how almost guaranteed. And then the rest is just up to how we see the teams play tomorrow. If we have the same fiercely kind of place we're gonna see from these guys here, it could be Ding, it could be Afterworld, it could be Aces, it could be Entropic even jumping into the start with a fantastic game, and they could put themselves into the top 5 just with one good game and double-digit kills. And we know that they're capable of it. The question is, how are they gonna execute tomorrow? They have a lot of homework to do from, of course, starting from now, going into the games tomorrow, and let's see how they're able to capitalize on that, like we saw Twisted Mind do from day 1 to day 2.
Tomorrow, it will happen. We will take 16 teams and 8 of them will make it through to the grand finals for PEC Spring. They'll join the other 8 teams that we have. 6:30 CET. We will see you right here then.